Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Issei gains 0 Argonoc's abilities? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei was the third of 4 brothers, and from a young age he was treated poorly by them. The reason was that he wasn't as smart as his siblings. His older brother, Shido, was 8 years old and one of the brightest students in his class. His older sister, Sakura, who was 7, also had high grades that amazed their teachers. Even his younger sister, Izuka, at just 5 years old, had shown herself to be equally intelligent. Meanwhile, Issei was doing his best to keep up. Why can't you get grades like your siblings? Even your little sister has better scores than you. His mother scolded angrily. I'm doing the best I can, but... Issei started to reply, only to be interrupted by a slap from his mother. Don't talk back when I'm speaking to you. Just go to your room. I'm tired of looking at you. With that, Issei trudged up to his room, feeling very depressed as he glanced at his siblings, who were only smiling. Days passed, and 2 new girls arrived at school. They were appealing, at least in Issei's eyes. He tried to befriend them, but it didn't work out since he hadn't had friends for years. However, his 3 siblings got along well with the girls. One was named Rias Gremory, and the other was Sona Shirtorai. They were lovely and popular, but Issei thought they could be mean at times. As the days went by, the family learned that the 2 girls were demons and told them about the supernatural world. They mentioned the evil pieces and how, in the future, they would become part of their family. The siblings nodded in understanding as they were informed about sacred gear. Just think of the strongest thing that comes to mind, Sona instructed. The 3 siblings began to think hard until Shido, Sakura, and Izuka spoke up. The 2 demons watched with wide eyes at what they were witnessing. What's happening? Sakura asked. Sona replied, they have very strong sacred gears, to be honest. What are they? Izuka inquired. Rias explained, Shido's is the boosted gear, which houses the soul of the Red Emperor, one of the 2 celestial dragons. Sakura's is a bow that, with training, can injure even gods and allows her to use any element. Izuka's is a grimoire that lets her store any spell, making her a great mage in training. Everyone was astonished by the powerful weapons the siblings possessed, and their parents felt proud of them. I tried, but nothing comes out for me, Issei said. You don't have anything, Rias said dismissively. At that, their parents scolded him and sent him to his room. Issei left, shedding a few tears. From that day on, Issei would endure torment, as he was always used as a practice dummy, only to be given a phoenix tear afterward to prevent his death. 2 more people joined the group, Rias and Sona's first pieces, their queens, Akino and Tsubaki. They also used Issei as a practice dummy, and he felt incredibly lonely and exhausted from how he was treated. Why did I do anything wrong? I tried my hardest to earn their love and friendship, but maybe it's best to let it go and seek a new life, he thought. Then everyone entered his room. We've all discussed it, his mother said. And it's time for you to leave this house. We're tired of supporting you, his father added. But don't worry, we'll send you to a place where no one can find you, Sona said. You're lucky, that place opens at midnight, so get ready. In a few hours, you'll be leaving, Rias said. What a shame, I won't be able to have fun with my toy anymore, Akino remarked. What did I do to deserve this? Issei cried out. You were born, since you're just a burden to this family, Shido said. Yeah, you can't do anything or get good grades, Sakura added. What a disappointment, Izuka chimed in. With that, their parents took him and drove far into the woods, where they saw a portal begin to appear out of nowhere. This portal only opens once, it's uncertain when it will happen again, so you're lucky. Once someone enters, no one comes out, Rias explained. This place will be your tomb. If you don't die from the monsters, you'll die from hunger or the heavy gravity, Sona added, saying goodbye. Goodbye forever, brother, the siblings said with smiles, just like their parents. They threw Issei into the portal as he shouted, no. He fell into the portal, which closed behind him, leaving everyone else behind. As Issei landed, he fell to his knees under the heavy gravity. "What's happening to my body? It feels so heavy," he muttered. He heard a noise and struggled to get up, starting to run toward a safe place, but all he saw were mountains. He eventually found a cave to take shelter in. "I don't know what will happen to me, but I have to push forward and not give up. When I get out of here, I'll live a peaceful life," he resolved. With that, Issei stood up with great effort and began to train to survive inside the cave. 100 years passed in the portal. During that time, Issei was running while being chased by a monster. He turned, jumped onto the monster, and stabbed it in the eye, ultimately killing it. That was tough. "They're getting stronger each time. I need to be prepared. But for now, I managed to get some food," he said. "I don't know why I haven't aged. It's been 100 years. Is time different here?" He took a part of the monster and returned to the cave. 400 years later, Issei was now 8 years old and could fight a demon at the Mao level, but he would win with great difficulty. As he was returning to the cave, he felt curious about what lay deeper inside. He stood up and began to walk. But the further he walked, the more he felt like there was no bottom. Eventually, he decided to turn back, but as he did, the ground began to crack. Issei started to run quickly, but he couldn't make it and fell. "Good thing I'm still alive, but that was quite a fall. There's only one path, I'll have to follow it," he thought. Issei stood up and continued walking until he saw something ahead that left him astonished. "What is such a huge dragon doing here?" he wondered. He approached the dragon and noticed it wasn't moving. He tried to wake it, but nothing happened. After several minutes of trying, he gave up and sat down. He fell asleep, and hours later, while he was dreaming, he found himself in a dark space until someone spoke. "I see you finally arrived, kid," a voice said. "Who are you?" Issei asked. "I am Zero Argonoc, one of the 4 dragon gods." "Well, I used to be, since I'm dead now," the voice replied. "Nice to meet you." Issei. "What happened, Mr. Zero?" Issei asked. "It's a long story, but listen. I am one of the 4 dragon gods, and I control ice. Not just any ice, but ice that can create armies and many other things without tiring. My special ability was Zero Zone. For a moment, let's say 20 minutes, I could stop time. I won't lie, it was amazing. But one day I fought against Great Red, the dragon god of dreams and illusions, and also Ophis Ouroboros, the goddess of infinity, and Triexa, the dragon god of the apocalypse. They attacked me because they thought I had gone mad with power. It was a tough battle that lasted many days, and no one backed down. In the end, I lost since they were 3 and I was just 1, but I still left them in very bad shape. I saw a portal opening in the distance and entered it. Once inside, I found this cave, and well, days passed and I died from how weak I was." Issei was at a loss for words after hearing such a story. "I see. And tell me, do you hate those 3 dragon gods?" Issei asked. "Honestly, I don't hate them, that wouldn't do me any good. If they acted that way, it was out of fear of me and I don't blame them. I would have done the same since I didn't show whether I was good or bad," Zero replied. "I understand, that's good to know," Issei said. "And tell me, what would you do with my power, kid?" Zero asked. "Honestly, I don't know," Issei admitted. "Kid, I saw your memories. You've had a tough life," Zero said. "I know," Issei replied. "And if you had my powers, would you seek revenge?" Zero asked. "Honestly, no. As you said, that wouldn't bring me anything good. I'd just be like them if I did that," Issei answered. "It's good to hear that, kid. You seem like a good person. That's why I have a proposal for you. What do you say?" Zero asked. "What's going on?" Issei replied. "Would you like to have my abilities?" Zero offered. "Are you sure?" "That's a lot," Issei said. "I know you'll use them for good. Don't worry," Zero reassured him. "If you trust me, I'll gladly accept." "Thank you," Issei said. "Good. Your body has reached its limit, so I'll make you a dragon, but for now, you'll only be 10% of one. Over the years, your transformation will evolve," Zero explained. "Thank you," Issei said. "I also have a second ability, but I didn't use it much since it was weak, and it was lightning. I hope you can use it more," Zero added. "I will," Issei promised. You should know what a sacred gear is, right? Zero asked. Yes, my siblings have one, Issei replied. Good. When you wake up, you'll see my gift, Zero said. With that, Zero added, it's time to say goodbye, kid. Now I can rest in peace. Be happy, hey. Thank you, and I'll use your power for good. I will be happy, thank you, Zero, Issei said. As Zero began to disappear, Issei awoke, and when he looked around, the great dragon was no longer there. When he tried to stand up, he felt a spear in his hand. I will take care of your gift, Zero. I'll do my best to use it for good, Issei vowed. The spear began to glow and merged with Issei. After Zero left him his gift, Issei began to practice, but it was very difficult, considering he was a god. 600 years passed, and Issei was now 10 years old. His body had become a bit stronger, and his hair was turning a light shade of blue. During that time, he could use some abilities of the spear, controlling it at 30%. I've been here for many years, and those monsters are getting stronger. It never ends. The only good thing is that they help me train with my spear, Issei thought. He stood up and walked toward the cave, then fell asleep. 800 years later, Issei was 12 years old. By that time, he could use the spear more effectively, reaching an acceptable level, allowing him to control 50% of it. He could also use the balance breaker for just 10 minutes before becoming very tired. I'm getting better each time, but I'm still far from my goal. I feel like my body is now 55% dragon, which might be why my abilities have increased. I hope to get out of here someday. Now that I think about it, I focused a lot on Zero's abilities since I've improved them, but I can only use Zero Zone for 5 seconds, not bad for now. But I also need to use lightning. Even though he said he didn't use it much, I will. Issei tried to use a bit of his lightning, and he saw his spear begin to glow and change shape. Wow, it transformed into a hammer. I see that with this hammer, I can use the lightning element. Let's see how it goes, he said. 10,000 years passed, and Issei was 14. This is difficult. After so many years, I can only use 30% of the lightning. That's very little considering how long I've been here, but I like challenges, I didn't know I would also have a balance breaker, although for now, I can only use it for 10 seconds. Well, let's continue with the training and hunting. With that, Issei prepared himself and began to walk. 12,000 years later, Issei was 16 years old. He was tall, with long, uniquely light blue hair and eyes of the same color, dressed in red clothes made from the monsters he had defeated, which had great durability. At that time, he could use 65% of the spear and Zero Zone for 1 minute, while the hammer reached 48%. He could summon great storms of lightning, and he could use the balance breaker for 5 hours or more, though he would end up exhausted. His body was now 80% dragon. You're the last monster left around here. If I eliminate you, maybe I can finally be free and have a normal life, Issei declared. He summoned his spear and charged at the monster, engaging in a battle that lasted hours, with neither side backing down. Eventually, the monster began to lose ground as Issei switched weapons and started using the hammer to deal more damage. After a tough fight, Issei was visibly exhausted, with some wounds but not serious ones, while the monster lay dead. With that, Issei collapsed onto the ground, lying down. A few minutes pass, and Issei looks up with a smile as he sees the portal in front of him. Finally, I will be free, he says, walking calmly toward the portal and stepping through it. Outside the portal, a girl strikes poses. This is the only place I can relax from all the paperwork and practice new poses for my show, Seraphal muses. Suddenly, a portal opens, catching her by surprise. She steps back to avoid being caught, but nothing happens until she sees someone emerge, and then it closes behind him. At last, I'm free. I missed being on solid ground again. What a joy! Issei exclaims. Hey, I just saw you come out of that portal. What were you doing there? More importantly, how did you get there, and how are you still alive? Seraphal bombards him with questions. Calm down. You're not giving me a chance to answer. Issei replies. Okay, tell me why I don't sense any power in you. That's because I'm not hiding it. I can see how much you have. Okay, but just a little. Issei raises a barrier, causing Serafal to stare in shock. Is that all your power? She asks. You could say that. You're at the level of a Mao, or maybe a bit higher. So tell me, what are you? I'm a hybrid between a dragon and a human. And how old are you? First tell me what year it is. We're in 2020. I was gone for only 10 years. What a huge difference. How much time passed in there? It's been 12,010 years. In short, I'm 12,016, but here I would be 16. You spent so much time in there. How did you survive? Serafal asks. It was either that or die, so I trained there. The gravity was monstrous. Now I feel like I can fly, to be honest, and it was tough getting out of there. But I heard that portal only opens every so often, and those who enter don't come out because they say there are very strong monsters inside. And that's true, way too true. To get out of there, there's only one thing to do. And what would that be? You have to kill all the monsters inside. There were many, which is why it took me years to escape. I see. It's hard to believe, but since I saw you come out of there, I believe it. Now tell me, how did you get in there? I don't think you did it on your own. It's a long story, and I don't know if you'd believe me, to be honest. Tell me, I'm listening. With that, Issei sits down on the ground, and Serafal joins him. I was just a normal 6-year-old boy who wished his parents would show him a little love, but I never got it since I had 3 siblings, 2 older and 1 younger. They were very smart and popular, but I still tried my best. Serafal listens intently to Issei's life story. But one day everything changed. 2 very pretty girls showed up, and I wanted to be their friend since I had never had one. But when I approached them, they rejected me, so I stopped trying. But then they got close to my siblings, and over time they got along until that day came. What happened? Serafal asks. They said they were demons, and from the way I see your aura, you are one too, and you have a similar aura to one of them. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Serafal's eyes widen. But how? Sona is my younger sister. Well, saying that, it's better not to continue with the story. Please, let me listen. Are you sure? She nods. When they said they were demons, they told my siblings they had sacred gear. My younger brother had the red dragon, my younger sister had a bow capable of hurting a god, and my older sister had a very rare and powerful grimoire. And I had nothing. When they told me that, my parents hated me even more, and that's when everything started. My siblings, along with their 2 friends, used me as a test subject, and then they used phoenix tears to extract my power. After a while, 2 more girls joined them, Rias and Sona's 2 queens, Akino and Tsubaki. The torture continued until that day came. I was in my room and they told me about the portal, and well, you can imagine the rest. At that, Serafal is visibly upset by his childhood story. I'm so sorry for everything, for my younger sister, for Rias. I'm sorry, she says. It's not your fault, Issei reassures her. But they did all that to you, and you'll take revenge, right? No. Huh. A friend told me a long time ago that revenge brings nothing good, so I won't do it. I'll live my life in peace now. I'll look for a part-time job and see if I can go back to studying. You're a good guy, you're unique. Thank you for forgiving my sister and Rias. But they won't escape, they will receive their punishment. Don't do that, please. Why not? If you tell them why you know all this, they'll find out I'm alive and come to bother me, wanting to kill me to keep me silent, and I'll have to defend myself. I don't want any trouble, to be honest. I see, I won't do it. Well, with that clear, I have to go. I need to look for a job and live around here for now. So, goodbye. You can live in an apartment I have, I hardly use it. That would be too much trouble. It's nothing, please take it as a small compensation. Okay, thank you very much. Just then, Serafal hears Issei's stomach growl, and he feels embarrassed. Sorry, I spent hours fighting. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Thanks, and now that I remember, sorry for my manners, my name is Issei Argonoc. I'm Serafal Leviathan, nice to meet you. You can also call me Sarah-chan. Okay, Sarah-chan, but just call me Issei. And one question, why are you dressed like that? I was practicing for my show before you showed up. Don't worry, I'll change. With that, Seraphal casts a magic circle and changes into normal clothes. Alright, let's go. Chapter end. The food is really good. It's been a while since I've had anything like this, Issei says. I'm glad you like it, eat as much as you want, Seraphal replies. Thanks, one day I'll pay you back for all this. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay, tell me, Sarah-chan, can I ask you something a bit serious? Go ahead. How strong are my siblings now and their followers? I won't lie, Rias's group is strong, but they're all a bit proud. Rias is proud of her power, and your brother thinks he's invincible because of the boosted gear, and he hasn't even achieved the balance breaker yet. He's pretty weak, to be honest. Your older sister is about the same as him, maybe a bit stronger, but not by much. As for her clan, their queen, whom you know, is strong, and her tower is strong, but not much, and recently they added a nun who serves to heal, but being with them, she has become a bit weaker. I see, and what about your sister? Almost the same, she just has more members, almost her entire entourage. Your younger sister is good, but she lacks experience, and due to her pride, she believes she's fine as she is. And her last pawn is the Dragon King Vritra. Even if it's just a part of him, he thinks he's invincible too. I see, they haven't improved at all, and they're still the same. I won't lie, that's the truth. Do you know why they feel so confident? Why? Because they haven't had life or death battles where one must bring out all their potential, even if it means breaking their bones. I know. And when that moment comes, they'll realize how weak they are, and maybe they'll start training. Wow, but you're right. Well, let's go, I'm tired. I haven't had a good sleep in a few days. With that, Seraphal guides him to the apartment and gives Issei the keys before leaving. Days pass, and Issei trains to maintain his level. One day he hears someone knock on his door. Sarah-chan. It's been a while since I've seen you. Come in. Do you want something to drink? Thanks, but I need a favor, okay? With that, she kneels and bows her head. What's wrong? Don't do that. He lifts her up. I need your help. My sister and Rias are going to get married because they lost a rating game. They have to marry because the Demon Council said so, and I just spoke to Surzek. We tried to break it, and we could only arrange a rating game, but in the end, they lost, and now they have to marry. Please help me. At that, Seraphal sheds some tears, which Issei wipes away. Alright, I'll do it. I thought you were going to refuse because of what they did to you. But you're the one asking for help, and I'll give it to you since you helped me find a place to stay, and also because you're my first friend in years. With that, Issei hugs Seraphal, and she returns the gesture. Thank you. No problem, so tell me what I need to do. Well, I'll force them to fight against you, and they'll accept since they're very proud. They don't care about anything else. Okay, and who are they? One is from the Phoenix clan. He's the second son of Razor Phoenix, and the other is Zephyrdoll, both from noble families. I see, and when do I have to go? Here, with this circle, I'll call you and let you know later. You just put a bit of magic in it, and it will take you to where the fight is. Alright, I'll be on standby. With that, Seraphal kisses him on the cheek, leaving both of them blushing, and then she leaves. In the underworld, Surzeka's castle. Hello, Seraphal, what brings you here? Surzek asks. Hi, well, I came to tell you that I have someone who will help us break the engagement. We just need to figure out how to make them accept a fight against him. And who is he? An old friend, he's strong, so will you help or not? Fine. With that, they begin discussing how to make them accept the fight. 2 days pass and Issei is at home meditating. Then he receives what he was expecting. Saren, I'm on my way now. With that, Issei puts on his combat suit and leaves. In the underworld, a stadium. Seriously, Onisama, someone will help us break the engagement. Who is it? Rias asks. Nisama, who is it? Sona chimes in. A friend of mine, so don't worry, Seraphal assures them. It's obvious he's weak if he's afraid to show up, right? Razor taunts. No kidding, he must be weak, ha, Zephyrdol adds. Just then, a magic circle appears, and Issei steps out. Sorry for the delay. All the girls blush at how handsome Issei looks in his battle suit, just like Seraphol when she sees him. Nasama, he'll help us, Sona says. Yes, so be quiet and watch, Seraphol instructs. In the fight. So, you're just an ordinary human. Feel honored to be in the presence of Razor Phoenix, Razor boasts. You're just a disgusting human. We'll give you the honor of surrendering and only receiving light blows for wasting our time, Zephyrdol sneers. Let's finish this quickly, shall we? Issei replies. With that, the two charge at him, while Issei simply waits. In a few swift movements, he knocks them both out of the fight. Meanwhile, in the stands, everyone is left speechless, even the two Mao, Seraphol, who has never seen him fight before. Then Issei teleports to where they are. Well, Sarachan, I did it. How was it? You did very well, Suzuko, she praises. Thanks for the help, but who are you? Suzuko asks. My name is Suzuko, and I'm half-dragon. I'm a friend of Sarachan, and she asked for my help, so I couldn't refuse. You're strong, don't you want to be part of my entourage? Rias asks. Hey, I was going to ask the same thing, Sona adds. I'm not interested, thank you. I like being like this, Issei replies. But they protest. Seraphol interjects. And tell me, Issei, what do you want for your help? Just tell us. Well, I only need one favor if possible. Tell me. Could you help me get into an academy? You know why? Oh, that's easy, no problem. Tomorrow, go to Qua Academy and see the principal. He'll know you're coming from me. Thanks. With that said, see you and thank you. With that, Issei leaves, leaving some with doubts. Chapter and Cyril, how did you meet him? Suzuko asks. Once, I was walking through the forest to practice for my show, and I saw him meditating, so I waited for him to wake up, and that's how we met, Seraphol explains. I see. Yes, and you too, don't bother him, please. Let him have a peaceful life at school. You don't want any trouble. But since he won, he has to marry them, Suzuko argues. No, he didn't do it for that. He only did it as a favor, so don't bother him with that, Suzuko. You could make him angry. Dragons are like that. Isn't that right, Drake? She's right. If you keep insisting on a dragon, you'll end up making him angry, and then that person will have to deal with it. From what I felt, he didn't use any of his power. How much of his power did he use? Son asks. From what I felt, he barely used 1%. Are you saying that boy is very strong? Sakura inquires. Yes, he could give Suzuko a run for his money, and I don't know who would win since we don't know his abilities. Hey, Seraphol, what kind of abilities does he have? Suzuko asks. To be honest, I don't know. When I met him, I could only feel his aura, and it was weak. He told me he was just hiding it, and then he activated a barrier, and from how I felt, he's at the level of a Mao. It's better to have him as an ally than as an enemy. Listen, Rias, don't bother him. I know how you are. Fine, I won't. I could have gotten a good ally, Rias mutters. Sure. Here's the clean text. Can I ask you something? Issei looked at Gabriel, curious. What's up? Gabriel hesitated for a moment, sensing the sadness that lingered in him. I can sense sadness and loneliness in you. How do you know? Issei replied, surprised. I can see through your heart, and I apologize for looking without asking. It's okay, he said, shrugging it off. It's not a problem, and it's not that important. Tell me, I'm listening. We're friends. Issei took a deep breath. Today was Father's Day, and, well, I haven't had one for years. Did something happen to them? Gabriel asked gently. Nothing like that, Issei replied, his voice low. They just abandoned me years ago. As he shared his story, reminiscent of his conversation with Seraphol, Gabriel's eyes filled with tears. You went through a lot, but you've come out stronger, she said softly. A friend told me to keep living and never look back at the past, Issei replied. Gabriel nodded. I see. But not everything is bad, I have a partner now. At his words, Gabriel felt a sharp pain in her chest, an unfamiliar ache that troubled her. And who is she? It's Seraphal Leviathan. She was the first person I met when I got out, and she helped me. We became friends, and over time, things developed. Gabriel's heart sank. I see, and are you happy with her? I can't complain. I have a problem-free life, a partner, and now a friend. I'm happy. I'm glad to be a part of your life as your friend, Gabriel said, feeling that pain again. I have to go. If I don't return soon, my brothers will worry, she added. I understand. It was fun. I hope we see each other again, Issei replied. Same here. With that, Gabriel left, and Issei remained, gazing at the view. Meanwhile, in the sky, Gabriel met Michael. Where have you been? We were worried about you, he said. I'm sorry, we can talk tomorrow. I'm tired. Gabriel walked past Griselda without paying attention, heading to her room. Gabriel-sama, what's wrong? Griselda asked, noticing her distress. Tell me, Griselda, why does my chest hurt so much? Are you sick? No, it's just that things happened today. Gabriel recounted her day to Griselda, who listened in astonishment. He never looked at my body, he only looked into my eyes. It's the first time that's happened to me. But when he told me he has a partner, something in my chest hurt. I see, I think I know what you're feeling, Griselda said thoughtfully. Really? Can you tell me? I think you're in love with him, but when you found out he's with someone else, it hurt because you can't be with him. So this is love, Gabriel whispered, realization dawning on her. Yes, and tell me, who is he dating? Do you know her? Yes, it's Seraphal. When he told me, I was very surprised. Seriously? He's dating a Mao. Yes, he told me she was his first friend, and over time, things developed. I see, he must be a good guy to make two of the most appealing women in his faction fall for him. Don't say it like that, but yes, he's a good person. I hope to see him again. Meanwhile, Issei was watching a movie when he noticed a magic circle forming, and from it, Seraphal emerged. Issei, why didn't I see you at the academy? I looked for you, but found nothing. I went but I left. I didn't really like that environment. You know how it is. Yes, I know and I'm sorry. But where did you go? It's fine. I went for a walk and while I was lost in thought, I bumped into someone. Guess who it was? I don't know. Tell me. It was the Archangel Gabriel. Seraphal's eyes widened in surprise. And what happened? Well, she looked lost, so I guided her around the city. We went to eat and in the end, we went to that viewpoint. I told her I was an angel and she went on guard, but then we talked. I see, was that all? She saw through me. She said it was because of her ability. I see, I know what that is. What happened next? I told her everything. There's no point in keeping it a secret. You became friends, right? Issei nodded and got up to prepare coffee while Seraphal watched. I see, I'll have to share Issei. With you, she said playfully. Well, it was to be expected. Issei is a good person, and if he accepts you, I'll have to accept you too, despite our past. At that moment, Issei returned. Oh, I came because in 2 nights there will be a faction meeting at the academy. Gabriel should have told you. And I want you to come, please. Alright, I'll be there. Don't worry, I'll wear my suit just in case. It's better to be prepared. Okay, and honestly, that suit looks great on you. I like it. Thanks. They talked, and hours passed until Seraphal went home. And everyone was gathered for the meeting. On the angels' side, Michael, Gabriel, Griselda. On the fallen side, Azazel, Penemu, Vale, and Lavinia. From the demons, Surzek, Seraphal, and the 2 retainers. Well, now that we're all here, let's begin the meeting, Surzek announced. Wait, we're still missing Suzuko, Seraphal interjected. Who is that? Azazel asked. A friend. Gabriel looked at Seraphal, who was eagerly waiting for Issei. After a few minutes, he arrived. Sorry for the delay, he said sheepishly. Most of the girls blushed at Issei's appearance, especially in his suit. I'm glad you made it, Seraphal said. Who are you? Michael asked. My name is Suzuko. It's a pleasure to meet everyone present. Issei smiled at Gabriel, and she returned the gesture. Griselda noticed this and realized he was the boy Gabriel had talked about, though he also caught her attention. "Alright, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting," Surzek said. "What happened?" Azazel asked. "I just let him go for a while and he caused all that. When I found out, I sent Valet." Michael nodded. "Alright, Rias and Sona, tell us what happened in that fight," Serafal prompted. Both stepped forward and began to play the video. "Thank you," Surzek said. "And what will happen now?" "He will now be frozen forever in the deepest depths," Azazel replied. "I see, that sounds good," Michael agreed. "Well, now that that's clear, let's start with the treaty," Serafal suggested. "I'm in favor. I don't like wars and I want to focus more on my inventions," Azazel said. "Since Father left, there are few angels left, so peace is better," Michael added. "Then let it be so," Surzek concluded. "But first, we should ask two great beings like the White and Red Dragon what they think," Azazel proposed. "Peace is fine as long as I'm with my partners," Shido said, glancing at Gabriel, Griselda, and Penemu. Valet added, "As long as I fight against strong opponents." "As long as there's peace, you'll find someone," Azazel assured. "Alright," Valet agreed. "Well, with..." Surzek began, but he couldn't continue as time suddenly stopped. "What happened? Why are the others frozen?" Rias asked, confused. "It must be due to the half-vampire's ability," Azazel explained. "We're fine because of our sacred gears, just like their swords and yours. And you, why do I feel like your power is weak?" Valet remarked, looking at Issei. "How strange, maybe I didn't reach it," Issei replied. "Anyway, I'm going to kill that half-vampire," Valet declared. "Don't even think about it, Oni-sama. I have a piece of a tower over there. Let me go," Rias insisted. "Alright, you and Shido go," Surzek said. With that, the two left. Meanwhile, Gabriel approached Issei. "I didn't know your name was Suzuko," she said with a soft chuckle. "Well, I don't want to have problems with my brothers or anyone else, to be honest," Issei replied. "I understand, Suzuko." At that moment, Serafal approached. "So, Gabi-chan, did you have fun with Suzuko that time?" "How do you know?" Gabriel asked, surprised. "Suzuko told me. Don't worry, I'm not angry." "Really?" Just then Penemu joined them. "And why aren't you two fighting?" she asked, intrigued. Gabriel smiled. "We need to get along since there will be peace, right?" "True," Serafal agreed. Could it be for another reason?" Griselda teased. Gabriel looked at her nervously. "What are you talking about, Griselda?" Lavinia chimed in, "What are you talking about?" Penemu smirked. "I don't know, but now I'm going to find out." "Serafal, you don't know how to lie. Tell me." "Well, we were talking about him," Serafal said, pointing at Issei, who was watching Vala's fight with the mages and Azazel's fight with Catheria. "And what were you saying about him?" Lavinia asked. "Nothing," Serafal replied quickly. "You'd better say it in the end, otherwise, they won't stop bothering you," Griselda warned. "Alright, well, he's my boyfriend," Serafal admitted. This revelation left Penemu and Lavinia stunned. "But how did that happen, and what does Gabriel-sama have to do with it?" Lavinia asked. "Well, she recently went on a date with him," Serafal explained. "Is that true?" "That's unusual for you, Gabriel," Penemu said, surprised. "I know, but we met by accident, and that's how we got to know each other better," Gabriel replied. "And what does that lead to?" Lavinia pressed. "Well, Gabi-chan is in love with him too," Serafal added with a grin. "That's not true, right?" "I won't deny he's cute, but why?" Penemu questioned. "He's a good person, he has suffered a lot and still moves forward with a big smile. Plus, he always looks into my eyes, unlike others," Gabriel explained. "She's right, once you get to know him well, you'll see how he is," Serafal agreed. "Interesting, but from what I see, he doesn't have much power," Penemu noted. "He hides it. I only once got to see all his power, and it's almost above a mao. He's very strong," Serafal revealed. This left the four girls astonished. "So he's very strong?" Griselda asked. "Yep," Serafal confirmed. And if you share him with me too? Penemu inquired playfully. No, Serafal replied firmly. Let me know if you need any further assistance. It's not that I want to deny it, but he has suffered a lot, and if someone plays with his feelings again, I swear I will confront that person myself. Lavi, why go to such extremes? Gabriel, he has endured so much, you wouldn't understand. Penemu, then tell us. Serafal, that's not our concern, only he can share his story. But don't try to stuck him or anything like that. If you want to get close to him, just be yourself. He's a kind person. Gabriel, she's right. Serafal, well with that clear, Gabi-chan, I wish you luck. Gabriel, seriously why? Serafal, when I started dating him, I knew I wouldn't have him all to myself because he's a dragon. Lavi, he's a dragon. That's a surprise. Serafal, yes, and you know how they are. Although he doesn't care about that, it will matter over time. But you're an angel, and that's forbidden for you. Gabriel, I know, but this is the first time I've fallen in love, and my father once told me that when I find my special person, I should always be by their side. Serafal, I see. Well, good luck. You three think I don't see how you look at him. Penemu, from what you told me about him, he already caught my attention, so I'll accept your offer. Lavi, he's cute and all, I'll see what time says. Griselda, I can't, he's Gabriel-sama's love. Gabriel, it doesn't matter if you like him, follow your heart. Griselda, thank you, I'll do my best. Serafal, well with that said I wish you all luck and take care of him in the future too. At that they laughed. A few seconds later, they heard an explosion and rushed outside. They saw Azazel there. Lavi, what happened here? Issei, he hit him. Penemu, why? Azazel, so you were the traitor. Valley had my suspicions. Valley, it's more fun on this side. Azazel, coming to reclaim your throne. Penemu, what do you mean by that? Valley, my real name is Valley Lucifer, descendant of the original Lucifer. Serafal, that would be impossible. Valley, it would be what you call a miracle. Michael, he will be the strongest in the past, present, and future. Valley, Shido. Shido, what do you want? Valley, I'm a miracle, and you're just a reincarnated demon born with a sacred gear. Shido, and what do you care? Valley, you're weak, and to entertain myself, why don't we do something? Shido, like what? Valley, how about you become a vengeful spirit? I'll destroy your entire family. Though it would only be your parents since one of your family members is already gone, right? Lavi, what do you mean? Valley, don't you know? He and his family killed his younger brother with the help of Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. When he said that, everyone was shocked, especially Surzek and some of the girls at the revelation. Surzek, Rias, is that true? Rias, he's just lying. Valley, don't deny it. You threw him into that portal where no one lives or escapes. He's dead. No one could believe such news. Shido, shut up you liar. At that, he activated his armor and charged at Valley, starting a fight. Meanwhile, Serafal and Gabriel approached Issei. Serafal, are you okay? Gabriel, you can leave if you want. Issei, I'm fine. I got over that a long time ago. It doesn't affect me anymore. After saying that, he gave a smile that relaxed the other girls. Meanwhile, Griselda, Penemu, and Lavinia watched with curiosity and blushed when they saw his smile. In the fight, or rather, the beating, Adali, you're too weak, you didn't even touch me. Shido, shut up. He said that very angrily. Valley, I'm already bored. At that, he started looking around and saw Issei talking calmly with Serafal and Gabriel, ignoring him. Then he cast a spell. Issei noticed and activated a magic circle just in time. Issei, hey, what's wrong with you? We haven't done anything to you. Valley, I do what I want, I don't care if you're with those two. That angered Issei. Issei, do you think life is a game? You know nothing of suffering. Issei said that seriously while looking at Valley. Issei, but if you want to see pain, I'll show you. Girls, go back to the others. At that, the girls nodded and left. Issei began to walk slowly. Valley, what can you do to me? You don't have any magical power. Issei didn't respond. Instead, his hand began to form something. And suddenly, A hammer formed with lightning, and he kept walking. Everyone present was shocked by the power emanating from that hammer. Even Seraphol, as she didn't know about it either. Azazel, those lightning bolts look very dangerous. I think they're more powerful than Barakiel's. Penemu, that's surprising since his lightning is strong. Vale, it looks like that sacred gear is formidable. Albion, Valid, be careful, those lightning bolts are not normal, they're dangerous. At that, Issei looked up, and Valis saw eyes like BLD. Then Issei raised his hammer, and suddenly, many lightning bolts began to strike Vale. He screamed in pain, trying to fend them off, but there were too many, and he couldn't. Everyone was astonished by that storm of power. Then Issei stopped the lightning, and Vale was left injured, healing himself. Issei raised the hammer again. A great storm of lightning surrounded him, and when it ended, he condensed it all into a sphere. Then, with the hammer, he struck the lightning sphere, hitting Vale directly, making his screams grow louder. Azazel, just hearing it hurts me too. At that, everyone nodded. Then a magic circle formed, and Baiku appeared. When he started looking for Vale, he found him by his screams and was surprised. He tried to help him, but the lightning wouldn't let him get close. After a moment, Issei vanished the hammer, and the lightning released Vale. Then Baiku approached and saw that he was still alive, and when he looked at Issei, he only saw BLD red eyes that sent chills down his spine. He activated a magic circle and quickly left. While everything was silent, no one could say anything about what had happened. Shido, I had everything under control. Why did you interfere where you weren't needed? Issei, I did it because he wanted to harm Seraphol and Gabriel. Rias, I order you to join my entourage. Sona, no, he will join mine. Issei, you know in the past I would have liked to accept your proposal, but not today. Rias, what are you talking about? We barely met and when we did you refused. Issei, I'm not talking about that time. I'm talking about when you, Rias and Sona, along with Akino and Tsubaki, called me a training dummy. Rias, you are. Sona, no P. Shido, you should. Sakura, it's impossible. Izuka, dead. Say, I'm back. Chapter and Issei, how long has it been? I think it's been 12,010 years since we last saw each other. Rias, it's impossible. You should be dead. Is that a joke? Issei, no, and I know how to prove it. Sona, how? Issei, the tears of a phoenix heal everything except scars, and I still have some. With that, Issei took off his shirt, revealing that most of his torso was covered in scars, leaving everyone in shock at what they were seeing. Meanwhile, Seraphol and Gabriel shed a tear at the sight. The other three girls now understood what Vala meant. Shido, no, it can't be. They said no one escapes from that place. Rias, it's true, you're lying. They felt a bit relieved since it was true that no one escaped. But someone interrupted. Seraphol, no, Issei is telling the truth. Sona, why do you believe him, Nisama? Seraphol, simple. One night I went out to the forest to practice, and while I was doing that, the portal opened. I was scared because I thought it would swallow me, but it didn't happen, and a few seconds later Issei came out of it. So yes, he's telling the truth. Rias, no, it's a lie. Seraphol, shut up. It's the truth. Don't try to cover up your past mistakes. I'm tired of all of you denying it. She said that very angrily, and everyone was surprised since she never gets angry. She's always cheerful despite the situation, but not today. Sona, but... She didn't finish as Seraphol slapped her. Sona, Seraphol, right now, I'm Mal Leviathan, not your sister, do you understand? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. But being locked up for so long without offending anyone, you're old, Issei, it hurts a little, but it's the truth. This old man has a normal life now. Penemu. Now that I remember, it's true that Seraphol is your partner. Issei, yes she is. Lavi, you've got one of the three most desired women from the three factions. Say, oh really? Who are the other two? Lavi, seriously, you don't know. Just looking at them, any man would go crazy over their beauty. Issei, to me, every woman is appealing if she has good feelings. Like you, Laviana, you're appealing. That made Laviana blush and smile, pleased by his compliment. Lavi, thanks for the compliment. Well, one of them is Penemu, and the other is Gabriel. Issei, I see. Both are very appealing. It must be tough being so famous. Penemu, it is, honestly. I don't like drawing attention, just like Gabriel. We prefer tranquility. Issei, I can imagine that must be difficult. Penemu, yes, but anyway. Hey Issei, do you miss your family or do you hate them? Issei, neither. They left me so I left them. They hate me but I can't hate someone I don't know. To me, they are strangers. Lavi, I understand. Issei, now that I remember, Laviana, I hope you can forgive me. I'm sorry. Lavi, you apologizing. Issei, I found out that you and Valley are very close. I'm sorry for what happened to your partner last time. Lavi, it's fine. Wait, partner. Who told you that? Issei, Azazel. Lavi, I see. When I get back, I'll have a word with him. Lavi, I've known him since he was little. I took care of him and teased him from time to time, but I was never interested in him. I'm interested in someone else. Issei, I see. Well, I wish you good luck with that person. He must be lucky to have someone like you. Alright, go rest. I'll keep watch. Penemu, no, it's fine. You go ahead, you've had a tough day. Lavi, yeah, we can handle it. We're not that weak, you know. Issei, I never thought that. You're both very strong. Thanks, wake me up in 2 hours to SW. Both, sure. With that, Issei entered the tent to rest. Meanwhile, outside. Penemu, well, now we know more about Issei. Lavi, yeah, but it annoys me that he thought Valley and I were a couple. I won't let Azazel get away with that. Penemu, now that I think about it, it could sound that way, to be honest. Lavi, what do you mean? Penemu, if you weren't with him, it was slapdog. Everyone would think you were with one of the two. Lavi, with Valley, it's because I watched him grow up, and with the other one, after a while, he wouldn't even look me in the eyes. His gaze was always down. I didn't like that. You know I hate perverts. Penemu, I know very well, and that applies to me too. Lavi, but Issei is different. When he talked to me, he always looked me in the eyes, and I liked that. Even though we barely know each other, he is sincere with us, and I appreciate that. Penemu, I know. For me, he is someone special whom I would like to follow forever. They continued talking and laughing until Issei woke up, they changed and morning came, and they resumed their journey. Issei, girls, I'm sorry. Penemu, yes, there are so many. I can't believe there are more than I didn't expect this many. Lavi, this is a lot. Even though they're just subordinates, the number is overwhelming in a fight. Issei, alright, here's the plan. Penemu and I will go straight ahead, and anything that gets in our way, we'll take it down. And you, Laviana, will stay in the rear, watching for any surprise attacks. If anything happens, Habiza and I will come to help you. Lavi, got it. Don't worry, I'm a witch for a reason. Issei, alright, ready now. With that, Issei and Penemu charged forward, taking down any rivals in their path while Laviana shot ice arrows, eliminating them all. Minutes passed, and the numbers dwindled quickly due to how Issei was taking them down, leaving Penemu and Laviana amazed at how fast he was doing it without tiring. An hour passed, and there was nothing left. Issei, girls, great job. It was a successful mission. Penemu, but you, Issei, did everything in the end. We didn't do much. Laviana, she's right, it's clear you're strong. Issei, well thanks. Now we can head back home. This trip took us 3 days, and it'll take another 3 to return, so let's go at a steady pace. Penemu, yes, it's all over now. Issei, alright, rest a bit while I call Sir Zexama to report. I'll be right back. With that, Issei left, and after a few minutes, he returned. They resumed their journey home. As they traveled, it was getting late, and they camped near a lake, taking turns to bathe. It was late, and Penemu and Laviana were asleep while Issei kept watch, gazing at the stars. Issei, girls, what are you doing up? Go rest. It's still early to SW. Penemu, I know, but we need to talk to you since we'll be back home tomorrow. Issei, okay, I'm listening. Lavi, Issei, I love you. I know it might sound silly since we barely know each other, but you're the first man who treats me well and is kind. You're unique, and I want to be with you forever. Penemu, I love you too. Everyone thinks I just play around with men, but that's not true. I just want to be loved, and with you, I feel at peace and happy. I want to be with you. Issei was silent. Issei, girls, I'm glad to know your feelings. I'm very happy, and yes, I want to be with you. Please accept the feelings of this dragon. With that, they shared a big hug and then a kiss. After separating, two pieces appeared, a rook and a bishop. Lavi, say, what's this? Issei, the day I left for the trip, I received my evil pieces, and it seems they want to be with you, but I won't force you to be with me. Penemu, I don't care. If you're with me, nothing else matters. Lavi, yes, with you, I only feel joy. With that, both took their pieces and entered. Penemu, I feel like I'm stronger than before now. With that, she sprouted her dragon wings, which were a very cool shade of purple. Lavi, I feel the same way. She also revealed her wings, which were a dark sky blue. Issei, now you're half dragon, and your auras will remain the same as before. Penemu, that sounds good. Lavi, yes. Let me know if you need any further assistance. Now that I think about it. Issei, yes. The members of your entourage live in the same house, so I'll have to move, Lavi said. Me too, Penemu added. That won't be possible for now, Issei replied. Why not? Lavi asked. For now, I only live in a one-room apartment. I know I have a territory and a house in the underworld, but I prefer the human world, so please wait until I can get a proper house. Alright, now I have a test that I will be with you forever, Lavi declared. Same here, Penemu agreed. Now that I think about it, Penemu, you're a cadre, so you shouldn't have any issues joining an entourage, Issei noted. I know, and I don't care. I've never cared about other people's opinions, Penemu replied. And you, Laviana, won't have any problems. Nope, you all know my attitude, and if they talk, they know the consequences. By the way, is there anyone else in your entourage? Issei asked. Just my queen, Seraphal, he answered. Wow, Amao. Considering how the members with evil pieces participate in raiding games, we'll win, right? Penemu exclaimed. I don't know. I asked Surzek-sama if she could participate, and he said no because she's a Mao, and I think that applies to you too. So, I'm left to fight with Laviana. Let's give it our all. Of course, I'll have your back. Sorry for you, Penemu. Why did I have to be a cadre? I'm going to get bored. We'll see what happens later. Well, go to sleep. We have to return tomorrow. At that moment, the girls returned with big smiles. After a long journey, Issei returned home with the girls since he invited them to dinner. How was the trip? Seraphal asked. Very good, thank you, Issei replied as he approached her and gave her a kiss. And you girls, how about you? Of course, Penemu said. Better than I expected, Lavi added, and both girls spread their wings. Wow, then we'll be family now, Seraphal said. That's true, but the downside is that I won't be able to fight Issei in the raiding games now, Penemu remarked. I know, we're going to get bored too, but we'll see what happens. Let's have dinner. With that, everyone went to the kitchen to chat about the trip and more. Chapter end. Now that I remember, Gabriel told me to ask if you wanted to go to heaven, Seraphal said. Really? That sounds good. I've always wanted to know what it's like. Alright, let me call her. With that, Seraphal went to call Gabriel. Meanwhile, Gabriel answered, Seraphal, what's up? Issei told me he just wants to know when he can go. Tell him in 3 days, yes. Goodbye and good luck. Thanks and goodbye. Griselda asked, So, what are we going to do, Gabriel-sama? Well, first we need to plan the places we'll go, and find somewhere my brothers aren't. I don't want them bothering us. Alright, no problem. Honestly, I'm excited. Nobody would believe you'd fall in love with someone, The same applies to you, doesn't it? Griselda teased. Yeah, well, we need to prepare. I want that day to go well. Me too. With that, both went to plan and reserve many places so no one would bother them that day. Issei, it will be in 3 days, Serafal informed him. Sounds good. Have you ever been to heaven? Yes, but it was only because of the war. I see. And you, Penemu, since you were an angel, what's it like there? It's a appealing and peaceful place, you'll like it? I see. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. How did you fall? At that, Penemu choked a little. Well, she fell out of curiosity, right? Serafal interjected. Curious about what? Issei asked. Please don't make me remember, Penemu pleaded. All right, do you all want to go to the movies? At that, all 3 girls shouted, yes, and took off, and thus the day went by. 3 days later, it was time to visit heaven. Are you ready, Issei? Griselda asked. Of course, let's go. Okay, take my hand and let's go. In a flash of golden light, they disappeared, and in a few seconds, they were there. Wow, this place is appealing, really, Issei marveled. Welcome, Issei. How have you been? Gabriel greeted him. Oh, Gabriel, it's been so long. I'm good, and you? Very well, thank you. Are you ready? I'm in your care. With that, the 3 joyfully explored many places that left Issei enchanted, and the day flew by. Girls, I had fun. This place is appealing, especially this view. Thank you. I hadn't had this much fun in a long time, Gabriel said. I feel the same. I'm always on missions, and it's rare for me to have peaceful moments, Griselda added. I'm glad. Issei, why do you always smile or seem happy? Gabriel asked. Well, I got a second chance at life, and what better way to live it than to be happy? I understand. Issei, you're good with a sword, Griselda noted. Honestly, no, since I've never used one, and it would be difficult for me. I see. And tell me, that hammer you use, doesn't it weigh anything? For me, not really. Do you want to try it? Can I? With that, Issei took out the hammer and placed it on the ground. Griselda tried to lift it but couldn't until she gave up, and Issei put it away again. That weighs a lot, honestly, she admitted. Well, since I've always used it, I don't feel the weight. Can I tell you something, Issei? Gabriel asked. Go ahead. The first day I saw you was the best for me because I had so much fun, and I also fell in love with you. But when you told me you had partners, it hurt, and when I talked to Serafal, she told me it was okay, and I want to be with you forever. I also love you, Issei. You've always been a man with an incredible attitude. Despite all the problems you've had in the past, you keep moving forward. I love you, and I want to be with you, Griselda added. Thank you for your feelings, but for angels, it's forbidden to be in a HR. You must already know that Penemu and Laviana are with me too. Yes, we know, but it doesn't matter. Father once told me that if I ever manage to love someone, I should be with him. And that's what I want. I want to be with you forever because I know you will love us all equally. And you're right, I love you all equally, both you, Gabriel, and Griselda, so I hope to make you both very happy. At that, both girls jumped on Issei with smiles that made him love them, and after a moment, they kissed him. After a while, the 3 got up, and then a pawn and a knight appeared. Issei explained how things worked, and each of them sprouted white dragon wings. Girls, do you want to come to my house? The others are there. Okay, let's go. With that, the 3 disappeared and appeared in the living room where the other 3 were talking. I see you made it, girls, Serafal said. Yes, Griselda replied. Of course, it was embarrassing, but yes, Gabriel added. Now, Issei, you have 2 more in your entourage, Penemu noted. The downside is that only 3 of us can participate in the raiding games, Lavi pointed out. Why only 3? Gabriel asked. Because Serafal is a Mao, and Penemu is a cadre, and you are an archangel. So, it's just Griselda and me left. Let's give it our best. Of course, I'll never lose, Griselda declared. Don't worry about that. There's no rush and I count on you, Issei assured them. Issei, now that I remember, in 2 days, there will be a meeting of young people who must present themselves before everyone, and you, as you are now a class I must go too, Serafal said. All right, but it's not mandatory to say who's in my entourage, right? No, you can say you haven't found anyone yet, or something. I'll go with you so they see you already have a partner, Lavi offered. Thanks, I count on you. I'd like to go too, but that day, there's also the meeting, Gabriel added. True, Penemu agreed. What meeting? Issei asked. There will be a meeting to sign an alliance with the Asgard faction, Griselda explained. I see, that sounds good. I wish you luck, and if you need help, just let me know. Of course, no problem, Gabriel replied. Yes, I hope nothing happens, Penemu said. Lavi, do you know what I just realized? What? All replied. That all the men are going to want to kill Issei. Why? Issei asked. Easy, you have the 3 most desired women from the 3 factions as your girlfriends. They'll kill you when they find out. Don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what, Gabriel promised. Yes, if anyone dares to touch you, they'll see why I have the title of Mao, Serafal added. Yes, Penemu agreed. Don't worry girls, that doesn't matter to me. To me, all of you are appealing just as you are. With that, they continued talking until the day of the young people's meeting arrived. Are you sure you want to go? I can't force you, Issei said. I'm fine, as long as I'm by your side, nothing will happen, and if anyone touches me, I'll freeze them, or you can do it, Lavi replied. Well, you're right, no one touches my women. Yes, only you can. With that, they hugged and kissed. After that, they went to the party. This place is huge, Issei remarked. I know, demons love to exaggerate everything, Lavi replied. Yes, well, let's eat something. Okay, let's go. With that, they went and stayed like that for a few minutes. Did you hear that explosion? Issei asked. Yes, let's go see, Lavi suggested. With that, they both went and saw 2 people fighting. It stinks of coward, don't you want me to help you with that problem? One of them taunted. And you, go find a cave to hide in, ugly, the other shot back. In it, I'm going to. Hey, that's no way to talk to a woman, Issei interjected. And who are you? Oh, I remember now, you're that guy from last time. This time, I'm going to kill you. I remember you, but I don't want violence, so please back off. Ignoring him, the attacker charged, but with a powerful blow, Issei sent him flying, leaving him unconscious. Are you all right, miss? He asked the woman involved. Yes, and thank you, she replied. I'm glad, well, see you. Can I know your name? My name is Issei Argonoc, but you can call me Issei. It's a pleasure. My name is Sikveria Agars. The pleasure is mutual. Nice to meet you, Agarson. Just Sikveria, please. Okay, Sikveria. You're that guy who broke Rias and Sona's engagement, right? She asked. Well, yes, but how do you know? Rias went around telling everyone she had a piece that was very strong. I see, but I'm not her piece. Oh, really? And why did you help her? Because Serafal asked me as a favor, and I couldn't refuse. I see. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. I have to go with my companion. See you if the opportunity allows. Goodbye. With that, Issei left, leaving Sikveria alone, thinking. Issei, you're an interesting person. I'll learn more about you soon. Hours passed, and it was time for all the demons to present their goals. Chapter end. What are you doing here? Rias asked. I was invited. This is only for high-class demons. I see. Well, I'm one of those too. You're joking, right? Shido questioned. No, the Maos decided that not long ago. If that's true, why doesn't anyone know? Sona inquired. Because I asked that no one find out, I didn't want any problems. And do you have proof that it's true, or are you just pretending? Sakura challenged. Issei was about to speak when he was interrupted. It's true, and I'm part of his entourage, Lavi said, showing the mark on her wrist, surprising both groups. That's impossible. I've been a demon for more years than you have, Shido scoffed. Try hard and you'll make it. I know you can, Issei replied. But before he could move, an ice stake pointed at his neck, emerging from the ground. I can't allow you to touch my king, so it's better you step back, Lavi warned. With that, the 2 left, leaving the groups angrier, especially one. How is it possible that that guy has a woman like that? She should be mine, Shido grumbled. And she will be he. With that, both groups went to the hall. Hello, Sarah Fatima, how have you been? Issei greeted. Very well, thank you, but what's with that formality? I don't like it, she pouted. We're in public, so we have to act normal. Our relationships aren't public yet, Lavi explained. I know, well I wish you luck, goodbye. With that, she left, and Issei saw Sikveria and went to greet her. Hello, Sikveria, ready? Issei, what are you doing here? It's because I'm also a high-class young man. But there hasn't been any news of a promotion. Everything happened very quickly, and I asked that it not be said for now. Let me introduce you to someone from my entourage. She's Laviana, my knight. A pleasure, Lavi said. A pleasure as well, Sikveria replied. You got someone so quickly, you're lucky. Nope, she was my friend before and then, well, it just happened. I see. Well, it's about to start, see you later. With that, Issei left. Then each demon presented their goals, and it was Issei's turn. My dream is just to have my new family close and protect them, no matter what. I see, I wish you luck, a council member said. Thank you. With that, the meeting ended, and Issei was called by Serafal. I like your goal, Issei. Thank you, and because you all are my family, I will take care of you. I know, but the other leaders want you to go to the meeting as well, let's hurry. With that, they made their way to the meeting room. When the boys arrived, Issei smiled at Penemu, Gabriel and Griselda, just like they did. Kid, it's been a while, Azazel said. Same here. I see you took one of my allies. Lavi, a pleasure. Today was the day of the test, and everyone was required to wear their suits. After a moment, students began peeking through the door, showcasing their outfits. All Might beamed with pride. Great suits for great heroes, huh? He exclaimed. As Issei, Serafal, and Gabriel stepped out, they left the crowd speechless with their impressive looks. Issei had crafted his own suit, while Gabriel's appearance, minus her staff and book, caused many boys to blush. When Issei emerged, the girls were equally taken aback, especially since it was the first time they had seen him with his hair down. Guys, your suits are awesome. Deku complimented. Thanks. Yours is great too, Issei replied. The teacher then announced the pairs for the matches. Alright, the first match will be Issei and Momo versus Mezu and Siro. I hope we get along well, Momo-san, Issei said. Same here, Momo replied. With 5 minutes to prepare, Issei asked, Momo-san, what are your abilities? I can create anything as long as I've seen or touched it, she explained. I see. Thanks. Issei responded. And what quirk do you have? I have a bit of strength and can create a hammer, he said, demonstrating by conjuring a small hammer, which impressed Momo. It's the first time I've seen a quirk like that, she remarked. Then the battle began. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the others were curious about Issei. You all know that boy better, can you tell me something about him? One asked. Well, the only thing I'll say is that he's very strong, Serafal replied. Yes, he trained a lot for many years, so enemies won't have it easy, Gabriel added. Back in the fight, Issei charged straight at the villains. With impressive skill, he defeated both opponents and disarmed the bomb, leaving Momo and the others in the room surprised. When they returned, everyone cheered. Great job, Issei. Where did you learn to fight like that? I had a good teacher a while back, and I learned as best as I could, he said with a grin. Next up is Tadayami and Todoroki against Serafal and Gabriel, the teacher announced. I'll be able to see what that girl is capable of, Todoroki remarked. We'll be partners, Gabi-chan, and also villains. What do you think? Serafal asked. We have to give our best to win. It's the first time we're fighting together, right? Gabriel replied. True, we've always been enemies, Serafal said. But if we fight, Issei will get sad. I have a plan. I'll take care of the Ice Boy, and you handle the Shadow Boy. I know you can manage it, right? Serafal instructed. All right, I'm ready, Gabriel confirmed. As the heroes got into position, Issei watched closely. How strong are they? He was asked. Quite strong, to be honest. Even I find it hard to beat them, Issei admitted. All Might focused on the screen, observing Todoroki freezing the entire building, thinking they had won. But the villains appeared unaffected. In the fight, Todoroki said, I see that my ice didn't affect you at all. You're strong, but you used too much power in a single attack. Afterward, you'll be tired, Seraphol responded. Todoroki created ice pillars and hurled them at Seraphol, who defended with an ice shield, shattering the projectiles. Meanwhile, Gabriel faced Tokoyami. We can finish this quickly, I want to go home, she said. You won't have it so easy, he retorted. A shadow shot toward Gabriel, but she countered with a lance of light, causing the shadow to retreat. Your quirk is light, Tokoyami noted. Yes, it is. Please surrender, I don't want to hurt you, she urged. I surrender, I can't do anything, he admitted. Gabriel then dispelled her light. Seraphol, tired of the fight, created an ice prison for Todoroki. I'm sorry, but we won, she declared, leaving an angry Todoroki and All Might announcing the villains as the winners. Girls, you did well. Issei praised. Thanks, we gave it our all, Gabriel replied. If it's about ice, no one is a rival, Seraphol joked. Speaking of that, girls, when we get home, I need to talk to all of you about something, Issei said. About what? Seraphol asked. You'll find out when we get back, he teased. Mineta piped up. Serhol, can I get a picture with you and Gabriel while we hug? He stared at Seraphol, clearly smitten. Hey, my eyes are up here, and no thanks. Your face tells me you don't have good intentions, Seraphol replied. Gabriel added, no thanks, only my boyfriend can hug me. Same for me, Seraphol agreed. They left Mineta in shock as everyone headed home. At Issei's house, he gathered everyone. All right, before we settle in we need to talk, he said. Right, you mentioned you'd tell us something, Seraphol reminded him. Yes, I need to ask you something too, Seraphol. Does anyone you know have the ability to create armies of soldiers or ice dragons? Issei inquired. No, that would be an enormous drain of power, she replied. Lavi chimed in, you once asked me the same thing. Has anyone ever heard the name Zero Argonoc? Issei asked. Doesn't ring a bell, Penemu said. Me neither, Lavi added. Never heard of it, Seraphol replied. Neither have I, Gabriel said. I read about him in a book in Asgard. It was very old, Ross explained. He was one of the 4 dragon gods. The girls gasped in shock. Why have we never heard of him? Griselda asked. Not many know about him, but the book didn't have much information, Ross replied. Issei continued. He was very strong. His main ability was ice, capable of creating storms and giant armies of ice soldiers. How do you know all this? Lavi asked. When I was in the portal, I fell into a cave and met a huge azure dragon. He appeared in my dreams and told me about his life and how he fought against the other 3 dragon gods, Issei explained. Are you telling me he is stronger than Ophis Ouroboros, Great Red and Triexa? Penemu asked. Yes, he told me the fight lasted a long time. In the end, he lost because it was 3 against 1, but he left the others very injured, Issei recounted. He mentioned a portal opened in the distance, and he entered and stayed in the cave. That means he is the most powerful being in the world, Gabriel said. He was strong, especially when using his special ability, Issei added. And what was that? Lavi asked. His special ability was Zero Zone, Issei replied. What does it do? Seraphol asked. He could freeze time for 20 minutes and attack, Issei explained. That's a very powerful ability. No enemy would dare approach him, Ross noted. Yes, but over time he died. Before he left, he gave me this, Issei said, revealing his hammer. He left you that ability? Penemu asked. This is his second ability, which was lightning. He told me he didn't use it much, and I'm pushing its limits, Issei explained. Also, as he spoke, the hammer began to change shape, leaving the girls astonished. Issei revealed his lance. I named it Zero's Lance. It contains all of Zero's abilities. That means you're a god now, Ross said. No, I have to earn that title or have it given to me by the dragon gods, Issei clarified. I see, Gabriel said. That's why my hair is this color, Issei added. Will you take revenge for what they did to Zero? Lavi asked. No, he told me he held no grudges and spoke of having a new life, Issei replied. If I hadn't met him, I would have killed everyone in my path. I understand, it's logical that you would feel that way, Serafal said. Can you use all his abilities? A bit. I can only use Zero Zone for 2 minutes for now. I've mstred 80% of the lance and 60% of the hammer. Training these abilities is tough, Issei explained. I see, Penemu said. It's still not time for me to use Zero's power. If I do, it would cause many problems, and for now, I'm still too weak to protect all of you, Issei admitted. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone, Serafal reassured him. Can you create those armies too? Lavi asked. For now, I can create about 80 soldiers and 5 dragons without getting tired, Issei said. And what level do they have? Gabriel asked. Issei created a soldier. It's impressive, it's close to a high-class demon, Serafal remarked. Yes, the more power I put into them, the stronger the dragons I can create. Now they're close to a dragon king, Issei explained. That's truly monstrous power, Lavi said. Something like that, Issei agreed. So now there are 3 people on the team who use ice. That's cool, Serafal noted. Maybe, Issei replied. Although our ice doesn't compare to yours, Lavi added. That's true, we'll never be able to create something like yours, Serafal said. It's better to go to sleep. Today has been a long day, Issei suggested. With that, everyone went to their rooms to rest. Days passed since the test, and it was now a day of rest. Issei decided to explore the city while the girls stayed home. As he walked, he heard an explosion and rushed to investigate. He found a villain holding hostages, and chaos ensued. Just then, 3 heroes arrived. Get away from here, it's dangerous, one shouted. The citizens began to flee, but Issei stayed to watch. The heroes engaged the villain, but Issei quickly realized he was a formidable opponent. Suddenly, the ground shook as a giant woman charged past him, leaving him astonished. Minutes passed, and the battle raged on. The giant took a hit but managed to regain her footing. Are you okay? Issei called out. Yes, thanks for helping me, she replied, smiling and blushing slightly at his handsome appearance. I see your friends need help, Issei noted. Yes, it's a tough villain, she admitted. Do you want my help? I study at UA Academy, Issei offered. You're not a civilian, we can't do that, she said. No, I insist. Stay here, I'll be back in an instant, he assured her. With that, Issei took off at super speed, leaving her speechless. He retrieved his hammer and struck the villain with a storm of lightning, knocking him unconscious. The citizens and heroes were astonished by the sudden turn of events, but only one person noticed Issei's swift actions. Wow, he's strong and handsome, I should have asked for his name. I hope to see him again, she thought. Days later, news of the fight spread, impressing professional heroes and sparking interest in finding the mysterious hero. Meanwhile, Issei was on a bus heading to a practice session. Where are we going, Deku? He asked. We're going to a place for rescue simulations, Deku replied. I see, Issei said. Oh, did you hear about the mysterious hero who stopped a villain with a lightning strike? Deku asked. Yes, he was powerful, Serafal chimed in. You saw him too, Deku said. We all saw him, right, Issei? Gabriel asked. Yes, he confirmed. As they arrived at the location, a portal suddenly appeared, putting everyone on high alert. So, these are heroes. Where is All Might? We want him. A voice called out. What do you want here? Another hero demanded. We just came for someone, All Might, but since he's not here, we'll have to kill you all, the villain threatened. A black mass enveloped most of the students, scattering them across the area. Issei found himself alone. Serafal, Gabriel, where are you? He called. Serafal, I'm by a construction site with some other students, she replied. Gabriel, I'm in a stormy area, she added. Alright, please head towards the entrance. We'll meet there, and be careful, Issei instructed. As he navigated the chaos, villains appeared before him. Look, If you let me pass, I won't do anything, okay? Issei warned. Is scared of a kid, one villain mocked. Issei's demeanor shifted, and he quickly knocked them all out at super speed. I warned you, he said, moving on to find Seraphal and Gabriel. Meanwhile, Seraphal led her group through the chaos. All right, guys, please be careful and follow me, she urged. Suddenly, they were surrounded by villains. Well, some kids, one sneered, eyeing Seraphal. That girl is very appealing. You're right, she's cute, another added. You'd better leave here, Seraphal warned. I'll have fun first, the villain taunted, reaching for her. Don't you dare touch me. The only one who has that right is my boyfriend, Seraphal declared, freezing him in place before launching ice spikes at the others. Did you kill them? Momo asked. No, just left them unconscious. They'll be sore for a while. We better get going, Seraphal replied. Meanwhile, Gabriel was approached by a group of villains. Wow, I've never seen a girl so appealing, one said. Don't hurt her too much, she's very pretty, another added. Please, go away, I don't want any trouble, Gabriel pleaded. What a coward, they laughed, closing in on her. Gabriel quickly created several light lances, striking each villain with precision. Sleep a little, I have to go with Issei, she said, taking off. In the distance, Bakugo watched, frustrated. That girl over there is strong, he muttered, envious of her power. Eventually, Issei, Seraphal, and Gabriel managed to reunite. Girls, are you okay? Did anything happen to you? Issei asked, concern etched on his face. Don't worry, we're fine, Seraphal assured him. Thanks for worrying, but we're okay, Gabriel added. How can I not worry about my beloved ones? Issei replied, relieved to see them safe. Despite being new to the high class after his recent promotion, Issei received a big round of applause. The sound was much louder than before. The presenter glanced at his list of participants, his eyes widening in surprise. He dropped the microphone, took a moment to compose himself, and began to speak. Presenter, as king we have Issei. At that moment, Issei walked in slowly, a small smile on his face. The girls erupted in cheers at how he looked. Sikveria, that suit looks great on him. Sona, absolutely. The presenter took a deep breath and continued. Presenter, and as queen, we have Seraphal Leviathan. Seraphal entered, striking a pose in her magical girl dress. No one could believe it. Amao was now his queen, and even Rias's entourage was in shock. Sona, my sister is her queen. Sikveria, poor Rias, she's going to have a tough time with her there. Serorg, interesting. Presenter, and as her knight we have Laviana. Laviana entered wearing a dress as white as snow. All the men shouted at her beauty. Presenter, as her second knight, we have the Seraph Gabriel. Gabriel walked in slowly, adorned in a white and gold dress, wearing a radiant smile. The cheers erupted as they beheld the most appealing woman in heaven. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Michael, what is she doing here? She didn't tell me she joined a retinue. Azazel, this is a surprise, I didn't see it coming. Surzek, this is madness. In the stands, Sona, she can't be here too. Sikveria, how did she manage to join? The crowd was filled with shouts from everyone. Presenter, and as her rook, Yu Takayama. You entered, walking confidently and flashing a big smile. The men went wild at the sight of such a stunning woman in the retinue. Presenter, and as her second rook, we have the cadre Penemu. Penemu entered, moving slowly in purple attire. The cheers echoed from afar. No one could believe such a formidable team. Rias's group was still in shock. In the VIP section, Azazel, I never thought I would see this in my life. Michael, neither did I. Surzek, not me either. This is even frightening for me. Azazel, and the worst part is that Penemu is serious. Surzek, why? Azazel, the outfit she's wearing, she only used it in battle. She hasn't worn it since. This could get ugly. Michael, now that you mention it, that's true. Odin, and do you know what's worse? Surzek, what, Odin-sama? Odin, he only has beauties on his team, including the 3 most desired women from their factions. At that moment, Azazel let out a loud shout for Issei's luck. Sona, this can't be happening. Sikveria, I can't believe it either. He has a terrifying team. Sarorg, you're right, with a team like that, who wouldn't be afraid? Presenter, and as the only knight, we have Griselda Quarta. Griselda entered, walking slowly with a sword at her waist, dressed in white and looking serious. The cheers were immediate. Michael, her too. Odin, another beauty. Presenter, and finally his only pawn, Rosweiss. Rosweiss entered in her Valkyrie outfit, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Presenter, this is the team of the new high class. Give them a round of applause. The cheers echoed everywhere. Sona, Rias is going to have a tough time. Sikveria, you might as well say she's going to lose. He has an all-star team. Sarorg, Sikveria is right. Issei has a complete team. Even if he's missing some pieces, it's still a formidable lineup. In the VIP section, Odin, that team will win. I feel sorry for your sister, Surzek. Surzek, coming from Issei, I'm not surprised. Azazel, but Surzek, how did we not notice that they left their factions? Surzek, Issei's pieces are different. They take on a dragon form, and it doesn't affect their faction like Penemu. She's still a fallen angel, just stronger now with wings. Michael, so they don't change anything. Surzek, yes, all his pieces are mutated. Odin, that boy only has beauties in his retinue, and he still has more to come. No one said anything, they just watched. Chapter ends. Sona, I don't know what will happen with Rias. Sikveria, why do you say that? Sarorg, you're saying that because of what you did to him when you were kids, right? Sikveria, what do you mean? Sona, how do you know? Sarorg, someone told me, I won't say who. Sikveria, what are you talking about? Sarorg, do you want to tell her or should I? She didn't say anything. Then Sarorg told her everything about Issei's life. Sikveria, I see, it was a lot. I wouldn't be surprised by what happens to him in this battle. Presenter, well, before the battle begins, you have 15 minutes to mingle or not. Everyone started talking while they waited for the fight. But in Shido's mind, Shido, how is it possible that he has such appealing women in his retinue? They should be with me. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the arena, Griselda, I hope for a good battle, Zenobia. Zenobia, why are you here too? Griselda, I'm part of Issei's retinue. It's obvious, isn't it? Zenobia, yes, but you don't like this kind of thing. Griselda, that may be true, but I've changed my mind. Well, I hope you've trained during this time. I want to see how much you've improved. With that, she left a trembling Zenobia behind. Rias, wow, you haven't wasted any time, Issei. Just because you have strong pieces doesn't mean you'll win. Issei, I know, strength isn't everything, but luck will show in combat. With that, he walked away, leaving an angry Rias behind. At that moment, Shido approached you, admiring her outfit. Shido, hello, appealing lady. You, hello. She responded out of respect. Shido, why don't you join our team and be with a real man? You, thanks, but I'm fine here. I have friends and a good king, so goodbye. She walked away, leaving Shido speechless. Then the 15 minutes passed, and they were given 5 minutes to plan everything. Seraphal, all right, the plan is to attack everyone, so Issei, you stay back, we'll handle everything. Issei, no, let me help. Lavi, Seraphal is right, leave this to us. They're strong, but they lack practice. Penemu, yes, we have years of practice, so we can handle this easily. Just leave it to us. Issei, all right, if you need help, let me know. Oh, hi. Then the presenter signaled the start, and all the participants rushed out, except for Issei, who stayed back to watch. Penemu, I want to see how good you are, kid. Kiba, no offense, but I'm a knight and you're a tower, I'm faster. Penemu, I haven't lived for many years for nothing, you know. With that, they charged at each other, clashing sword and spear. In the VIP section, Azazel, it's been years since I saw Penemu use that weapon. I thought she had discarded it. Odin, why? Azazel, that woman with that weapon has killed many. She's very skilled. Michael, yes, we saw it back then. Back to the fight. We see Kiba disappearing into particles. Presenter, a knight from Rias Gremory has been eliminated. The crowd erupted in cheers. Penemu, well, let's see who's next. With that, she walked away. Meanwhile, with you, Kaneko, I don't feel anything in you, you're just a human. You, don't underestimate humans. With that, they started exchanging blows. You struggled a bit since she was new to this, but she didn't give up, even as Kaneko was also landing hits. Kaneko, you're only strong because of the tower piece. You, that just gave me more strength, I was already strong before. To use my strength, I have to do something else. Kaneko, what? You, I'll eliminate you with one hit. Kaneko, you talk too much. With that, Kaneko lunged at her, but you managed to dodge and took a step back, beginning to grow. She grew just like the stadium. Everyone was left speechless by her ability. Then you delivered a powerful blow to Kaneko, who couldn't dodge it, knocking her out of the game. You returned to her formal form. Presenter, a tower from Rias Gremory has been disqualified. In the VIP section, Azazel, that's a skill I've never seen before. Michael, me neither. Surzek, not me either, it's the first time I've seen it. Odin, where did he find that girl? Azazel, that boy has someone interesting, but I also want to know what that ability is. Back to the fight between the two knights. Griselda, are you ready, Zenobia? Zenobia, yes. With that, both began to clash swords at high speed, with Griselda completely dominating. Griselda, that's not the level you should be at, what have you been doing? Zenobia, I've been busy. Griselda, I see. From what I see, you gave yourself to that guy, didn't you? Zenobia, how did you know? Nervously Griselda, I can feel your aura, and that dragon tattoo on your leg gives you away. You disappoint me, Zenobia. At that moment, Griselda rushes towards Zenobia and eliminates her. Presenter, a knight of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Rias was furious about how her team had been taken out. Meanwhile, Izuku was fighting against Laviana. Izuku, I will destroy you. Lavi, sorry but you're light years away from that. With that, she unleashes a storm of ice, finishing him off. Presenter, a pawn of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Meanwhile, the two queens face off. Serafal, it's my first raiding game, so I hope you entertain me, Aquino. Aquino, I'm honored to fight against a Mao and a queen. With that, both of them start battling, unleashing a storm of lightning and a rain of ice spikes. Aquino suffers more damage since Serafal can defend herself. Serafal, I expected more from you. Aquino, shut up. Serafal, from what I see, all of you have given yourselves to that guy. Aquino, he's our partner, but don't feel jealous. You'll be with us soon, alongside your sister. Serafal, so she's involved too, I see. Aquino, doesn't it bother you to know that? Serafal, it used to, but now it doesn't matter after what they did to my boyfriend. Aquino, so you're a couple. That's sweet. Maybe I'll make him mine too, since I have more curves than you. When Aquino said that, Serafal got angry and ended up eliminating her. Presenter, the Queen of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. Now only 4 pieces remained. Meanwhile, Shido. Shido, I feel flattered that 2 appealing women are here for me. Gabriel, I can't say the same for myself. Ross, I feel the same way. Shido, when this battle is over, you'll be mine too. Gabriel, I only belong to one person. Shido, I'm a better man than that useless guy. At that moment, the 2 of them start casting spells, leaving Shido half injured. In the end, they deliver a final blow, eliminating him. Presenter, a pawn of Rias Gremory has been eliminated. At this point, Rias didn't know what to do and made a tough decision as she was being eliminated. Rias, I surrender. Presenter, the winner of this raiding game is Issei. Cheers erupted in excitement. Serg, fighting against that team will be interesting. I can't wait for that moment. Sigvaria, when my turn comes, I won't fight. I don't want to be humiliated. Sona, I will fight. With a strategy, I will win. With that, Issei's group returned home to celebrate. Days passed, and Issei was called to the underworld. Surzek, we have a mission for you, and you can decide. Issei, what's it about? Tell me. Michael, there's a magic school that needs help with some renegades from the Chaos Brigade. The students know nothing about the supernatural. Surzek, yes, and if you accept, you would have to leave tomorrow, and the day after will be your raiding game against Sona Citri. Issei, I see. Let me call Serafal. He calls Serafal, and within minutes. Serafal, what's up, Issei? Issei, I have a mission a bit far away, and I'll be going alone. Then I have a raiding game, and I want you to take care of things with the girls. Would you do me that favor? Serafal, and who will you go with? Issei, just me, so you all can focus on the raiding game and then rest. So you'll do it? Serafal, okay, don't worry. Issei, thanks, well leaders, see you later. With that, they went home and Issei told the girls. At first, they didn't want him to go alone, but in the end, they accepted. They gave him a goodbye kiss and a hug. And with that, Issei left for his mission. Chapter End Day of the Raiding Game. Presenter, today we are here for the raiding game between Sona Citri and Issei, but he had a mission and left his queen, Serafal Leviathan, in charge to act as king. Both leaders, please step forward and say a few words. Sona, with a good play, we can win. Serafal, as the provisional king, I will win this game in my king's name. She said it with a confidence that slightly impressed Sona, as it was rare to see her like this. With that, the game began, and Serafal delivered a decisive blow to the Citri entourage, leaving only their king. Serafal, I'm sorry Sona, but I'm doing this for my king and my partner. I won't lose to anyone. Sona, but you never hurt me. Serafal, that was before I became involved with that guy, so goodbye, Sona. And with that, Serafal eliminated Sona, giving Issei a victory. Now all the girls were at home. Lavi, do you think Issei will be okay? Serafal, I don't know. During his mission, he won't be able to communicate with anyone. Penemu, I see, these days will be tough. You? Yeah, I already miss him. With that, all the girls let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Issei was walking and had just arrived in front of the academy. At that moment, someone stopped him. What brings you here? Issei, I'm here on a mission. With that, Issei pulls out a letter and hands it over. I see, follow me. Issei, thank you very much. With that, they both head in that direction. Director, I've brought your guest. Director, good, thank you, you can leave, I'll call you in a few moments. With that, the person leaves, leaving Issei alone with the director. Director, well, the leaders must have told you about the situation. Issei, yes, about the Chaos Brigade. Can you tell me when it started? Director, a week ago. For now, thanks to the girls from this academy, we've been able to defend ourselves, but they keep coming in greater numbers, which is why I went to ask for help. Issei, I understand, I'll do my best to defend them. Director, thank you. You can go in now. And tell me, Director, what happened. Director, everything is fine, okay? Let me introduce you. This is Issei. Issei, a pleasure. Director, and this is Lilith Asami. Lilith, likewise. Director, they belong to the Trinity 7. Issei, what is that? Lilith, we are a group of girls who are stronger than the students here. Issei, I see. Director, well Lilith, please show Issei to an available room. With that, the two of them leave and walk down the hallway. Issei, excuse me, Asami-san, where are the other girls who are part of the group? Lilith, you can just call me Lilith. As for the others, some are around, and others are on a mission. Issei, I understand, but I sense some tension in your words. Lilith, it's nothing like that. Issei, okay, if you ever want to talk, I'm here to listen. Lilith, thanks. Well, we've arrived. This is your room, and classes start in a few hours, so rest and then go to this classroom. Handing him a piece of paper, Issei nods, and she leaves him in the room, where he falls asleep. Issei, what a great dream I had. I haven't slept like that since I left for the trip. It's late, I have to go to class. With that, Issei gets up and heads to class. He knocks and says, Issei, Lilith, sorry for the delay, I fell asleep, but I see the teacher hasn't arrived yet. Lilith, I'm the teacher, so come in and introduce yourself. Issei, well, my name is Issei, I don't know how long I'll be here, so let's get along well. Do you have a girlfriend? Issei, yes. How many? Issei, 7. How honest, I thought you would deny it. Issei, why would I? Maybe because you came to conquer more. Issei, I can't force anyone to love me, so I'm fine. Lilith, alright, that's enough questions. Issei, take a seat. With that, Issei sits down. Issei, hi, I hope my answers were satisfactory. Yes, and thank you. My name is Shelina Sherlock, but you can call me Shelina. Nice to meet you. Issei, a pleasure, Shelina. With that, the class passed, and everyone went to their rooms. Issei, so what do you want to know, Shelina? Shelina, do you really have 7 girlfriends? That's hard to believe. Do you have proof? With that, Issei pulls out a photo and shows it to her, leaving Shelina impressed as they were all appealing. Shelina, wow, they're all really pretty. Issei, I'll tell them you said that when I get back. Shelina, I see they're happy, they don't fight to see who's in first place. Issei, no, they all get along well. For me, there's no number one, they're all special to me. Shelina, do you love them? Issei, of course, they love me, so why wouldn't I love them? There are no secrets between us. Shelina, I see they're very happy. Issei, I sense sadness in you just like Lilith. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Trust me, I won't say anything. Shelina, a lot has happened. Issei, tell me if there's anything I can do to help, I'll try. Shelina, I'll tell you. Some time ago, a guy named Arida came. Over time, he helped us all a lot and helped me build a good relationship with my sister, just like the others. But over time, he became more arrogant since he would be a demon king in the future, and he only wanted to play with us. The only ones of the 7 who aren't with him are Lilith, Yui, my sister, and me. The others are with him. It hurt us that he treated us that way, but over time we started to forget. It was difficult though, since we saw him often, not because he was on a mission. Issei, I understand, it must have been tough. But first, let me say something. Lilith, why don't you come in and listen to me here instead of out there? Shelina, what are you talking about? At that moment, Lilith walked in, looking embarrassed, and sat down next to Shelina. Shelina, how long have you been there? Lilith, since the beginning. I'm sorry. Issei, I want to say I'm really sorry for what you've been through. The only thing I can tell you is to move forward and live again. Lilith, that sounds easy, but you haven't experienced it. Issei, I don't know if my experiences compare to yours, but I'll share my story too. Issei began telling them how he was treated by his parents, siblings, and friends, and how he struggled to overcome it. As the girls shed a few tears, Issei stood up and wiped them away. Issei, don't cry over something that happened a long time ago. Lilith, but you've suffered so much, why didn't you take revenge? Issei, if I had, what would I have done afterward? Maybe I would have ended up taking my own life since I wouldn't have had a purpose. But a friend took that idea away from me and told me to start a new life. Now I have partners, and here I am on a mission, talking to 2 lovely girls. Shelina, why do you call us lovely? Aren't your girlfriends going to get mad at you? Issei, no, they would support me and say the same thing. Lilith, Issei, how do we forget? Since we always see him. Issei, just create a new goal. I see my brothers and old friends all the time, but I never pay them any mind. Just create something new. Shelina, thank you, Issei, your advice really helped me. Issei, that's what friends are for. Whenever you want to talk, just come to me. All I can do is listen. Lilith, thank you. Issei, okay, but if that group is on a mission, where are the other 2? Shelina, my sister went on a mission a while ago and hasn't returned. I miss her. Lilith, and Yui has locked herself in her room and hasn't come out in a long time. Issei, I understand. You should talk to them and support them. Sometimes just talking helps a lot. Shelina, yes, I feel better now. But I'm surprised that you're a dragon and that there are other races. Issei, yes, but don't tell anyone because no one in this academy knows about it, only the director. Lilith, I understand. That's fine. Well, we'll take our leave. Rest well, good night. And so, the two of them left, walking down the hallway. Lilith, he's a good person, isn't he? Shelina, yes, he is. Just talking to him lifted a weight off my shoulders. Lilith, same here. But what they didn't know was that someone else was listening. That boy is interesting, I like him. I hope to see him again. 5 days passed, and there hadn't been any attacks from the Chaos Brigade. Issei had become very close friends with Shelina and Lilith, always making them laugh. One night, as Issei was walking down the hallway, he heard music coming from a flute, so he followed it and ended up in the school courtyard. When he looked, he saw a silver-haired girl playing, tears streaming down her face. Issei approached cautiously so as not to disturb her, and when she finished, he slowly walked closer. Who are you? Are you going to hurt me? She was scared. Say, no, calm down. I was walking through the hall and heard your flute. I liked how you played, but why were you crying? I wasn't. Issei, my name is Issei, and I'm here on a mission from the director. My name is Yui Katara. Issei, so you're one of the ones Shelina and Lilith were always talking about. Yui, you know them. Issei, yep, they're my friends. They've helped me a lot since I got here. Yui, I see. So they must have told you about me. Issei, yes, and you don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to. Yui, who are you? Issei, I already told you. I'm just here on a mission. Yui, I know, but how do I forget? It hurts to see him. Tears began to flow from her eyes. Issei, not long ago, I learned a magic spell. Do you want me to show you what it does? Yui, you won't hurt me. Issei, no. Yui, okay, I trust you. With that, Issei stood up from the ground, moved closer to Yui, and placed 2 fingers on her forehead. Yui began to see many images of Issei from when he was little, how he suffered, the training he endured, his partners skipping over 0, and how he arrived here and made friends with Shelina and Lilith. Yui cried and hugged Issei. Issei, don't apologize. I showed you this so you can see that if someone like me could move forward, you can too. Yui, you're right. I have to move on. Issei, that's what I like to hear. I'd rather see you smile than be sad. So from now on, smile. Yui, why do you do so much for me? Issei, because we all deserve a second chance to move forward, so now it's your turn. If you need help, just let me know. Yui, I will, and thank you for everything. Issei, you're welcome. Now go get some sleep, and I want to see you in class tomorrow, okay? Yui, okay Issei. See you there. With that, Yui left, and Issei stayed behind, gazing at the stars until he decided to speak. Issei, you know, for a while now, I feel like you've been following me. Why don't you go to your sister? She misses you. Because I'm afraid to see her. And you know, I have a name, right? I'm Lise. Issei, nice to meet you. But why are you afraid? As he continued to look at the sky, she approached and sat next to him. Lise, I'm afraid she'll hate me for leaving her to suffer alone and not supporting her, but I'm hurting too. Issei, you know, I have siblings, but I never received a hug from them. Sometimes I feel envious of siblings who get along, like how your sister cares about you. You should go to her and talk. She will understand. Lise, do you really think so? Issei, yes, and you should be happy. Find a new life. Lise, and if I want that new life to be with you. Issei, you know my life. Lise, yes, I know you have 7 girlfriends and they're all lovely. I know I can't compare to them. Issei, you have your own charm, just like they do, so don't underestimate yourself. Lise, thank you. Can I be in your life? Issei, of course. Even if you don't have all my heart, I'll give you a piece and make you happy. Lise, I love you. With that, she gave Issei a kiss. A pawn piece appeared, and Issei explained it to her, and she accepted. Lise, now I'll be with you forever, literally. Issei, don't worry, you can stay with your sister. I won't force you to leave, and... He didn't finish speaking because 3 people appeared. Shelina, and here I was, wanting to confess to Issei alongside Lilith-sensei. But my sister got ahead of us. Lise, I'm sorry, but the fastest wins. Shelina, I'm not mad, I don't blame you. I would have done the same. Well, putting that aside, Issei, I also want to be your girlfriend. Lilith, and I do too, but I'm just more shy about saying it. Lilith, no, it's fine. I love you too, sis. Yui, I know we just met, but something inside me wants to be with you, so I will be, and I won't leave. Issei, girls, thank you for sharing your feelings. I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. And so, 2 pawns and a bishop emerged. A pawn for Lilith, another for Shelina, and the bishop for Yui. They all hugged each other and then laughed until everyone went to their rooms. The next day, Issei was in class, with Yui sitting on his lap while the other 3 girls were jealous. Lilith, Yui, go find your seat. Don't do that. Yui, but I feel comfortable. Issei just smiled, but then he became serious, lifted Yui and stood up. Issei, they're here. Lise, who are you talking about? Issei, the demons. Lilith, make sure no one leaves the room, or better yet, no one at all. I'll go out and stop them. Lise, I'll go help you. Issei, stay here and protect the students with the others. Lise, fine. Issei, alright, I'm off. All the girls, be careful. Issei just nodded and left. Once outside the academy. Issei, I didn't expect there to be so many. Issei, who is your leader? A mere human doesn't deserve to know my name. Issei, better for me. The girls watched from the window. Yui, we have to help him. There are too many. Shelina, don't trust him. Lise, he's strong. Lilith, I trust him just like you do. The others nodded and saw Issei starting to summon a hammer as he walked. All the girls were surprised. Then they saw Issei lift the hammer, and a massive storm of lightning struck down. None of the girls said anything. He had taken out most of the demons. Issei, who are you, brat? Issei, you said it yourself, I'm just someone who doesn't deserve to know your name. I'll kill you. At that, Issei unleashed a powerful attack, wiping out the rest. There were no renegades left. They were all gone, not even dust remained. The girls emerged. Lilith, you're really strong. Issei, thanks, but if you train, you'll be strong too. I'll help you. Oh, yes. They returned to the academy, and a day passed since the attack. Issei hadn't left, just in case they tried again. The topics of the Trinity group and Arida came up. Arida? It was a long mission, but the reward was worth it, right? Aiko, I know, it was a good reward. Mira, quiet down, we've arrived. Don't say anything more. They saw that everything was calm, strolled through the academy, and went to the courtyard, where the rest of the Trinity was with Issei. This angered Arita, and he approached them. Arita, who are you, and what are you doing with my girls? Issei, hello, my name is Issei, and I'm here on a mission from the director. Well, I was talking with them. Arita, I don't care what your name is. Now leave and don't talk to my girls again. Lise, we're not yours, and just so you know, he's our boyfriend. Aiko, what are you saying? You're crazy. Shelina, that's not true, we love him a lot. He's younger. Lilith, he's unique. He loves us just as we are. Arit, you went with the first man you saw. How pathetic. Issei, look, you can talk bad about me, but don't say anything about my girls. If you don't leave here, I swear I'll kill you. As Arita was about to attack, the director arrived. Director, come on, guys, no fighting. Arita could lose. Issei, they called me and told me they wouldn't come back anymore. They thought we were eliminated, so we'll be quiet for a while. Issei, I see. Then I'll leave in a few minutes. Lilith, are you really leaving? Issei was about to answer when the director spoke. Director, girls, you can go with him. You deserve to be happy too. Lise, thank you, we will be. With that, each girl hugged the director and said goodbye. Issei and the girls walked away without any issues since the director sent the others on another mission. Issei and the girls returned home, and as he opened the door, all the girls were there. Issei, hello girls, I'm back. Oh, welcome back. Penemu, I see you brought company. Issei. Issei, yes, let me introduce them. This is Lilith Asami, and this is Shelina and her sister Lise, and this is Yui. Lilith, a pleasure. Issei has told me a lot about you. I hope we get along. Shelina, I feel the same. Lise, I hope we can be friends. Yui, a pleasure, and I hope the same. Seraphal, a pleasure. I'm Seraphal, and yes, let's be friends, or rather, sisters now. Gabriel, nice to meet you. I'm Gabriel, and I hope the same. Griselda, I'm Griselda, and yes. Ross, I'm Ross YZ, and the more, the merrier. Penemu, I'm Penemu, and I hope we can be more than friends. Lavi, I'm Laviana, nice to meet you. You, I'm you, and I hope the same. Issei, well, now that you all know each other, tell me girls, how did the raiding game go? Penemu, I won't lie, we wiped the floor with that squad, especially Seraphal against her sister, Ki. Issei, that's true, Seraphal. Seraphal, yes, well, it was a light punishment, so it's fine. Issei, I see. How about we go eat something outside? What do you want? Gabriel, how about sushi? Everyone nodded, and they went out to eat. The girls started to get to know each other better, and Issei was happy. Days passed until he received a call from Seraphal, who had gone to Kyoto to sign a peace treaty. Issei, Seraphal, how's the trip going? Seraphal, you see, they've kidnapped the yokai leader, and we need your help. Rias's squad came to help with the alliance, but this complicates things. Can you come? Issei, yes, I'll go along with Lilith, Griselda, and Lise since the others are out. I'll call you when we arrive. With that, Issei hung up and called the girls. Lise, Issei, what's going on? Why the urgency? Griselda, yes, what's happening? Lilith, seriously. Issei, they've kidnapped the yokai leader, and Seraphal called me to go. Since only you were here, I wanted to ask if you wanted to come. Lilith, of course, count me in. Lise, this will be our first mission together. Count me in. Griselda, you know I'll follow you anywhere. Issei, thank you. Let's go now, there's no time to waste. The others nodded, and they headed to the train station. After a 4-hour journey, they arrived, and Seraphal was waiting for them. Seraphal, I'm glad you made it. Issei, tell me what happened. Seraphal, a group from the Chaos Brigade kidnapped her. It's a new faction that just formed, and they're called the Heroes. Issei, I see. How many members are there? Seraphal, there are few, no more than 10. The problem is that 3 of them have a Longinus, and their leader has the true Longinus. Issei, I see, that guy is dangerous with that spear. Lilith, excuse me Issei, what is the true Longinus? Issei, it's the weapon that killed the biblical god and retains a part of his consciousness. It's the first of 13 Longinus. Lilith, I see, that sounds dangerous. Issei, yes, and tell me, Seraphal, who asked for help to save her? Seraphal, it was her daughter, Kunu, the current leader. She's very sad about what happened, so let's go. Issei nodded and followed her, along with the girls. They went to the yokai castle, and upon arriving, the guards let them in. After that, they went to see the leader, where Rias's squad was. Rias, what's he doing here? Seraphal, I called him, we need a lot of help. Shido, I'm enough, I'm the security. Thank you very much for the help. Issei, it's okay, I did what I had to do to avoid seeing someone sad. Just then Yasaka approaches. Yasaka, still, thank you. If you need anything, just let me know. Issei, okay, can you do me a favor? Yasaka, tell me. Issei, just take care of the girls and make sure they're happy, that's all. Kunu, just that. Don't you have anything else? Issei, no, to me, the girls are the most important thing in the world. I only have them. Yasaka, I understand, I'll do it, and thank you again. With that, Issei nods and hangs up. Yasaka, so, you all are the most important to him. I feel a bit envious. Seraphal, now that I think about it. Lise, what's wrong, Seraphal? Seraphal, Issei has only dedicated himself to training and taking care of us. He doesn't have a hobby or friends to hang out with. Griselda, now that you mention it, you're right. Kunu, I thought he would have many friends. Seraphal, he has tried to make some, but he can't. They either feel jealous of him or just hate him. Yasaka, how can they not feel jealous of him when he has all those desirable girls in one place? Griselda, still, no one knows that we are dating. Kunu, it's a secret. Seraphal, yes, he wanted it that way because he told us that if the enemy factions find out, they would do everything possible to attack us to hurt Issei. Yasaka, if you put it that way, it's true. Griselda, but it doesn't matter if it's a secret or not. He treats us well. Lise, that's true. Well, putting this aside, why don't we go out to see the city? I want to get to know it a bit and bring back souvenirs for the others and for Issei. Yasaka, sounds good to me, I'll guide you. Lilith, alright, we'll go change and meet you at the entrance in 10 minutes. And so, they all went to their rooms. Meanwhile, Lilith and Lise were walking together when they bumped into someone. Shido, wow, I've never seen you before. Are you new in my little brother's entourage? Lilith, you could say that. Seraphal, yes. Shido, I see. Where is he? I haven't seen him. Lise, he had to go back, he had matters to resolve. Seraphal, somewhat annoyed, but holding back. Shido, I wouldn't have left appealing women like you behind. He looked them over from head to toe. Lilith, he is a busy person. Lise, not like someone who does nothing. Shido, if you're referring to me, I also have a lot to do. But what do you say we go for a walk and get to know each other better? Lilith, thanks, but no, we already have plans with the other girls, so if you'll excuse us, we're leaving. And with that, they walked away, leaving Shido behind. Shido, one day, all of Issei's women will be mine, no matter the cost. With those girls by my side, I won't lack for fun. After about 10 minutes, the girls, along with Yasaka and Kunu, went out for a stroll. Meanwhile, Issei was at the mall, walking alone. Since the girls had work to do, except for Yui, and Ross, who stayed behind to learn more about the supernatural. As Issei walked, he spotted Sikveria in the distance, so he quickened his pace and tapped her on the shoulder. Issei, hi, Sikveria. Long time no see. Sikveria, Issei, what are you doing here? Issei, I just came out for a walk and saw you from afar. Sikveria, I see. She tried to hide her bag behind her, but it was too late. Issei, don't be embarrassed about your interests, everyone is free to have a hobby. Sikveria, but if others find out, they'll make fun of me. Issei, other people's opinions shouldn't matter to you, only those of your loved ones. Sikveria, I see. Issei, do you want to grab something to drink? My treat. And so, the two headed to a nearby cafe and continued talking. Sikveria, I heard you went to Kyoto. Issei, yes, I went because Seraphal called me, saying that the yokai leader had been kidnapped. Sikveria, that sounds bad. Who did it? Issei, it was the hero faction, they are strong. Sikveria, I've heard of them before. Issei, wow, you're quite informed, I'm impressed. Sikveria, of course, I like to stay updated on everything. Issei, I see. Tell me, why didn't you want to have the rating game with me? Sikveria, are you joking? Issei, nope. Sikveria, well, it's a hobby, you have a very powerful entourage and if I fought against you, I would just end up humiliated. Issei, don't say it like that. Seraphal told me you're good at creating strategies, even better than Sona, that surprises me. Sikveria, thanks, I've had to learn to win. Issei, you're right, it shouldn't just be about strength but also intelligence. Sikveria, yes, and you're always with someone from your entourage. Issei, they are busy with other matters. Sikveria, I see, looking at their ranks, it was to be expected. Won't the girls feel jealous seeing you talking to another girl? Issei, nope, I already told them where I am and who I'm with. Sikveria, really? And what did they say? Issei, they said to have a good time, that's all. Sikveria, wow, I didn't expect that. Issei, you thought they would come running and making a scene, didn't you? Sikveria, partly. Issei, don't think that, the girls are calm and trust me, just as I trust them. Sikveria, I understand. Issei, tell me, Sikveria, why is a pretty girl like you here alone? Shouldn't you be with your partner? Sikveria, no man is worthy of me. Issei, and what kind of man would be? Sikveria, Someone strong, intelligent, serious, and not easily intimidated. Issei, wow, those requirements are quite high and hard to find. Sigvaria, yes, but I have plenty of time. Issei, that's true. So, what do you do in your free time? Sigvaria, I watch mecha anime and build models. Issei, I see, that sounds interesting. Sigvaria, you won't say anything about my interests, will you? Issei, I have no right to do that. It's your hobby, and I can't force you to like something else. Sigvaria, thank you for not saying anything. Issei, no problem, I've never had a hobby or interest. Sigvaria, Issei, you must know my past by now, right? Sigvaria, yes. Issei, well, I've spent my whole life training, and now that I have partners, I have to train even more to protect them and see their smiles always. Sigvaria, I see, and you don't feel stressed. Issei, no, if they are happy, I am too. Sigvaria, I see. Issei, well, it was nice talking to you. I have to head back. As Issei was leaving, Sigvaria stopped him. Issei, is something wrong, Sigvaria? Sigvaria, can we meet again? It was nice being with you. Issei, of course, give me your phone number and call or text me whenever you want. She hands him her phone, and Issei writes down her number. And with that he leaves, leaving Sigvaria behind. Sigvaria, I hope to see you soon. Say, I like you. This is the first time something like this has happened to me. And with that she also leaves. A few days later, the whole group was preparing for their rating game. Say, girls, are you ready? This is the final. Oh, yes. Issei, Lilith, Lise, Shelina, and Yui, are you really ready for this? I can't force you. Lilith, don't worry, we are strong by your side, and we want to help. Lise, will win, you'll see. Shelina, yes, let's give it our all. Yui, let's go for it all. Issei just smiled. Issei, girls, let's give our best. With that, Issei extends his hand, and all the girls place theirs on top, then everyone raises them. They are all transported to the underworld for the fight. It was a huge stadium, and cheers could be heard everywhere. All the leaders were in the VIP room, along with the two entourages. Azazel, this will be a good fight. Surzek, yes, they've proven themselves before, especially Issei's team. Michael, especially with such tremendous strength. Sona, plus, I heard he has more pieces. Rias, yes, I saw them when I went to Kyoto, they're not that impressive. Odin, it's not good to underestimate that guy, he's surprised us many times before. Surzek, that's true. By the way, Rias, how many does he have? Rias, only 2. Just then the announcer spoke. Announcer, well, let's welcome Serorg Bale, one of the strongest young men in the underworld. Serorg enters with his entourage, and there are loud cheers. Announcer, now the young man who has only participated once, Issei, with the strongest entourage. Issei enters with his girls, and there are loud cheers from everyone. Announcer, oh, I just realized that Issei has 4 new pieces, 3 pawns and a knight. This surprised everyone, including the leaders and the 2 entourages. Announcer, let's welcome Lilith, Issei's pawn. Lilith enters with her rifle in hand and her Magus mode on, causing all the men to scream and feel envious of Issei. Announcer, now, Leslie, another pawn of Issei. She walks in calmly, greeting everyone. The men are captivated and shouting. Announcer, now, his last pawn and Leslie's sister, step forward, Shelina. She enters in her uniform and with a camera, as she feels more comfortable that way. All the men scream twins at the top of their lungs. Announcer, now, the last member, his knight. She enters with a big smile. No one could believe the beauties he had found. VIP room. Odin, ha, that kid never ceases to impress me more and more. Azazel, you can say that again, old man, that kid has a great entourage. Surzek, this will be interesting. Meanwhile, Shido. Shido, how is this possible? He only has beauties, that loser, and besides, those twins will be mine. While smiling. Announcer, you will have a few minutes to get to know each other and prepare. With that, Issei approaches Serorg. Issei, I hope we have a great match, you're strong. Serk, the same goes for you. Issei, please fight with all you've got from the start, you know what I mean. Serk, you know it and I know you're strong, so don't worry, my punches will hurt you. Issei, mine will too and good luck. Just then, the announcer arrives and starts the battle. Lilith moves away with Shelina and Yui. Lilith gets into attack mode, ready to protect her companions. Meanwhile, on Serog's team, one player transformed into a giant dragon. Yui, I'll handle this, you all defend. The others nod, and Yui begins to grow and fight against the dragon. Just then, a pawn from Serog was about to hit Laviana from behind, and she couldn't react in time, but Lilith eliminated him. Laviana gives her a thumbs up. VIP room. Azazel, that girl is good, she has great aim, it's an interesting sacred gear. Michael, it's a tough fight, but I see the kings are just watching. With the kings. Issei, do it. Just then, Serog calls his partner and activates his armor. Serog, I hope it's a good fight. With that, the two charge at each other, going all out. VIP room. Serzek, from the start he uses the armor, it's the first time he's used it. He didn't use it against Rias. Odin, he saw that Issei wouldn't make it easy for him, so he decided to go all out. Michael, and Issei isn't making it easy either. In the fight. Serk, is that all? You're good, but your punches don't hurt. Issei, I say the same but you're strong, so I'll have to use it. Serog, use what? With that, Issei summons his hammer and raises it up, saying only, Issei, lightning balance. With that, many lightning bolts fall towards him, and when the dust settles, everyone can see an armor radiating immense power and lightning. Everyone was surprised by the armor, even his girls, as it was the first time they had seen it. VIP room. Azazel, it's the first time I've seen him use armor, and it's very strong. Serzek, yes, too strong. Odin, that lightning is on par with Thor's. This surprised everyone. In the fight. Issei, you're strong and I hadn't used this in a while, so let's fight with everything we've got. Serog, I'm honored to see such armor in front of me. With that, the two charge at each other, landing heavy blows. Issei grabs him and sends him flying, but Serog quickly gets back up, and Issei starts throwing ball of lightning at him. Serog could only defend himself. After the smoke cleared, Serog was injured but smiling. Now, only the two of them remained. Serog's pieces had been eliminated, and the girls were just watching the fight. Serog, I barely withstood this. You're very strong, I won't deny it. Issei, you have my respect. Those lightning bolts were strong. With that, Issei deactivates his helmet. Issei, for being a good opponent, I'll give you the final blow. With that, Issei summons his hammer. Serog just smiles and prepares. With that, a storm of lightning strikes Serog, leaving him unconscious but smiling. Issei approaches. Issei, you're strong, you trained a lot, and I admire you. I hope we can be friends in the future. With that, the medics arrive and take him away. Afterward, Issei just raises his hand, and there are loud cheers from the crowd, and applause from the leaders as well. After a few seconds, they came to present him with his trophy, and he dedicated a few words. Issei, thank you all for the support. I got to where I am with the help of the girls. They gave their best, and I am very proud of them. With that, Issei just smiles and everyone applauds, while all the girls give Issei a big hug, making many men jealous. Back at Issei's house. Issei, girls, you did very well. It was a great fight. Penemu, yes, some of them were strong. Griselda, he has a good night, I respect him. Lavi, I almost got eliminated. If it weren't for Lilith, thank you so much. Lilith, it's okay, we're friends. Gabriel, so what are we going to do now, Issei? Issei, you know we deserve a few days off. Do you want to go to an island I found to have some fun? Oh, yes, let's go. Issei, great, we'll leave tomorrow, you can invite whoever you want. Seraphal, can I bring my sister? Issei, sure, that's fine. I'll call Sikveria to see if she wants to come. You? Do you like her? Issei, we talked a little while ago and became friends. Seraphal, I'm surprised as she doesn't talk to boys. Issei, really, but we get along well. After talking, everyone went shopping. It was still early, and they were all buying bikinis for the trip they would have the next morning. On the way, Serafal called Sona, and she accepted. Issei was calling when someone answered. At the Aguer's house. Sikvaria was reading a book while drinking tea in the library when a maid entered with her phone. Maid. Miss, you have a call on your cell phone. Sikvaria thought it would be Rias or Sona, so she didn't pay much attention. Sikvaria, tell them I'm busy. The maid just nodded and answered. Mitjas. Tell me there's at least one alive. Urza replied, I didn't eliminate them all. It was difficult, but I managed. Issei nodded. I understand. Help me gather all the corpses so we can destroy them. Together, they piled up a massive mountain of bodies. Issei summoned a great lightning bolt that burned most of the corpses, with the rest catching fire shortly after. Well, that was a tough mission. What do you say we head out? Issei suggested. All right, let's go, Urza agreed. As they walked away from the scene, Urza turned to Issei. It must have been hard for you because you seem so calm. Believe it or not, I'm exhausted. I've reached my limit with my current power. Those evil dragons were strong, Issei admitted. I see. So what will you do now? Urza asked. I would have used a magic circle to leave, but I'm too tired, so I'll rest for a couple of days and then take a plane. What about you? Issei replied. I'm weak too. I'll rest and then we'll see what happens, Urza said. Night fell, and both of them rested. Urza, go get some sleep. I'm not sleepy, Issei urged. I'm fine. I'll keep you company. It's been a tough day, hasn't it? Urza replied. Yes, it was a difficult day, but we survived, Issei said. So you can return to your loved ones, right? Urza asked. Yes, but tell me, why do you have that expression? Issei inquired. What are you talking about? Urza responded. Issei took her face in his hands and began to wipe her tears. I'm talking about this expression. Tell me. It might sound silly, but I don't want to leave your side, Urza confessed. Why? Issei asked. You've been kind to me, and the way you treated me, what woman wouldn't fall in love with that? Urza explained. I see. Then I'll take responsibility and make you very happy so I won't have to see those tears again, Issei promised. I hope so, Urza said softly. She lifted her head and kissed Issei. Moments later, they separated and a night appeared. Issei explained the situation, and she accepted. I feel faster and stronger now, Urza remarked. Well, that's what a knight does. It makes you faster than usual, Issei replied. I see. I hope I get along well with the others, Urza said. Just be yourself, don't change a thing. They'll accept you, you'll see, Issei encouraged. I hope that day comes soon, Urza said. All right, go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll go for a walk and explore the place, Issei suggested. Urza got up, gave him a kiss, and went to sleep. The next day, they both went out for a stroll, taking photos as mementos. They arrived at the airport, ready to return to Ko to see the girls and later share their information. Hours passed, and they arrived in the city. It was night, and it was a Saturday. Issei didn't announce his return. He wanted to surprise everyone. He reached the house and opened the door. Surprise, girls. I'm back. Most of them were in the living room, while others were in the kitchen. Upon hearing Issei's voice, they all got up and rushed to him. Welcome back, Issei, they exclaimed. Each one gave him a hug and a kiss. After that, Issei introduced Urza, and little by little, she began to bond with everyone. Minutes later, they were all in the living room. So, tell me, Issei, how was the mission? You asked. I won't lie, it was tough, but we made it, right, Urza? Issei replied. Yes, Urza confirmed. Everyone was smiling until Serafal became a bit serious. Issei, I didn't want to tell you this, but if I don't, you'll find out later, Serafal said. Did something bad happen? Issei asked, concern in his voice. No, it's just that your brother and Sona's pawn tried to overstep their bounds with Roos, Mio, Lilith, Yui, and Ravel at school, Serafal explained. Issei's expression turned serious. I understand, and this is my fault, isn't it? Yes, but it doesn't matter. If anyone else speaks like that about you, I'll make them pay, Serafal assured him. Thank you. But girls, this can't end like this, to be honest, Issei said. The girls widened their eyes upon hearing that. What will you do, Issei? Penemu asked. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the leaders and challenge them to a rating game, those two along with me, Issei declared. This surprised the girls. You can't be serious, Lavi said, standing up. You just came back from a mission, let us handle this, she insisted. But, is it? Started. But nothing, Issei. We'll take care of it, you just watch. We'll show that with us and you, no one messes around, you said firmly. I don't like violence, but this is the only solution. Issei, accept it, Gabriel added. All right, I'll talk tomorrow. I hope they accept, Issei agreed. Don't worry, as your queen, I'll support you, Seraphol said with a smile. Yes, we'll win, Griselda added. I'll prove that I'm one of your best knights alongside Griselda, Urza promised. Yes, let's give it our all, Griselda encouraged. I'll give them a good night's sleep, Yui chimed in. At that, all the girls raised their fists in solidarity. They continued talking, and each one went to their room to rest for the next day. In the underworld, Issei reported, well, that's the report on what happened. You had a tough time facing 30 evil dragons at once, Azazel remarked. Yes, that would be challenging even for us, Michael agreed. But the good thing is that it all ended well, so now you can rest until your next mission, Surzek added. Thanks, but I need a favor now, Issei said seriously. Tell us, we'll do what we can, Surzek replied. I want a rating game against the Gremory and Citri factions, Issei stated. This surprised the three leaders. What would be the reason for that? Michael asked. While I was on the mission, Shido and Saji tried to do something to some girls in my entourage, and I can't stand for that, Issei explained. This shocked the leaders. The good thing is that nothing serious happened since Seraphol was present, Issei continued. I see, Azazel said. Look, I have nothing against those two factions, but their kings don't keep order. If they keep this up, one day, the girls won't care about anything, Issei warned. And who from your entourage will participate? Surzek asked. I'll be the king, so it'll be all of us, Seraphol declared. Why just you? Michael questioned. Issei just returned from a mission and now this. He deserves a break too. So I'll do it whether you accept it or not, Seraphol insisted. The other leaders thought it over until Surzek spoke. All right, the game will be the day after tomorrow, he announced. Thank you, and I apologize for the trouble, Issei said. Don't worry, you're right. Their factions have taken too much liberty, Michael replied. I'll send the notification soon, Surzek added. Issei and Seraphol nodded and left. Surzek, I'm sorry about your sister, Azazel said. I know, but it's my parents and my fault for spoiling her so much. We need to teach her a lesson and they will, Surzek responded. Yes, Gabriel is scary when she's angry, Michael said with a shiver. I feel the same way about Penemu, Azazel added, also shivering. At Issei's house, the two arrived. Girls, get ready, it will be the day after tomorrow, Seraphol announced. Yes, they all replied. In the occult club, a magic circle appeared, and Graphia materialized. Ria-sama, I have a message from Surzek-sama, Graphia said. Is something wrong? Rias asked. Your clan, along with Sona-sama's, will have a rating game against Issei-sama's, Graphia informed her. Upon hearing this, Rias dropped her pencil and stood up, while the others listened intently. Why? Rias demanded. That's all I was informed, Graphia replied. I won't accept, Rias said defiantly. You have no choice, the leaders agree with this game, Graphia stated. Rias was furious. But we haven't done anything wrong. Issei-sama found out what his pawn did to his entourage, Graphia explained. This surprised Rias. The game will be the day after tomorrow, so prepare yourselves, and good luck, Graphia concluded before disappearing in a magic circle. Rias quickly called Sona. A few minutes later, Sona arrived. From the looks of it, you already know, Rias said. Yes, what a problem, Sona replied. Yes, Rias agreed. And it's all your fault, Sona pointed at Shido and said. I told you before not to mess with Issei, but you don't listen, Sona scolded. Don't worry, Kaicho, we'll win. Besides, I can now use the promotion to queen. It was tough, but I made it, Shido said confidently. This surprised Sona, and Rias puffed up with pride. That's right, so don't worry, we'll win, Rias assured. Yes, but you should know something, Rias, Sona said. What? Rias asked. We still don't know much about his entourage since some of them didn't do much against Sarorg's game, Sona explained. You're right, like those two twins or that girl named Yui, they didn't do much, Rias acknowledged. And when we were in Kyoto, we couldn't see much of the fight, Sona added. This is a problem, Rias said. Yes, but rest assured we'll win, Sona replied, nodding. At Issei's house, he was alone since all the girls were training, so he decided to call someone. In Kyoto, a phone rang. Yasaka-sama, you have a call, someone announced. I don't have time. I'm busy. Tell me who it is, and I'll see if I call them back later, Yasaka replied. The person asked, It's someone named Issei. Yasaka dropped her pen, stood up, took the phone, and closed the door. Issei, what's the reason for your call? Yasaka asked. Well, I wanted to apologize for what happened the last time I was there, Issei said. Don't worry, Serafal told me everything, so it's fine, Yasaka reassured him. Okay, I wanted to inform you that the day after tomorrow, I'll have a raiding game against Rias and Sona's factions, and I wanted to know if you and your daughter could come. It's not mandatory, Issei explained. I'll go, don't worry, we'll be there, Yasaka promised. Great, thanks. We'll see you soon, Issei replied before hanging up. Yasaka had a big smile on her face. Shortly after, Kunu entered. Mom, why did you call me? Is something wrong? Kunu asked. Daughter, the day after tomorrow, we're going to go to see Issei's raiding game. He called to inform me, Yasaka said. Really? But it's so soon and you're busy, Kunu pointed out. I know, that's why I called you. Help me because if I don't go, you won't go either, okay? Yasaka requested. Kunu just nodded, and both got to work at full speed. Meanwhile, the girls were training. Urza, you're really good, Lavi complimented. Thanks. I'll give it my all to win, Urza replied. With your level, I know you can beat their knights, Griselda encouraged. I see. Can I ask a question? Urza inquired. Go ahead, Penemu said. Why don't Issei's brothers or his family want him? Urza asked. At this, everyone became serious. The reason is that since he was little, Issei was not wanted because he didn't have a sacred gear or magic like his brothers, Serafal explained. How did that happen? Urza asked. It all started when his brothers met Rias and Sona. From that day on, the punishment against Issei began. They used him as a test dummy for everything until they got tired of him, Serafal continued. But why hasn't he taken revenge on them? Urza wondered. He doesn't longing revenge. If he did, he would just be like them, Penemu replied. I see. But how did he become so strong? Urza asked. You know the portal that appears out of nowhere and no one comes back from? Serafal explained. I understand, but how did he get out? Urza inquired. It's because he trained and fought to the death with everything for over 12,000 years, Gabriel revealed. This surprised Urza. To get out of there, he said he had to eliminate every monster that lived there, which is why it took him so many years, Penemu added. I see, but from how I feel, he's at home. Why doesn't he come out or visit? Urza asked. He doesn't come out to avoid interrupting our training, and as for why he doesn't go out, well, he doesn't have friends to do that with, Ross explained. But he's a good person, Urza said. He is. The reason is that they're envious or jealous of him for being close to us, Lilith added. I understand, Urza said. But don't worry, he doesn't care about that as long as we're with him, you reassured her. You will always see his smile, so do everything you can to keep that smile on his face, Yui said, her voice filled with determination. Since he never gets angry, except when one of us gets hurt, Mio added thoughtfully. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's overprotective, Yui replied, a hint of admiration in her tone. That just means he cares about us, Urza said. I understand, and it doesn't matter to me because I only want him. If a man approaches me, the last thing he'll see is my sword. At that, Everyone started laughing and chatting freely among themselves as they prepared for the big fight against the two teams. At the train station, Issei was waiting for Yasaka and Konu, having promised to pick them up. Just then, both of them arrived. "Hi, welcome," Issei greeted, and the two hugged him, causing some men nearby to feel a pang of jealousy. "Sorry about that," Yasaka said, a bit embarrassed. "I feel the same way," Konu added, blushing slightly. "It's fine. I'm just happy you don't hate me for leaving so quickly," Issei replied. "That could never happen," Yasaka assured him. "Let's grab a drink while we wait for the meeting," Issei suggested. The two kitsunes nodded in agreement. Minutes later, they arrived at a cafe. "Thanks for coming. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble," Issei said. "It's fine. We weren't busy," Konu replied, though she was lying as both had worked non-stop that day. "But Issei, I thought you'd be preparing for your meeting," Yasaka remarked. "The girls wouldn't let me participate," Issei explained. "Why not?" Konu asked. "Before I requested the duel, I had a mission and they wanted me to rest," he replied. "Oh yes, I heard it was going to be a very dangerous mission. Did it go well?" Yasaka inquired. "It wasn't that difficult to be honest, but I had to give it my all," Issei said. "Issei, I hope one day you come to Kyoto so you can see my city," Konu said earnestly. "For me, that's fine, especially if a lovely girl asks me to," Issei replied, making Konu blush even more. "Issei, can I tell you something important?" Konu asked nervously. "Of course, go ahead," he encouraged her. "I've liked you since the first time I saw you. You treated me like a normal person and not with lustful eyes, so please let me be with you," she confessed. "Thank you, Konu. If you're happy with me, I'll do my best to make you happy too," Issei said, giving her a big smile that brightened her day. "Issei, I wanted to tell you the same thing, but I'm just an old woman, so I was afraid to say it," Yasaka added sadly. "Don't say that, Yasaka. Age has never mattered to me. You're appealing just the way you are, and I'm happy to know your feelings. I'll make both of you happy just like the others," Issei reassured them. The two kitsunes hugged him tightly. Minutes later, they were walking in a park when a pawn piece appeared for Konu. Issei explained it to her, and she accepted it with joy. "Now I'll be half-dragon. That makes me happy, and I'll always be with Issei," Konu exclaimed. "I wanted that too," Yasaka pouted. "Maybe it's because you're a leader, and your people depend on you so I can't pull you away from them. Just like Sikvaria, who has her own team," Issei reasoned. "I understand," Yasaka replied. "Does that mean I can participate in the raiding game?" Konu asked eagerly. "I don't know, it's up to you," Issei said. "Yes, you know I've trained a lot since you left so I could always be with you," Konu insisted. "She's right, I'll do the same," Yasaka added. Issei just smiled, and they went to his house, where he introduced them to those who didn't know them. "Of course, you can participate. The fight is at night, so you still have time," Serafal said. "Great, I'm ready." Konu cheered. "Girls, I wish you the best of luck, and if anything happens, please surrender," Issei advised. They all nodded in agreement. That night, Issei and Yasaka arrived at the VIP room where the leaders, Sikvaria, and Serorg were gathered. "It will be an interesting battle," Odin remarked. "Yes," Serorg agreed. "Well, let's enjoy it, and if anything happens I'll intervene," Issei said. "With your team, I don't think so," Azazel replied. "From what I see, Konu didn't come with you, Yasaka-sama." "I had something important to do," Yasaka smiled. At the stadium, everything was packed. The four factions watched from their homes, supporting Issei. Today we will witness a great fight between Rias and Sona against Issei. But since Issei is unavailable, his queen, Serafal-sama, will take his place, the presenter announced, and the crowd applauded. "Please welcome the kings." At that moment, the three kings entered, facing each other. "I hope for a good match, girls," Serafal said. "I'll take care of you. Of course I'll win," Rias declared confidently. "I'll give it my all," Sona added. With that, they separated. "Now let the teams enter." From what I see, Rias and Sona's team hasn't changed, but Issei's team has 4 new pieces, 1 knight and 3 pawns. The presenter continued, surprising the leaders who looked at Issei, who simply smiled. Meanwhile, the audience erupted with excitement as all the teams entered except for 3 people. "Let's welcome Mio, Issei's pawn," the presenter announced. Mio entered, surprising everyone with her resemblance to Rias, even Surzek. The cheers from the men were deafening. "Issei, what kind of power does she have?" Surzek asked. "You'd better watch, as it's the first time I'll see it too," Issei replied. The presenter looked at the second name and was astonished. The second pawn of Issei is Princess Konu. Konu entered wearing a priestess outfit, stunning everyone with her beauty. The leaders were left speechless, looking at Issei and Yasaka, who were just smiling. Meanwhile, the 2 teams were in shock at the news. Shido was fuming, thinking he could win her over, but now it seemed impossible. "And the last pawn is Ravel Phoenix," the presenter continued. Ravel entered wearing a dress adorned with feathers, surprising everyone, especially since a phoenix was beside her. Even her family was astonished, except for her mother. And the last piece, Issei's knight, Urza. Urza entered in her armor, and the cheers were deafening, as no one could believe Issei had gathered such beauties. Rias and Sona's knights didn't take her seriously, thinking it would be an easy fight. "You have a few minutes to get to know each other and come up with a plan," the presenter announced. Everyone went to their respective teams. "No offense, but you look really weak." "I don't think you can hurt us," Kiba said to Urza. "And that armor won't protect you," he added. "It's not always about the armor, it's about the skill." "I hope you give me a good fight just like the others," Urza replied confidently. "Of course, you'll be the first to be eliminated," Kiba shot back. "Zenobia, I hope you give me more of a challenge this time and that you've trained," Griselda said. "Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll give it my all because this time we will win," Zenobia promised. "I expect a good fight as I've trained hard too," Griselda replied, making Zenobia nervous. "Konu-sama, I hope to see who handles chakra better," Kaneko said. "You're strong, especially with your tower piece, but I haven't been wasting my time. I'll give it my all to win." "I won't disappoint Issei," Konu vowed. "Why didn't you come with us instead?" "Shido is better, you know," Kaneko teased. "No thanks, I prefer Issei," Konu replied firmly. "I hope you don't regret your decision, Mio. In that group, you'll only lose," Rias warned. "Since I've been with Issei, I've been training, so we won't lose," Mio asserted. "We'll see." "I hope you don't regret it either, Ravel," Rias said. "We'll win, and you'll see that Issei is the best," Ravel declared, angering Rias. "This time I won't lose, Nisama," Sona promised. "I know, but you won't have it easy as the provisional king." "I'll give my all for victory," Serafal replied. "You'll lose, and you'll be mine," Shido said with a sly smile. "You have a very wicked heart," Gabriel remarked. "I'd rather be dead than be with you." "Issei is better," Penemu shot back, angering Shido. "You'll see what a real dragon is like, as I am the great Sekyudai," he boasted. "We'll see about that. We train every day to always be on par with Issei, and we won't lose to someone who hasn't earned their own strength," Leslie countered. "You don't train much, I see. If you keep this up, you'll just lose." "Just like Saji," Lavi added. "You'll lose with my balance breaker," Saji declared. "Just because you create more absorption lines doesn't mean you'll win," Penemu retorted. "How do you know that?" Saji asked. "You forget who I work for." "Besides, our power isn't small since we train hard," Penemu replied. "That doesn't matter." "I hope I can fight that giant girl," Saji said, liking his lips. "She won't fight you. We know you can transform into Vitra. You just want to touch her, and that disgusts me," Ross said. "The only one who has that right is Issei, and if you try anything you'll die," you warned. "Well, is everyone ready?" the presenter asked. The kings nodded. The presenters signaled the start, and both teams rushed into battle. Both teams charged into the attack. Shido was about to attack Ravel when Lise arrived, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. Everyone, including the leaders, was shocked. Shido got up but saw Lise remove her helmet, and just then, Lise appeared behind him. "You know, I don't even like touching you, but you're useful to me," she said. Shido was about to speak but couldn't, as Lise placed two of her fingers on his neck and then stepped back. "So this is what this power feels like," she remarked. "What are you talking about?" Shido asked, confused. Lise smiled, and then a second booster gear appeared, this one black, surprising Shido and Drake, as well as the leaders. "What did she do?" Azazel asked. "It's the first time I've seen something like this. Her ability allows her to copy whatever she touches. The more powerful she is, the more powerful what she can use becomes," Issei explained. "That's a unique ability. What about her sister?" Azazel inquired. "Isn't it better to watch?" Issei replied, leaving Azazel silent. In the fight, Shido, angry, entered night mode, and Lise did the same, surprising him. Both began to exchange blows at maximum speed. Meanwhile, Mio was fighting a mage from Sona. Momo cast spells to try to hit Mio, but she created a large shield and then used her gravity ability, pinning Momo to the ground and knocking her unconscious. This eliminated her, surprising some with that ability. Rias and Sona were together for the moment. "What's going on?" "It's like everyone knows who they should fight," Rias said. "My sister set it up that way," Sona replied. "I thought she didn't know anything about strategies," Rias remarked. "She was in the Great War. She helped Ajuka-sama a lot with his plans. She taught me to act childish and all, but when it comes to battle, she's very serious," Sona explained. "I see. Plus, Shido found a tough rival to beat. That girl has an incredible ability," Rias noted. In the fight, Gasper tried to use his time-stopping ability, but just as he was about to do it, he was shot and eliminated. "You have a good ability, kid, but you're the enemy." "Sorry," Lilith said while aiming her weapon. "That was awesome." Yui exclaimed. "Yeah, and if anyone gets hurt, let me know," Shelina added. You have some," Lilith said. "Call her," Shelina suggested. Lilith called her, and Shelina applied some bandages and then took a photo, leaving others intrigued. After that, Shelina removed the bandages, and there was nothing left. You went back to the battle, leaving everyone speechless. "What kind of weapon is that?" Azazel asked. "It's not a weapon, it's her ability. She applies bandages and then takes a photo so that when she takes the picture, the wounds heal quickly, and they regain their energy," Issei explained. "That's incredible. I'd love to analyze it," Azazel said. "That's impossible. I'd never let you touch her, let alone her sister," Issei replied, making Azazel nervous. In the night battle, Kiba said, "I was curious to fight you, you know." "I feel the same way," Urza replied. Kiba charged at Urza at high speed, but she dodged, surprising him. At that moment, Urza changed her armor, making all the men cheer with joy. At high speed, Urza began to fight Kiba, inflicting some wounds on him, which made him angry. Then Kiba broke her sword, thinking he had won, but Urza changed her armor again, leaving everyone speechless as she had transformed once more. Then Urza sent all her swords at Kiba, hitting him as he couldn't handle them all, and in the end he lost. "Never underestimate your opponent," Urza warned before moving on in search of another enemy. The leaders watched in awe. "Issei, tell me where you find all your girls with such great abilities," Azazel asked. "I'd say it's coincidence. But I'm happy to know them," Issei replied. In the fight, another great night battle was taking place, with Griselda taking the lead. This made Zenobia tire out, as she couldn't keep up with her pace. In the end, she lost. "You still need training, Zenobia," Griselda said. The two kings were angry, as their teams were being eliminated quickly. Gabriel and Penemu were fighting against Saji, giving him a severe beating since they were very strong, and he couldn't drain much energy. In the end he lost. "I told you, kid," Penemu said. "I hope you don't bother anyone again. I don't like punishing people," Gabriel added. Laviana and RosYZ were eliminating some members of the student council with their combinations. Just then, Tsubaki tried to approach Lilith, Yui, and Shelina. Lilith shot at her, and they either dodged or destroyed the shot. When she was about to reach them, Yui raised her stick, and Tsubaki fell to the ground. After a few seconds, she began to disappear into particles, leaving Sona and Rias with their mouths wide open at what had just happened, as well as the other spectators. Issei, what was that? Michael asked. Yui's ability allows her to put someone into a dream and, well, give them good things or nightmares, Issei explained. That's an incredible ability, and it's also a bit scary, Surzek noted. The fight was about to end. Shido was tired and felt he had little energy left. Why aren't you tired? He asked Lise. That's because before the battle, my beloved gave me a good luck kiss, Lise replied. At high speed with her night ability, Lise reached Shido and then activated her tower ability, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying into the sky. Then she activated her queen form, giving him a strong shot that eliminated him. How can this be possible? Rias exclaimed. Let's give it our all, Sona said. Rias activated her destruction power, trying to attack Ravel, but Mio created a shield just in time. Then a great battle began over who had more stamina. Tell me, Issei, why doesn't that girl look so tired? She should be, Surzek asked. It's because Mio is a demon, Issei replied, surprising everyone. But I didn't have any information about her, Surzek said. Her family lived in the human world, and well, they never told her anything about the supernatural until I met her, and in a short time, she learned everything she knows, Issei explained. The leaders decided to keep watching. Sona tried to attack you, but Serafal stopped her attack. I don't like you playing that way, Sona. I didn't teach you that, Serafal said. In war, anything goes, Sona replied. I know, but this fight will be king against king, Serafal insisted. Sona created a large water serpent, and Serafal created one of ice, surprising Sona. How can you create something like that? I didn't know, Sona asked. I resumed my training a while ago, and I've surpassed my limits, Serafal explained. Both launched into the attack. Chapter 1 already on the plane. Lilith, Issei, that place we're going to is dangerous. Issei, I don't know, but if it is, you all get out while I hold off whatever's there. Urza, you know that won't happen. Issei, there are times when retreat is the best option. Lilith, I just hope nothing bad happens during the mission. Meanwhile, at Co-Academy. Ravel, it's too bad I couldn't go. Mio, well, we're not strong enough yet, we need to improve, don't you think? Ravel, you're right about that. Mio, now that I think about it, after the party, you went back to the underworld. Did something happen? Ravel, my father called me to explain why I was in a retinue, and my mother helped me out in the end. Mio, I see. By the way, Konu, how did you meet Issei? Konu, my mother was kidnapped, and Serafal came to see us along with Rias's retinue for an alliance. She called him, and the next day he came. Mio, wow, that was quick. Konu, yeah, he came with 3 other girls. They arrived just hours later, and we went on the attack. He and the others took down everyone, but Issei fought against their leader, and in the end, they retreated. Issei was exhausted and went back home. Ravel, I see, he must have been tired. Mio, hey, Ravel, once Serafal told me that Issei fought your brother. He's against you being with Issei. Ravel? Yep, and he was defeated pretty quickly. Honestly, I don't care much about his opinion. It's my life. Konu, but every day, letters keep coming. I'm tired of destroying so many. Mio, same here. There are some advisors who want to give titles to some of us. Ravel, that's how they attract them and then engage them to someone. Konu, and why haven't they engaged you? Ravel, I've had luck so far, to be honest. Mio, just like Sikveria. Ravel, yeah, but Konu is a princess. Why haven't they engaged you? Konu, my mother prevents it really. And if something happens, I'll tell Issei. Ravel, I feel the same way. Mio, hey Konu, would you like to be with the same man as your mom? Konu, honestly that way, we'll always be together, and besides, it's normal in some places. Mio, I understand. Now that I think about it, there are 3 bishops in Issei's retinue, not just 2. Konu, Serafal told me he had 2 sets of pieces, therefore, we are the main force. Ravel, I can't imagine the second one, maybe she's even stronger. Konu, not to be a bad person, but it's because there are no men. Mio, I once asked Issei, And he told me he would only try to flirt with us. Besides, the pieces choose their bearer. Ravel, that's a valid reason. Plus, I don't want to see another man around. Konu, do you think Issei will do well on his mission? The other two said nothing. Meanwhile, Issei had already arrived at his destination. They rented a car and set off. Issei, the good thing is that the place is close, we'll arrive soon. Urza, the sooner, the better, that way, we can return. Issei, yeah, they say there's going to be a festival at the academy. Lilith, that's true, Ross told me. Issei, are you all okay with not going to the academy? Urza, I don't like it, to be honest. I know enough already, and I don't have the time to deal with annoying men. Lilith, well, I used to be a teacher, and that academy is very behind. I don't like how men see things, I went there once. They continued talking to pass the time until they arrived. A few hours later, they reached the location and began to investigate. Urza had a sword in hand, and Lilith had a magic-loaded gun ready. Issei was alert. Minutes passed, and nothing happened until they arrived at a place with a large door. Issei used all his strength to open it, and when he did, say, but Lilith tell Urza, I don't feel anything. Chapter and Issei, what is this? As he walked toward the place and stood in front. Lilith, I don't know, but she's still alive. Urza, how could that be? There's only a bed here. Issei, I don't know, besides, her pulse is weak. Issei tried to wake her up, but nothing happened. Lilith, nothing's happening. Do you think she's in a coma? Urza, yes. Issei, do you have any idea? Issei, no, but there is something that might wake her up. Lilith, and what would that be? Issei, I'll use a bit of my lightning power, and well, let's see what happens. The other two just nodded and stepped back a bit. Issei began to create a lightning bolt with his hand and placed it on the person's chest. He held it there for a while until she moved her hand slightly. Issei, her hand moved. I think it's working. Upon hearing this, Issei stepped back a bit and saw her start to open her eyes, looking weakly at Issei. For you. Issei, you're very weak, rest, and when you have the strength, you can talk. She just nodded and closed her eyes. Lilith, Issei, what do we do? Should we report this? Issei, for now, we need to find out who she is first and what she was doing here. Lilith, I understand. Urza, let's keep exploring for now. Issei, wouldn't it be better to wait here and see what answers she has for us? 3 hours passed, and the person began to wake up, then sat up. Issei, are you feeling better now? Yes, thank you. Can you tell me where I am? Issei, you don't know. No. Issei, we came to investigate this place and we found you. We were hoping you could tell us something. The last thing I remember is that I was at home, and suddenly people came in and injected me with something. Issei, I see. Can I ask you something? Issei, sure. What day is it? Say, May 10th. At that, the person opened her eyes wide and sat up abruptly. Issei, is something wrong? It can't be. It shouldn't be the year 1920. Issei, no, that means I've been asleep for 100 years. She then knelt down and began to cry. Issei approached and comforted her, not asking anything until she calmed down. Minutes later, she was fine. I'm sorry. Issei, it's okay, I would feel the same way. Can you please tell me your name? Issei, of course, my name is Issei, and these two are my girlfriends. Lilith, nice to meet you, I'm Lilith. Urza, hi, I'm Urza. The person looked astonished. But how is that possible? You are all humans. Issei, I'll explain later, but what about you? What's your name? My name is Ingrid Leviathan. Nice to meet you. Issei and the girls widened their eyes upon hearing that. Issei, that's why your aura felt strange to me. Lilith, what do you mean? Issei, you're half demon, aren't you? The other two were surprised. Ingrid, you noticed. If that's the case, you must know about the supernatural. Issei, yes. But I've never heard of you. You're a descendant of the Mao Leviathan, right? Ingrid, yes, but I'm also half human. Issei, I see. Ingrid, the reason you don't know about me is that I've hidden from demons for years. Issei, You were afraid they would do something to you because you're mixed, weren't you? Ingrid, yes. Issei, I see. But there's something else about you, isn't there? Ingrid, you're sharp. Yes, you're right, I'm the bearer of the Longinus Nereid Kyrie. Lilith, what weapon is that? Issei, it's one of the most powerful Longinus there is. Ingrid, you know about it. Issei, I haven't lived this long without being perceptive. Ingrid, how old are you? Issei, I'm 1,216 years old. Ingrid was astonished to hear that number. Ingrid, how have you lived so long? Issei, I'm half-dragon. Ingrid, I understand, that's why you felt it, right? Lilith, what do you mean? Issei, the power of her Longinus allows Ingrid to control dragons, even the sea, right? Ingrid, yes, but don't worry, I won't do anything. I can see you're a good person and besides, you saved me. Issei, thank you. Besides having Leviathan BLD, you have a powerful Longinus. You're very strong and you remind me of someone. Ingrid, who? Issei, a guy named Valley Lucifer, he has the White Emperor. Ingrid, I see. Issei, yes, but he's on the other side, he's an enemy. Ingrid, now that I've woken up, I don't know what I'll do with my life, I don't know anything. Issei, tell me, do you want to come with me? I'll take care of you until you can be on your own later. Ingrid, why are you helping me if I'm a stranger? Issei, you're not a stranger anymore, now we're friends, right? Ingrid, yes we are. With a smile. Issei, and to answer your question, I was once like you, and a person helped me. She's very important to me now. Ingrid, she's your partner, isn't she? Issei, yes, and she holds the title of Leviathan. Ingrid, really? Issei, don't worry, she's a good person. Once you meet her, you'll get along well. Lilith, Issei is right. Ingrid, the girls are good people. Ingrid, how many girls do you have? Urza, there are 17 of us. Ingrid opened her eyes wide and dropped her jaw upon hearing that number. Ingrid, you're a. Issei, don't misinterpret it, I didn't force them. Lilith, it's true, we all fell in love with him for who he is, and he accepted our feelings. Urza, he treats us all equally. Ingrid, I understand, and I'm sorry. Issei, it's okay, it was to be expected that you would act that way. Ingrid, you're very kind to people. Issei, thank you. Well, let's get out of here. Ingrid, can I ask for 2 favors? Issei, of course. Ingrid, can you keep my identity a secret from the supernatural? I don't want any trouble. Issei, I understand, for now we'll just say you're a water mage. Ingrid, thank you. Say, and the second. Ingrid, can I be part of your retinue? Issei, how do you know I have my own retinue? Ingrid, I'm good at observing, it would be strange if they didn't have an aura. Issei, you're sharp. But what? Ingrid, I have nothing in this world, and I know I can trust you, you're a good person. Issei, thank you for your trust. And I don't have evil pieces, mine are dragon pieces. Ingrid, what's the difference? Issei, mine make you stronger than you are, and you'll also get your wings, and lastly, they allow you to have your original aura. Ingrid, I see, that's amazing. At that moment, a pawn piece appeared in front of her and entered. Ingrid was surprised. Ingrid, what happened? Urza, that's easy, the piece accepted you. That means you trust Issei a lot. Then she leaned closer to her ear. Urza? And also that you like him, right? Ingrid turned red. Ingrid, no, I barely know him. Urza, don't worry, you'll understand later, just act normal. Issei, girls, what are you talking about? Urza, nothing, we're leaving. Issei, yes, but it will take us a while to return to Ko. Lilith, why? Issei, well, since Ingrid will be coming with us, we'll have to return by boat. It's impossible by plane. Ingrid, I'm sorry. Issei, it's okay, it will be fun. Lilith, yes, it will be like a vacation. Issei, well, let's go, we need to find a restaurant to eat and then head back home. All the girls nodded and got into the car, setting off. Ingrid, Issei, tell me what has happened during this time. Issei, well, for now, the 3 factions are at peace, and the Nordic and Yokai factions are allies as well. Ingrid, Wow, I didn't expect that. Issei, yes, but everything good has its bad side. Ingrid, is there something? Issei, there's a group that likes to cause a lot of destruction, and those are the ancient Maos who want to defeat the current ones. They don't like peace. In their group, there are all kinds. Ingrid, I see, that means there will be a war soon. Issei, yes, but don't worry, I'll protect all of you. As he rubbed Ingrid's head, she liked it. Meanwhile, the other two just watched with smiles. Chapter and the four were on the boat. Their journey would last 2 days. Issei, well, you can do whatever you want. Lilith, and what will you do, Issei? Issei, I'll go talk to the other girls and then I'll relax a bit. Erza, you deserve it, you work so hard. Issei just smiled and kissed each of them on the forehead before leaving. Erza, Ingrid, enjoy the trip. Ingrid, what do you mean? Lilith, you like him, don't you? Ingrid, you too. Lilith, it's better not to hide it. It's better to be honest and be happy than to stay silent and be sad. Ingrid, you're right, but I'm scared. Erza, don't be, he's someone with a good heart, you'll know that in time. For now, trust yourself. Ingrid just nodded with a smile. Lilith, well, since that's settled, let's go buy some swimsuits and hit the pool, and then we'll wait for Issei. The three left talking calmly. Meanwhile, Issei was in a room calling home when Laviana answered. Issei's house. Lavi, hello, who is this? Issei, Laviana, how are you? Lavi, say. It's been a while, what happened? Issei, nothing, we're fine. Lavi, how did the mission go? Did anything happen? Issei, no, nothing, we're on our way home. Lavi, good, how long will it take? Issei, 2 days. Lavi, tell me, has anything happened? Lavi, not so far, everything's calm. Issei, I'm glad. And the others? Lavi, most are training and others are cooking. Say, I see, I miss them all. Lavi, we miss you too. Say, come back quickly. Say, sure, see you. He hung up. Penemu, that was Issei. Lavi, yes, he'll be back in 2 days. Griselda, that's good, how did the mission go? Lavi, well, nothing happened. Gabriel, that's great. Meanwhile, the girls were at the pool. Ingrid, it's been a while since I saw one. Lilith, yes, and the good thing is that there aren't many people. Just then, four guys approached. Hey girls. The three turned around to see who was speaking. Come on, don't you want to hang out with us? There's a disco nearby. Lilith, no, thanks, we're fine as we are. Come on, it'll be fun. Erza, we're having fun on our own, okay? Being so cute and alone. Lilith, we're not alone, we're here with our boyfriend. Well, he's an idiot, just leave them alone. The girls got angry since they didn't like being called that about Issei. Lilith, I'm a patient person, if you don't leave right now, I'll call him. Oh, I'm so scared. Erza was about to speak when Issei arrived. Issei, girls, sorry for the delay. Lilith, it's fine, and how did it go? Issei, the others are fine. So you're their boyfriend? Such women don't deserve someone like you. Issei, you all don't either, so march on out of here, one way or another. You have no idea who we are. Issei, yes, I do, you're yokai, right? The four were surprised. Issei, do you think I'm stupid? Well, now that you know, it's better for you to leave, you're just a human and we are more. Issei, no, then you'll die, and after that you're see. He didn't finish because Issei punched him hard. Before delivering the blow, he activated a barrier. The yokai got up, furious. Girls, stay there, I've got this. The three just nodded. Issei, it's better that you never finish that sentence. You can mess with me, but never with my girlfriends. Mkentra had red eyes, which scared the yokais. We're high-ranking yokai. If you touch us, the whole faction will come after you. He said this with a confident smile. At that, Issei returned to his normal gaze and looked at Lilith, who just nodded and took out her phone. Then she called Yasaka. In Kyoto, Yasaka was reviewing papers. Yasaka, I'll finish this quickly and look into Ko to welcome Issei as well. She said this with a smile when her phone rang. Yasaka, hello, who is this? Lilith, Yes, all the girls attacked with everything they had. Time passed, and the enemies multiplied. Issei noticed they were about to attack Ross, so he rushed in at high speed and took out the enemy. He called all the girls to gather while he created a barrier for a few seconds. Issei, girls, you're married, right? Griselda, actually yes, more than I thought. Mio, yeah. At that moment, Issei deactivated his armor. Issei, girls, stay here. I'll take care of everything, okay? Lavi, you're going to use it. Issei, yeah, we need to finish this quickly. Issei smiled at them, and they returned the gesture as he began to walk while summoning his spear. As he stepped out of the shield, he had it in hand. Issei, our first fight, buddy. He raised the spear. Issei, Ice Army. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the giants were confused. They watched as ice armors with swords emerged from the ground. Just imagine them with ice swords. There were over 200 soldiers. Issei, charge. All the soldiers attacked, killing every enemy that approached them. Mio, this is amazing. It's the first time I've seen this. Seraphol, I feel the same way. The others nodded in agreement. Issei saw that there were still more enemies, so he drove the spear into the ground. Issei, dragons, awaken from your slumber and help your creator rise. At that moment, dragons larger than the giants began to emerge. There were over 80 dragons, nearly as powerful as a dragon king. With their summoning, the battle took a dramatic turn. In less than an hour, all the giants, evil dragons, fallen angels, demons, yokai, and angels were dead. Issei, thank you for your help, friends. The soldiers and dragons simply nodded and melted away. The girls stepped out. Gabriel, are you okay, Issei? You used a lot of power. Issei, I'm fine. Let's hurry, the scientists are almost done. Issei stored his spear, and along with the girls, they started heading to the base. Upon entering, they encountered many enemies, but in a moment, they eliminated them since the girls were less exhausted. When they arrived, the scientists tried to attack them but were killed, leaving only one alive. Issei, why are you building this? To go back in time and change everything. Everyone was shocked by this. Issei, just like the last time. So you were the ones who destroyed it. Do you have any idea how much it cost us? Issei, no, and I don't care. These machines take months to build, and resources are limited. There are no more. This is the last one we can construct. Issei, good, better that way. With that, he killed the scientist. Issei destroyed the machine and all its parts to prevent any further issues, just like the girls did. Issei, how nice that. He didn't finish speaking because suddenly a portal appeared and began to pull everyone in. They couldn't hold on, it was too strong. In the end, they were absorbed. Issei, where will we end up? Penemu, no idea. They saw a light and arrived at a place. Chapter and the protagonists saw a light and crossed it, surprised by what they found. Issei, wait, where are we? Gabriel, I don't know. All the girls were astonished. Issei, so they succeeded. Who are you, and why do you look like some of us? Issei, it's hard to explain, Seraphol. Sarah, how do you know me? Issei, before that, could you tell me what you're doing? Sarah, we're signing the peace treaty. Penemu, it looks like the same moment, doesn't it? Issei, yeah. Surzek, how did you get here? Who are you? Gabriel, well, the answer is obvious. We're not the same as them. Gabby, yeah, you're just like us. Griselda, but there's something different here, right? Ross, and that would be. Griselda, Issei isn't here. At that, all the girls began to search, but found nothing. Seraphol, I have a question. Surzek, and that would be. Seraphol, is there anyone here named Issei? The people present were about to speak when someone did. Desik, it's me, why? All of Issei's girls were surprised by his appearance. Sikveria, he looks different, doesn't he? Rias, Sikveria, is that you? Sikveria, yeah, how are you? Sona, this is impossible. Penemu, you wouldn't believe the things we've seen. Shelina, yeah. Sarah, can you tell me who the others are? I know some, like the yokai leader, Sikveria, and Ravel. Penemu too, and I know Laviana. Seraphal, okay they are, Yuiu Urza, Roswizi, Lise, Shelina, Lilith, Mio, Kunu and Ingrid. Seraphal, wait, Kunu, but you're just a child and now you're all grown up. Kunu's eyes widened in shock. Yasaka, seriously she's cute like that Kunu, Mom, that was a long time ago. Azazel, well, I have a question too. Gabriel, and that would be. Azazel, who is he? Issei, my name used to be Hyde Issei, but now I'm just Issei. The people from that world had wide eyes, while the Issei from there didn't know how to react. Issei, how is that possible? We don't look alike at all. Issei, yeah I see, but tell me something. He stepped a little closer. Issei, yeah. Issei, and your siblings. Issei, I'm an only child. Say, really? Now I understand. Issei, what do you mean? Issei, I'll tell you later. Michael, can I ask you something, Gabriel? Gabriel, sure. Michael, what are you doing with this group? Gabriel, they are my family. Michael, what do you mean? Penemu, it's simple, all of us are Issei's partners. The people present didn't know how to react, and the girls from that world were left speechless, while Azazel couldn't believe it. Azazel, that's a lie, right? Seraphal, nope, it's true. See, with stars in his eyes, approached. See, how did you do it? Issei, I didn't do anything, time did everything. Surzek, tell me something Issei, why isn't anyone from my sister's entourage? Issei was about to speak, but someone else did. Ravel, it's simple, she's with Security. Sona, you're not Security. Issei just shook his head. Then who is? Issei, my older brother. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Issei, and how many siblings do you have? Issei, 2 older and 1 younger. The oldest is Shido, then Sakura, and finally Izuka. Cool. Issei just smiled and the girl said nothing. Surzek, I understand, and what ability do you have? Issei, just strength. He was lying, he didn't want more problems. Azazel, you have an interesting team, I see good sacred gears. Issei, good eye as always. At that moment, time stopped. Issei, it's starting. Griselda, it's strange to relive this again, isn't it? Sarah, the same thing happened there. Penemu, yeah, we'll help you, but we had a very difficult mission, I hope you understand. Gabby, what kind of mission? Sikveria, when this is over, I'll tell you. The fights went the same way. Azazel lost his arm, Valley rebelled, and fought against Issei, who combined an orb and gained his power, surprising Issei. But he was tired and could no longer continue. Valley, you're very weak. At high speed he wanted to kill Issei, but when he arrived, Issei stopped him with one hand and sent him flying. Issei, just as interactive, lover of fights. Valley, I'm curious how strong you are. Issei, I don't want to fight, I won't lie, I'm tired. Valley, then you're going to die too. Ingrid, I can't allow that. Valley, and a half-demon is going to stop me. Ingrid, so you're Valley Lucifer, I've heard about you, you're too proud. Valley was angry at those words. Valley, who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Ingrid, I'm Ingrid Leviathan. I'm a descendant of the original Maos, just like you. The people from that dimension had wide eyes at such a revelation. Valley, you're joking, right? Ingrid, no, and I also have a Longinus. Valley couldn't believe there was someone similar to him. Valley, and what does that matter? I'm the bearer of one of the 2 celestial dragons. Ingrid, and I'm the bearer of Nereid Kyrie. Valley, what is that Longinus? I've never heard of it. At that moment, Albion spoke. Albion, Valley, you won't be able to beat her. Valley, why? Albion, her Longinus allows her to control dragons, just like sacred gears. Valley was shocked by that news just like some others. Valley, I don't care. With that, he launched an attack, but Ingrid activated her Longinus, destroying Vala's armor and then creating a massive water serpent that sent him flying. He couldn't move since he failed to activate a shield in time. Then Biko arrived and took him away. Everyone returned to the room, and Issei sat at the table with the other leaders while the girls created a sofa for themselves. Issei, so what will you ask? Seat, why is your hair like that? Issei, it's a long story. In short, I entered a portal and trained for years, and I became like this. Sarah, what kind of portal? Penemu, a portal that opens to time, and no one can escape. Azazel, but it's important. Strong people have entered there and never returned. Issei, there's a way to leave. Gabby, and what is it? Issei, by killing all the monsters that are there. Surzek, how long did it take you? Issei, 1,200,000 years. Everyone's eyes widened. Bessie, but you look very young. Issei, outside the dimension, only 10 years have passed, let's say I'm 16. Azazel, but what were you doing there at such a young age? At that moment, Seraphal stood up. Seraphal, it's simple, your brothers and Rias and Sona threw him in there. No one could believe it, especially the two mentioned. Then Sona spoke. Sona, how could we do something like that? Seraphal, easy, in that dimension, you both knew Issei's family since you were little, and well, you told him about the supernatural and mentioned the sacred gears you possessed. Shido and Izuka were with Rias, and Sakura was with Sona. Rias, but, Seraphal, and when you saw that Issei had nothing good, you kept him as a practice dummy. At that, both groups were shocked by the answer. Seraphal, you got tired of him and then threw him into the portal. Silence fell. It was hard to believe such a thing. Bessie, but your parents didn't do anything. Issei, they labeled me useless, and well, they didn't say anything. Bessie, you had a hard time, didn't you? Issei, yeah, but that's the past now. Azazel, you haven't taken revenge. Issei, it wouldn't bring me anything good. In the end, I took a half revenge. Sarah, and that would be Issei, in the raiding games. Surzek, but only high-class demons can participate. Seraphal, Issei was an exception. He earned his game. Surzek, and who is part of his entourage? Seraphal just smiled before speaking. Chapter ends. Seraphal, everyone except Sikvaria and Yasaka. Everyone's eyes widened upon hearing that response. Sarah, wait, you too. Seraphal, yep, I'm Issei's queen. Surzek, but that would be impossible, you're more powerful than him. Seraphal, the truth is, he's much stronger than me. Azazel, so you too. Seraphal, yeah, we gave it to all of them without offending you too. No one could say anything when Penemu stood up. Penemu, it was a good moment, look. She projected a hologram of the fight, and the present people watched as they easily defeated both groups. Azazel, that was a crushing victory. But why wasn't Issei against Sona? Gabriel, he had a mission. Michael, but tell me, Gabriel, what's up with that outfit? Gabriel, it's my battle suit, I modified it a bit. Gabby, it's cute. Penemu, also this fight. She showed where they fought against both entourages at once, and the leaders saw the abilities of all of Issei's girls, leaving them speechless at such power. Surzek, you really are strong. All, thank you. Azazel, but how is it that she's a Leviathan too? Ingrid, 100 years ago, I was put into a slumber, and over time, Issei found me and saved me. Sarah, that means you took your place. Ingrid, nope, no one knows about me there. Sarah, then it's likely there are others here too, right? Ingrid, could be. Penemu too. But my question is, why are there so many of you with him? Griselda, we got to know him over time, and well, we fell in love with him. Gabby, it's strange to see you talk like that. Griselda, a little. At that moment, someone else spoke. Irina, tell me, Issei, how well do we get along? Issei, neither good nor bad, we hardly know each other, you're closer to my brothers. Irina, I see. Azazel, but how did you get here? Issei, we were on a mission that Odin assigned us. Surzek, wait, Odin-sama. How is that? Ross, a peace treaty was signed, and that brought us here. Azazel, what kind of mission was it? Issei, he sent us to stop some ice giants and members of the Chaos Brigade. Michael, but I heard those giants are very strong. Seraphol, and they are, there were thousands of them. Sarah, how are they still alive? Seraphol, thanks to Sikveria, she devised all the battle strategies. Sona, really? Rias, it's hard to believe. Sikveria, well, I didn't waste time, I studied. Issei, yeah, and what they were planning was to create a time machine and go back to the past, but we destroyed it, and in doing so, a portal opened, and here we are. Michael, you say it so calmly. Say, this isn't the first time this has happened to us. The first time was in Europe, we were sent to use world. Surzek, you've been through a lot. That's why you had minor injuries when you came out of there. Seraphol, yeah, the last battle was very tough. It was more than we expected. Gabby, how did you survive? Penemu, Issei took care of all of them. Azazel, how? Issei, it's a secret. Azazel, you keep a lot of secrets, don't you? Issei, it's better that way. Now we'll have to wait and see when the portal opens again. Surzek, last time, how long did it take to open? Issei, I don't remember very well, maybe more than a month. Sarah, and what will you do now? Issei, I promised the girls a vacation after the battle, and since we're here, we'll take it. Sarah, where will you go? Seraphol, to a place Issei found in our dimension. I hope it's still here. Griselda, yeah, it's a good place. Issei, wait here, I'll go check. With that, Issei spread his dragon wings, surprising everyone, and took off at high speed. Sarah, he's a dragon. Gabriel, he's half-dragon. Azazel, what has happened in his dimension? Seraphol, Loki's attack, the heroes' faction's attack on Kyoto, for now, just that. Sarah, those sure. Here's the translated text. I've already gotten used to mine. Kono, Issei-kun, you are a great person. Issei, thank you, and you're very cute. You have a lovely smile, don't lose it, okay? Konu, are you trying to win me over again? Issei, hee, of course not. You know I'm speaking the truth. Konu, I know you are, you don't lie. Lise, Issei, do you think we'll get back together someday? Issei, maybe. One day we'll have to do it, don't you want to? Lise, I won't lie, those girls are really annoying. It's exhausting. Issei, but they're not that bothersome now, are they? Lise, that's true, but I don't want to go back. Issei, then you'll stay here. Lise, are you joking? That would be impossible. If you're not here, it wouldn't be fun at all. Issei just ruffled her hair, and they continued on their way. Night fell, and they were heading back home when Issei suddenly stopped. Ross, Issei, is something wrong? Issei, let's hurry, the others are in danger. He said it seriously, and the girls followed him at a fast pace. When they arrived, they saw how the others were defending themselves against the faction of heroes. They were about to hurt Lilith, and Issei quickly stopped the attack, sending the enemy flying toward his companions. Everyone looked at Issei, and the girls were relieved to see him. Issei had a serious expression as he noticed the girls were a bit hurt. Issei, Shelina, please. She just nodded and went to check. Issei, I don't like violence much, but if they're bothering the girls, I won't hold back, heroes. Chow, neither do I. We didn't know there would be 2 kitsuns. This will help me more with my plans. He smiled along with his group. Issei, girls, step back and put up a barrier. They complied. Heracles, a human is going to give us a fight. Don't make us laugh. Issei, I am, and it disappoints me that you say that, even though you are one too. Heracles got angry. Issei, since you won't leave peacefully. Issei began to walk forward while summoning his hammer. Those who didn't know about that power were astonished. Chow, what kind of sacred gear is that? Issei said nothing and just kept walking. At that moment, Seafired lunged at him with his swords. Issei dodged at great speed and, with the same hammer, delivered a powerful blow to Seafired's sword, knocking it to the ground. The group of heroes was shocked. Jean, who the hell are you? Issei, just someone who hates violence. Issei deactivated his hammer and activated his second balance breaker. Many could feel the immense power Issei possessed. Yasa, is that all your power? Penemu, no, he's not even close to having it all. Sarah, you're joking, right? Gabriel, no. Heracles started running toward Issei, and they began to exchange punches at high speed. But Issei had more experience, landing heavy blows with lightning, causing a lot of BLD to spill. He threw Heracles back to his companions, who healed him, just like the others. Ciao, sooner or later, you'll tire out and lose. He said with a confident smile. Issei, I want to finish this quickly, so I have no choice. He deactivated his balance breaker. Ciao, will you surrender? Issei, no. At that moment, he activated his hammer again. Jean, that won't work again. Issei said nothing and simply threw the hammer into the sky, and it began to change. A great light blinded everyone for a moment. After that, everyone could see a spear. Ciao, what the hell? You have 2 sacred gears. Everyone was shocked to learn this. Issei, no, this is my true weapon. The other is just a second form. Ciao, you were playing with us. Issei, no, you're strong, so I'll have to resort to this. He began to move the spear until he plunged it into the ground. Issei, 0 zone. Suddenly, everyone was paralyzed, including the girls, and Issei created 6 soldiers and sent them to attack. Issei, I can only use this for 5 minutes. That's already a lot. Minutes passed, and he deactivated the freezing state. Chao was about to say something, but suddenly he started bleeding and screaming in pain like the others, while some fell to their knees and others fainted. Chao, what did you do to us, you he said, exhausted. Issei, I just finished this. Meanwhile, the girls were watching. Sarah, what did he do? Griselda, he activated his best ability, that's all. Yasa, how strong is that ability? Lilith, we don't know, he says it's still imperfect. Issei, leave and don't come back. If you do, I won't show mercy next time. Chao, furious, asked his companion to send them far away from there. Issei started walking toward the others. Issei, are you all okay? Yasaka, yes we are. Issei, why didn't you warn me? Lilith, they appeared out of nowhere. Issei, the good thing is that it's all over now, right? Yasa, thank you so much for your help. Issei, it's nothing. Well, let's go have dinner, I'm a bit hungry hee. The girls just laughed and went to dinner. Days passed, and the others went on an excursion to Kyoto. Issei was surprised to see Yasa, but Rias hit him on the head. Meanwhile, the others laughed. Sarah, you guys will be in the finals against Sarorg, right? Rias, yes, it will be very difficult. Sarah, he's a strong opponent. Rias, yes, but we will win. Will you come to watch us? Issei, why not? It will be fun to see how your fight goes. Se, you fought him. Seraphal, yep, and it was a great fight. It was the first time we saw Issei use his balance breaker. Rias, he's that strong. Issei, he gave me a tough fight. Ise, I can handle him. Issei, have confidence in yourself, and you'll make it. Yes, I'll be like you. Penemu, play. I see, that way, I'll have a HRM just like you. The girls had anime-style sweat drops. Issei just laughed at what he said. Days passed, and the day of the rating game arrived. The stadium was packed, and the group watched from the VIP room. Surzek, who do you think will win, Issei? Issei, it will be a tough fight, but it will have a good outcome. Azazel, hey, Issei, tell me how I conquered Gabriel. Issei was about to speak when someone hit him. Gabriel, why do you want to know that? Azazel, curiosity. Gabriel gave him a sharp look as she stared at him. Gabriel, it's not for anything else, is it? Azazel, how could you think that? Gabriel, I can see it. Azazel turned pale and wisely chose to say. Nothing. Gabby, but I want to know. Gabriel, okay, but he didn't do anything, to be honest, hee. Gabby, so. Gabriel, I just saw how he was and well, it just happened. Gabby, I understand now. Gabriel just smiled. Then the rating game began just like in the anime. Everyone cheered for the winning group, even Issei. While everyone cheered, Issei felt it just like the girls. Issei, it's time to go. The attendees heard him and stopped applauding. Surzek, what do you mean? Issei, the portal opened not far from here. We're leaving. Sarah, but Sarafall, we have to return to our dimension. They all said their goodbyes and left. They arrived at the portal, which was getting smaller, so they all rushed in. Seconds later, they saw light again. Chapter and Issei, finally, we'll be back home, right? Griselda? Yes, we can rest for a while. Gabriel, do you still want to rest more? Griselda, he, I took too many vacations. They all laughed as they arrived. They crossed the portal and found themselves in a forest. Issei, I don't think this is our universe. Penemu, I feel the same way. Issei, girls, please try to hide all your auras as much as you can, we don't know where we might be. They all nodded and did so as they started walking until they found a place. Lilith, there are people inside. Issei, yes, stay behind me. Yusaka, okay. Issei began to walk and opened the door, revealing many people. All of them stared at him. Are you here to fight with us like the others? Issei said nothing as suddenly someone tried to hit him from the side, but he managed to dodge the blow. Issei, wait, I don't want any trouble, I'm just lost. At that moment, a red-haired girl approached, and Issei was surprised. Issei, Urza. She looked surprised and became a bit serious. Urza, who are you, and how do you know about me? Issei, you look like someone I know. Urza, I see, and you idiots, stop fighting. Natsu, but he's a stranger. Gray, Issei, this is an amazing place and there are so many people. Urza, what are you doing here? From the looks of it, you're not from around here. Issei, what gives me away? Urza, your clothes are strange. Issei was wearing his battle suit. Issei, can you tell me where I am? Natsu, you're in Magnolia City, how do you not know where you are? Issei, can I speak with the head of the place, please? Gray, why do you want to talk to the guild MSTR? Issei, it's something very important. At that moment, the emissary arrived. Emsir, what brings you to Fairy Tale? Issei, can we talk in private? MC, sorry, but here we're all family, I hope you understand. Issei, I understand. Would you believe me if I told you I'm not from this world? Everyone fell silent. Natsu, are you joking? Issei, no, why would I? Do you have any way to prove it? Issei, my clothes say it, and I'm also half human. Urza, what are you? Issei, I'm half dragon. They were surprised to hear that, especially the 3 dragon slayers. Natsu, you're joking, right? Issei, what would I gain from that? Wendy, can you prove it? At that, Issei spread his celestial wings, leaving everyone present with their mouths agape and in a fighting stance. Issei, don't worry, I won't harm you, we were just trying to return to our dimension and ended up here. How many of you are there? Issei, there are 19, including me. I see, and where are they? Issei, they're waiting outside. Emissary, they can come in. Issei just nodded and opened the door, and all the girls entered. All the men were left speechless at how appealing they were. And even more so when they saw Urza enter. They were equally surprised, and Urza herself couldn't believe it. MST, wow, you have an interesting group. Urza, how is it possible that there's another friend just like me? The Urza from Issei's world will be called Ali for now. At that, Ali stepped forward. Ali, this is a surprise. This is new. Urza, you don't seem very surprised. Ali, I haven't been affected by those things for a long time, to be honest. MC, so what will you do for now? Issei, find a place and wait until the portal opens again. MST, I understand, so if you want, you can stay here. It's small, but it's something. Issei, we're very grateful. If you need anything, just let me know, and we'll help. They went to sit down, and many were watching them. Ali, it's a bit uncomfortable being stared at, isn't it? Lavi, yeah. Natsu, what kind of dragon are you? Issei, an ice. Natsu, I'm a dragon slayer. Issei looked surprised just like the girls. Issei, awesome. Natsu, yeah, I'm a fire dragon slayer, and she's Wendy, a wind dragon slayer. Wendy, nice to meet you. Natsu, and this is Gajeel, a metal dragon slayer. He said nothing. Issei, nice to meet you. Natsu, and this is my friend and partner Happy, and she's Lucy. Happy tight. Lucy, nice to meet you. Issei, hi, let me introduce them. They are Seraphal, Mio, Kunu, Gabriel, Ravel, Urza, Laviana, Ross, Penemu, Griselda, Lilith, Yasaka, Yui, Lise, Sigvaria, Shelina, Ingrid. All, nice to meet you. Urza, you have the same name as me. Ali, yes, but you can call me Ali to avoid confusion. Gray, and why is there only one guy and the rest are girls? Issei was about to speak. Lavi, it's because he's our partner. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Lacey, how is that possible? Seraphal, easy, it's because Issei is a dragon. Urza, and what does that have to do with anything? Mio, where we come from, dragons and demons can have many partners. No one could believe it. Gray, wait, are there demons over there? Seraphal, yes, we're half dragons too. Everyone was left speechless. Natsu, that's awesome. How did you become a dragon? Gabriel, Issei turned us into one. Urza, and how? Penemu, with something called dragon pieces. Lucy, and with those pieces, you can turn anyone into a dragon. Ravel? Yes, and by doing so, you live much longer as a dragon and gain a lot of strength. Wendy, and who has lived the longest? Issei. Natsu, how old are you? Issei, I'm those listening were left with their mouths wide open. Natsu, how is that possible? You look so young. Issei, that's just the life of a dragon. Natsu, can I have a fight with you since I've never fought a dragon? Issei, and why is that? Natsu, a few years ago, all the dragons disappeared, and well, we don't know where they are. Issei, I understand, that's fine. Where are we going? Natsu was all excited and led him to the back of the guild. Natsu got into a fighting stance, and everyone came out to watch the fight. Lucy, he'll be fine. Ali, you should worry more about your friend. Lucy, he's strong. Sigvaria, he defeated thousands of giants all by himself. Lucy's eyes widened, and she focused on the fight. Natsu charged in, and Issei just landed a punch to his face that sent him flying. Everyone was shocked that he knocked him out with just one hit. Issei, I think I overdid it, I'm sorry. Urza, it's fine, he deserved it. A few minutes passed, and Natsu woke up. Natsu, that was a great hit, it hurt. Issei, are you okay? He helped him up. Natsu, yeah, you're strong. Gray, fight me, I want to see who handles ice better. Seraphal, I'll do it. If Issei uses his ice, you'll end up frozen. Gray, fine. Both got into attack mode. Gray attacked with everything he had, but Seraphal just destroyed him. Seraphal placed her hands on the ground and created a massive mountain of ice. Gray barely managed to defend himself. Gray, I give up. Seraphal, you need to train more, Urza, tell me how strong you are. Ali, I don't know, do you want to test it? Urza just smiled, and they both got into position and activated their armor. Urza, can you do the I can see that you like someone, but you're afraid to admit it? Urza, as clever as ever, you're right. Issei, it's not an easy thing, is it? Urza, no, but I'll see what happens next. Issei, I'm curious about something. Urza, and what would that be? Issei, Natsu and Lucy are a couple. Urza, no. Issei, they look good together, and from what I can see, they get along well. Urza, he's always been like that, but maybe he'll realize it in the future. Issei, I hope it doesn't take too long. Urza, I feel the same way. With that, she went to sleep, and Issei continued to gaze out the window until the next morning. When he opened the door, all the girls were having breakfast. Upon seeing him, they all jumped up and threw themselves at him, while the others just watched. Oh, welcome back. Say, I'm back. As he smiled, everyone got up and went to have breakfast. Mio, how was it, Issei? Issei, It was fun exploring new places and meeting you all. Mio, we did well, although Serafal froze a few people. Serafal, they tried to be clever. Issei, I understand. So, who will be the 4 that will support me? Serafal, as your queen I will. Everyone agreed. Gabriel, I'll go too. Griselda, you'll need a sword, right? Ingrid, I'll do what I can. Issei, I'll give it my all and we'll win, right? The girls nodded. Urza, you also use a sword, how good are you? Ali, she's much stronger than I am. If you face her, you'll have a tough time, Urza raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. Griselda, don't worry, it'll be an easy fight. Urza, thanks. Issei, so when does it start? Just then, the Issei arrived with Mirajane. It will be in a week, so prepare yourselves. Issei, we'll do our best to win. Mirajane, I know you will. Say, and who is she? He pointed to a blonde girl. Emister, she is Mavis, one of the founders of Fairy Tale. Mavis, hello, nice to meet you. Issei, likewise. From what I can see, this isn't her usual appearance, is it? Mavis, you have a good eye. Issei, thank you. Mavis, yes, you're right, but I can see that you all are strong. You'll manage the competition. Issei, we'll give it our best shot. Issei wore a slightly serious expression. Mavis understood what he meant. Mavis, I see. The others didn't understand, except for the girls. Issei, yes. Mavis, how did you know? Issei, my partner, Gabriel, taught me to understand people's hearts. Mavis, that's a valuable skill. Gabriel, thank you, you've been through a lot, haven't you? Mavis, well, yes, but that's in the past. Gabriel, still you know. Mavis, yes. Gabriel just smiled while the others were puzzled. Natsu, what are you all talking about? Gabriel, it's something private. Emister, seriously. Mavis, yes, tell me Issei, could you take on Acnologia? Those who heard froze at the mention of that name. The girls were confused. Penemu, say, who is that? Issei, he's a dragon who's somewhere between a king and a celestial being. You? Oh, that's interesting. Issei, yes, and to answer your question, I'd say I'd know if I saw him. Mavis, I see, I think you could. Say, who knows? We'll find out in due time. The one who would actually put up a fight is Xerath. Mavis, but he's immortal. Issei, I can sense it, but I've fought an immortal before, just one who was weaker. Mavis, really? Issei, yes, Ravel's older brother. Everyone was surprised. Mavis, you're immortal. Ravel, yes. With that, she took a knife and cut her hand, and within seconds, it healed, astonishing those present. Mavis, your world is incredible. Issei, not really. Mavis, I'd love to know what it's like. Then Issei stood up, got to Mavis's height, and pressed his forehead against hers. The others were taken aback. After a few seconds, he stood back up. Issei, so what did you think? Mavis, it's an amazing world, I can't believe it. Emister, what did you see? Mavis, things I shouldn't know. No one understood what she meant, and it was better not to ask. Everyone went about their own business, and Issei's team went to train a bit since they hadn't had a major fight since the Asgard incident. A week passed, and everyone was on their way to the competition in the big city. Everyone was on the train, talking and planning what to do in the competition. Issei wasn't saying anything, he was just listening. Mirajane, aren't you going to say anything, Issei? Issei, Sikvaria is good at making plans, so we're fine. Don't worry. Mirajane, I see. Are you going to wear any uniforms? Issei, no, we'll wear our usual clothes, it's not mandatory. Mirajane, but it's to identify the team. Issei, I see, they'll spot us quickly since we won't have any Mirajane, well, you have a point there. Mirajane, we're almost there. Issei looked out and saw the grand city. Minutes later, they all went to a hotel to wait for the next day. Issei was with the girls, all gathered together. Issei, girls, stay alert in case something happens, I have a feeling something will. Yasaka, I feel the same, something will happen here. Issei, yes, and if something does happen, let me know and don't wander off, we're in an unfamiliar world, and there could be many surprises. Lavi, you're right. Issei, don't separate, stay together. They all nodded and went to their rooms, while Issei thought, Issei, I hope nothing bad happens. With that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The day of the competition arrived, and Issei and his group were at the entrance, waiting for the call. Serafal, it's a big place, isn't it? Ingrid, yes. Issei, girls, let's give it our all. With that, Issei stretched out his hand, and the girls placed theirs on top. Then they all lifted their hands up. Just then, the presenter called them. The group entered, and they could hear a lot of cheering. Presenter, Fairy Tale will have 2 groups, but this group is the initial one. Yes, they might be new members, but those girls are cute. Meanwhile, the audience was filled with cheers from the boys, as the girls were very pretty. Issei, I wish everyone luck. He looked at the other participants. Presenter, now I will explain how this works. The main event lasts for 5 days, with 2 events held each day, a battle and a surprise event. For the surprise event, each team will receive a number of points based on their final position in the event. First, 10 points second, 8 points third, 6 points fourth, 4 points fifth, 3 points sixth, 2 points seventh, 1 point eighth, 0 points, and so, let's get this started. With that, the teams went to their places. Presenter, the first game will be hidden. Participants must hide. To carry out this game, each guild must send one of its 5 members. The event takes place in a magically generated arena, adding magical copies of the other participants. The rules of the game are, hide and seek the other participants. Every member is free to use magic. If it comes into contact with another participant, the attacker will gain a point while the victim will lose 1, regardless of the damage inflicted. However, if the attacker uses magic on a copy, they will lose a point. Well, who's going first? Issei asked. I will, Ingrid replied confidently. Are you sure? Issei questioned. I have a plan, I'll use your idea. Instead of creating an army of ice, I'll use copies of myself. That's a great idea. Good luck. Issei encouraged her. At that moment, all the participants were ready, filling the arena like a bustling city. As Ingrid created her copies, she began her hunt. She'll do well, right? Issei asked, watching her intently. She's trained hard this week, she's gotten stronger, Serafal reassured him. I know, and she'll do great. Meanwhile, Ingrid was eliminating each contestant at an astonishing speed. That girl is fast and strong. No one has been able to keep up with her. How is that possible? The announcer remarked. I don't know, but she's impressive, someone in the crowd responded. Wow, that girl is really good, isn't she? Another spectator said. Yes, that whole team of that boy is amazing, Amster replied. I know, the first spectator agreed. As they cheered on the team, the first round concluded, and Issei's team secured first place. What a surprise! Team Fairy Tale 2 takes first place, snatching it away from Sabretooth. The announcer declared. Ingrid joined her team, beaming with pride. You did great, Ingrid. Congratulations. Issei exclaimed. Thanks. It wasn't that hard, but I gave it my all. Ingrid replied, her confidence shining through. I know, well, it's over now, right? Issei said, relieved. And that wraps up the first day. We'll see what comes next, the announcer concluded. With that, the group went to reunite with the others. You all did really well, congratulations. Mio praised them. Thanks. You'll see, we'll finish in first place, Ingrid said, her excitement infectious. Just then, the second team arrived. Gray, what happened there? Ingrid asked curiously. I don't know, but don't get too confident. I'll win next time, Gray replied, determination in his voice. Gray-sama is right, he will win. Juvia added enthusiastically. Meanwhile, hidden away in the distance, Issei's group exchanged nervous glances. They all left to see what awaited them the next day. The following day was Carriage Day, the event of the second day of the Grand Magic Games. In this game, participants must run along the tops of interconnected carriages, starting at one end of Crocus and ending in the arena of the Grand Magic Games. On the third day, the event was called Pandemonium. In this game, participants were required to enter a temple, one at a time. Inside the temple, there are 100 monsters with varying levels of strength. Urza won by clearing everything on her own, while the rest were ranked based on who had the most strength measured by a gauge. Gabriel held back, finishing in second place. On the fourth day, there was a naval battle. Seraphal participated since she had more experience with water, quickly eliminating most of the opponents and emerging as the winner. On the fifth day, there was a group battle with the fairy tale team declared the winners. Issei didn't participate at all in the end. Everyone celebrated at a bar. Natsu, Issei, you didn't participate at all. Issei, well, you guys were the stars of the day, so I left it to you. Urza, honestly, I didn't want to fight against you. We would have been eliminated quickly. Issei, of course not. It would have taken us a little while. Everyone started laughing at what he said. Issei, do you think what you told me about Lucy from the future will happen? Urza, we don't know, I hope not. Natsu, yeah, I don't want to fight anymore. Lucy, but I saw it too, and I can tell you I don't know what will happen. Issei, well, if something happens, we'll see what it is, right? Gray, yeah, so let's just stay calm for now. Urza, get dressed. Gray looked at himself and let out a loud scream while the others just laughed. A day passed, and Issei and the girls were in the room while the others were outside. Issei, do you think something will happen? Lavi, I hope not. Fighting dragons isn't a great idea. Penemu, yeah, it's really hard. I still remember the evil dragons. They weren't very strong, but they caused a lot of trouble. Gabriel, but it was a good tournament, right? Issei, for you guys, they didn't let me participate. As he crossed his arms, the girls just found it a bit funny. Yasaka, don't be like that, Anata. If you had gone, it would have ended quickly, right? Sikvaria, yeah, next time there will be other fights. Issei, calm down, I'm not angry. I saw that you all had fun, so I'm fine. Ingrid, yeah, it was fun. Issei, now that I think about it, don't you miss your world? Honestly, I'm happier here with you all. Back there, it was just work and fame. I liked it, but it was just that. Issei, and if you went back? I wouldn't do anything. I'd just stroll around like a normal person. Issei, I see. As they continued talking, they suddenly heard an explosion. They stood up and went to the window to see what was happening and saw a huge dragon causing a great disaster. Chapter and Issei, girls, get ready, we're going out. The others are near the palace. Everyone nodded and headed to the location. When they arrived, most of them were gathered there. Issei, what happened here? Urza, they opened a portal and dragons came out of it. The good news is that we managed to close it in time. Issei, Urza, you look bad, you should rest. Urza, I can't, I have to help people evacuate. Issei, I see. Shelina, do me a favor, please. She just nodded and went to help her. Urza didn't know what Shelina would do, but soon she was back to normal. Urza, that's great. Shelina, thanks. Issei, okay, some of you go help and others stop the dragons. You know the same groups. All, yes. At great speed, everyone rushed out, and Issei stayed near the portal. Issei, well, Wendy, it's our turn. Looking at the dragon. Wendy, yeah, can you help me? Issei, what's your name? Before you die, I'll give you that honor. My name is Zirconis. Issei, I see, let's have a good fight. Zirconis, you joke, a mere human will give me a fight. Issei, Wendy, go ahead, and I'll see how you fight. Wendy, okay. With that, she and her companion went to fight. Issei, and you, Lucy, why do you look like that? Lucy, that dragon is a pervert, so. At that moment, Issei created a magic circle at Lucy's feet and gave her new clothes. Lucy, thanks. Issei, no problem. So, what do we do now? Lucy, we need to destroy that big door, but it would be very complicated. Issei, okay, from what I see, everyone is fighting with everything they have. Lucy, Issei, you seem really calm. Aren't you afraid something will happen to your girls? There are monsters out there. Issei, if I didn't trust their strength, I wouldn't send them out there alone. Lucy, now that I think about it, I've never seen you use your power, just your fists. Issei, it's not necessary to use so much strength. It's better to reserve it for surprises. Well, I'll go help Wendy. I see she's not doing well. Issei spread his wings and flew at great speed to where Wendy was. Issei, Wendy, are you okay? Wendy, sorry, I'm not very strong. Issei, don't worry, you're strong, it's just that you're not used to battles. Go rest with Lucy. She just nodded and left. Issei, okay, how about we get started? The dragon was about to speak, but Issei delivered a powerful blow that sent it crashing into the castle. Everyone watching had their mouths wide open. Zirconis, how did you do that? You're just a human, and why do you have dragon wings? Issei, the answer to both is that I'm half dragon. Zirconis, impossible, that's not true. Issei said nothing and charged at him, delivering another powerful blow that made him bleed. The dragon, enraged, flew into the sky and tried to hit Issei, but nothing worked. Issei easily dodged and hit him again. Zirconis, DMNU. He tried to strike again, but Issei didn't want to fight anymore, so he delivered a powerful punch to the face, knocking him unconscious. Wendy, wow, you're really strong. Lucy, how did you do that? Issei, I trained a lot. You could too, Wendy. At that moment, the princess and some guards arrived. Princess, thank you for your help. How can we repay you? Issei, it's fine, I just helped to prevent injuries. Princess, still, thank you. Issei just nodded and looked away. Wendy, is something wrong, Issei? Issei, nothing. The others are already finishing up. Well, now we just need to destroy this door. He sighed and walked toward it. Lucy, and how will you do that? Issei just smiled and kept walking when a bunch of lightning bolts shot out from him. Everyone watched as a huge hammer appeared. Issei lifted his hammer, and the others looked at him strangely, but then saw a ton of lightning bolts fall from nowhere. Everyone's mouths dropped at what they were witnessing. Many people in the distance saw a bunch of lightning strike down. Issei made the hammer disappear and returned to the others. Issei, well, that's done. Lucy, what was that? Issei, it was part of my power. Now there's no trace of that door left. Lucy, how do you summon that hammer? Issei, let's just say I have a lot of power and I can concentrate it into something and well, I used that. Lucy, I see. At that moment, some of the girls started arriving. Issei, did you all do well? Mio, yeah, it wasn't much, it served as a warm-up. You, it was honestly fun. Lilith, I got to try out a new weapon. Seraphol, the good thing is that it ended. Lavi, yeah, we can finally rest. Lucy, you all act like it's nothing. Penemu, we're a bit used to having these battles. Lucy, I understand. Gabriel, yeah, although I don't like to fight much, to be honest. Griselda, neither do I, but there are times when you have to, like today. Lucy, the good thing is that it all ended. At that moment, the others arrived. Issei, guys, you look in bad shape, are you okay? Natsu, well, it was a big battle, but you seem fine. Issei, well, I avoided most of the fights. Gray, lucky you. Issei, Shelina, yes. She just smiled at him and went to the others, starting to heal them, and they were surprised. Natsu, awesome, I feel like new. Gray, I feel the same, it's like nothing happened. Juvia, yeah, thanks. Shelina, no problem, I do it gladly. Things returned to normal, everyone went back to the guild to rest after that big day. Everyone was celebrating the victory against the dragons. Issei's girls went to rest, they were tired. Issei was outside the guild looking at the stars since he wasn't sleepy at all when someone approached. Mira, Issei, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at the party? Issei, I don't really like parties, to be honest, and the girls are already asleep, they had a long day. Mira, I see. Issei, and what are you doing here, Mira Jane? Mira, well, I had fun for a while, I don't like the noise much, plus those two start fighting for no reason, and the rest just goes along with it. Issei, I understand, for now things have calmed down. Mira, Lucy told me what you did, you must have been incredible. Issei, I didn't do anything that anyone else wouldn't do. Mira, they told me you're strong. Issei, thanks, it took years of training. Mira, tell me, do you want to go back to your world? Issei, honestly I don't know, I don't have anyone there, I only have the girls and I'm happy with them. Mira, I see, and your family. Issei, my family abandoned me when I was 6, just like my siblings. I envy you a little, to be honest. Mira, why? Issei, you get along well with your siblings and you have a great family, that's not something you find everywhere. Mira, yeah, but you're part of this family too. Issei, honestly I'm not, sooner or later, I'll leave. My only family is the girls, and I'm happy with them. If something happens to them, I don't know what I'll do with my life. Mira, you care a lot about them. Issei, they confessed to me, and I felt very happy, and I promised to protect them and make them happy. Mira, and you've succeeded from what I can see. Issei, thanks. This is a nice place. Mira, then why don't you stay? Issei, in my world they need me even if they don't say it, and the girls have their families there too. Mira, so they'll leave. Issei, yeah, but for now we'll help here and see what happens. They fell silent for a moment, and then they stood up and went to rest. Chapter and it was a new day. Everyone in the guild had a vacation due to the dragon fight. The girls were having breakfast. Mira, so where's Issei? It's strange that he's not here. Seraphol, he went out to train. He does that from time to time. Mira, I see, he likes to stay in shape. Gabriel, a little. Mira, and don't you want to date him? Lilith, honestly we've never had a date. Mira Jane was surprised. Mio, but don't get it wrong, we haven't had dates with him because we like to be all together, it's more fun. Ravel, yeah, we watch movies together or play, being alone is boring. Mira, I see. Penemu, and what are you doing here, Mira Jane? Shouldn't you be on vacation like the others? Mira, I don't have much to do, my siblings have other things to do, so I better stay here. Just then Issei arrived. Issei, hey girls, did you rest well? Everyone nodded. Issei, since we have the day off, why don't we go to the beach? Lise, I like the idea. Yasaka, yeah, it's good to relax. Sikvaria, a little rest sounds good. Issei, it's decided. He then looked at Mira Jane. Issei, Mira Jane, do you want to come with us? Well, if you're not busy. She just smiled and nodded. Issei, okay, see you here in half an hour. Everyone started waking up. Issei walked through the city streets. Issei, Natsu, how's it going? Natsu, good, here with Happy. We're going to see Lucy for a mission. Issei, you guys don't rest, do you? Natsu, well, we get bored if we don't do anything. Happy, that's true. Issei, I see. So tell me, do you want to go to the beach with me and the others? Natsu, okay. Issei, good, let your friends know if they want to go. We'll see you at the guild in less than half an hour. He continued on his way. Minutes passed, and he was back at the guild. Issei, are you all ready? Everyone raised their hands. Urza, but the beach is far from here. Issei, leave that to me. Issei created a large magic circle and transported everyone in an instant. They were already at the beach, and those who didn't know were surprised. Issei, okay, go change and have fun. Everyone scattered in a second. Minutes passed, and Issei was waiting. Gabriel, Issei, how's it going? Issei turned around. Issei, you all look very lovely, it suits you well. The girls blushed and went to different places. Issei, you look good, Mira Jane. Mira, thanks, I say the same. She was a bit flushed. Everyone started laughing and playing and competing a little. Gray, hey Issei, can I tell you something? Issei, sure. Gray, later we'll have a mission where we have to see one of the strongest people on the continent. They asked us to investigate something. Issei, I see. Gray, do you want to go? Issei, can I bring company? Gray, of course. Issei, okay, I'll go. Natsu, it'll be fun if you go. Issei, I say the same. The three returned to have fun with the rest. The day passed, and everyone was ready to return. In a second, they were all back at the guild. Everyone was leaving, but Issei stopped the girls. Issei, can we talk? Everyone went to Issei's room. Issei, well, tomorrow I'm going on a mission with Natsu's group, and they invited me. Lilith, you're going? Issei, yeah, and I want you to come with me, Seraphol, Laviana, and Ravel. What do you say? I won't force you. Seraphol, of course I'll go. Lavi, I'll go, it'll be fun. Ravel, I'll go wherever you go. Issei, okay, we'll leave early. Issei stood up and kissed each girl goodbye, knowing he wouldn't see them for a while. Everyone went to sleep. The next morning, the group was ready to leave and took a train. Urza, it'll be the first time I see you in combat. What abilities do you have? Seraphol, water and ice magic. Lavi, ice mage. Ravel, fire magic. Urza, wow, that's cool. Gray, yeah, but someday I'll surpass you. Seraphol, someday you will, good luck. Gray, aren't you afraid of being surpassed? Seraphol, nope, if you improve I will too, so nothing will change. Natsu, Ravel, can you let me try your fire? Ravel nodded and created a fireball, handing it to him. Natsu, wow, this is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Ravel, thanks for the compliment. Lucy, you all have incredible abilities. Lavi, yours is amazing too, seriously. Lucy, thanks, and which of the three is the strongest? Lavi, that's Seraphol, she's a Mao. Lucy, what's that? Ravel, it's a demon king. The boys were surprised to learn this. Urza, is that true? Seraphol, yes, but there are 4 Maos and I'm the third, so I'm not that strong. Urza, but being third is already a lot, that's awesome. Seraphol, not as much as Issei, maybe with a minimum of 5 hits, he'd leave me dead. Issei, don't exaggerate. Lavi, she has a point. Ravel, yeah. Lucy, especially with that hammer, you're even stronger. Seraphol, there's something more powerful than the hammer. Urza, and what would that be? Seraphol, a spear. Urza, Issei, can we see it? Issei, no. Gray, why not? Issei, you can create spears and Irene and I will hold off the goblins. Penemu, all right. Both girls began to conjure several light spears and some swords to attack, as there were many goblins. Meanwhile, Irene and Issei were holding back the goblins. Irene, they're annoying. Issei, I know, but we can't use strong spells, or the cave will collapse on us. Irene, I know. She dispatched a goblin that was about to attack her from behind. They fought for hours until none were left. Issei, are you all okay? Penemu, they weren't strong, but their numbers were really bothersome. Griselda, yes, but the good thing is that we're done. Irene, so what do we do now? Issei, first, we need to see if there are any survivors, and then we'll bury the adventurers. The girls nodded and ventured deeper into the cave. Upon reaching the goblin nest, they saw several fallen adventurers. Griselda, upon seeing this, hit against Issei's chest, as she didn't like the sight. Issei, we arrived too late. Penemu, if we had known there were goblins here, we would have come faster. Say, I know. Griselda, if you're not feeling well, you can go with the other girls. I'll bury everyone myself. Griselda, I'm fine, don't worry. I just am not used to seeing this. Issei, Griselda, I won't lie to you, we'll see this often. Griselda, I know. And don't worry, I'll help. Penemu, I'll help too, and we'll try to get to the next mission sooner. Irene, yes. For now, we can only give them a dignified burial for their bravery. With that, the group split up, removed each body, and buried them. It took them 3 hours since there were so many. When they finished, they teleported to the cathedral. The girls were in a large room, talking quietly, until they saw a magic circle and cheered, knowing who it belonged to. They watched as 4 figures emerged, covered in BLD, and were surprised. Someone was about to say something, but Issei spoke up first. Issei, before you ask, this BLD isn't ours. It belongs to the fallen adventurers. Gabriel, what do you mean? Issei shook his head. Issei, our mission didn't mention anything about goblins, so you can imagine. There were as many goblins as there were other creatures, and we had to bury the fallen adventurers. Gabriel, I see. Issei, Tsurugi-san, could we use the bathroom to clean up? Tsurugi, go ahead, don't worry. The group nodded and left the area. Yasaka, I can't believe those creatures caused so much damage. Tsurugi, some are weak, but in groups they're bothersome. Adventurers don't care much about killing them since they don't earn much, which is why they reproduce faster. Mirajin, I see. We'd like to help, but Lise, I don't think Issei will let us, as it would be dangerous. Shelina, it's better not to go. Ingrid, you're right, it's better to let him handle this. Besides, there's Goblin Slayer who takes care of them along with his group. Tsurugi, that's true. Issei's mission is different for now, but I have a question. Serafal, what is it? Tsurugi, why does he try so hard? Mio, the answer is simple. He likes to help, and if he sees he can do something, he does it. Urza, besides, he doesn't do it for rewards. He does it just to help. Laviana, so let him do it. Tsurugi, I see. The truth is, there aren't many people who do that. Rasyz, not even in our dimension, to be honest. Tsurugi, I see. His family must be proud of him, right? No one knew how to respond. Serafal, I don't know if you remember, but Issei's family doesn't want him. Tsurugi, oh that's right, I'm sorry I forgot. Serafal, don't worry. Besides, he doesn't care, believe it or not. He hasn't seen his parents in a long time and has no intention of doing so. Ravel, but it's different with his siblings. He sees them often. Whenever they see Issei, they take the opportunity to annoy him. Even though Issei is a patient person, he has his limits, and one day he'll reach them. Honestly, I don't want that to happen. Tsurugi, why? Lilith, Issei, when he's angry, is honestly scary. I've only seen him like that once, and it was terrifying. Everyone nodded in agreement with Lilith's words. Rasyz, besides, before we left for our mission, Issei's older brother tried to do something with Ingrid, and we told Issei. He got upset, but he couldn't do anything because of the mission. Tsurugi, and when you return, what will happen? Konu, no idea. I hope nothing bad happens. Since he has the support of his king's family and some other people, Issei can't kill him. Sigvaria, but that doesn't mean he can't hurt him. Gabriel, it's better to drop this topic. I don't like it. Let's prepare something for the girls and Issei. They must be hungry. With that, one group went to the kitchen while another set the table. After a few minutes, the 4 were in the dining room. Issei, it looks delicious, thank you so much. Urza, we did our best. But Mirajane did most of it. Mirajane, with your help, it was faster. Issei just sat down and the others did too. Yui, Issei, when will you leave again? Issei, I'll be here for about 3 days since it would be suspicious if I left too quickly. Mio, that's true. Tsurugi, did you bring anything as proof that you accomplished your mission? Issei, yes. Tsurugi, completing. Such a difficult mission, I think you'll be promoted. Penemu, that sounds great. Tsurugi, it really does. Irene, a little. Issei, well, before taking that mission, I noticed there were many. Tsurugi, with the fall of the Demon King, many lost control and attacked, that's why. Issei, Tsurugi, you fought him. Tsurugi, once, and we barely made it out alive. Issei, I see. And tell me, would you fight him again? Tsurugi, honestly, I wouldn't want to fight again. But someday I'll have to do it again. That's why the girls are helping me with my training. Issei, I see. I wish you luck. Tsurugi, although I can't hold my own against most of them, they're very strong. Sigvaria, but if you keep this up, you'll become stronger. Issei, and you'll join the heroes group again. Tsurugi, I don't think so. I wouldn't know how to adapt again. They must have their formations. Issei, I see. Minutes passed, and everyone finished dinner. Issei, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to rest. It's been a long day. He said goodbye to each girl and headed to the room they had lent him. Some girls went to wash the dishes since Tsurugi didn't like having many people around her. Only the maids came in the mornings to clean and then left. Serafal, how did your trip go, aside from the mission? Griselda, it was calm, except for the beginning. Gabriel, did something happen? Penemu, the usual, a group of adventurers tried to hit on us and well, they made Issei a little upset, and he hit them. Laviana, I see. Tsurugi, that's common. Yasaka, it really is. Many men approach and try to talk to us. Serafal, although they never look at us, just at something else. Penemu, it's annoying but over time, you get used to it, Gabriel. Tsurugi, why her? Sikveria, not just her, also Penemu, Serafal, and Yasaka. Since they are the most appealing women in their factions, they often get asked out. Tsurugi, but they don't know that they are Issei's partners. No one knows except Ravel's mother. It would cause a huge scandal, especially with these attacks. Issei is afraid they might try to kidnap us to make him feel helpless. Serafal, even though everyone knows we're part of his group, not many have the courage to attack us since we're always in a group. Tsurugi, they have it tough. Gabriel, but over time, you get used to it. That's why we train harder than usual, as tough times are coming, and Issei won't always be able to protect all of us. Irene, they will be tough days. Serafal, you just came out of one war and now you're entering another. Do you regret coming? Irene, the answer is obvious, no. Of course, I don't regret it. Serafal, I see, and you Mirajane. Mirajane, not at all. I know I've lost some strength, but with training, I'll regain it. Just then, the other group of girls who were cleaning arrived. Ravel, what were you talking about? Serafal, about how the trip went. You? Hey, I have a question. Penemu, and what would that be? You, if that portal appears again, do you think we'll fall into another dimension or return to ours? Yasaka, that's a good question. I won't lie, it would be interesting to go to another. Serafal, I have an idea. Gabriel, and what would that be? Serafal, how about we bet? Some will bet we return home, and others will bet we go to another dimension. Gabriel, it's bad to gamble, you know. Penemu, for you. I'm in. She said with a big smile, and then the others joined in, even Gabriel and Griselda, as they didn't want to be left out. In the end, 10 of them were in favor of returning home, and the other 10 to another dimension. Lise, it will be interesting to see the outcome, I hope to win. Shelina, me too. Sikveria, although it sounds interesting at some point, we'll have to return home. Serafal, don't be such a bore, Sikchan. Sikveria, of course, I'm not. Penemu, I hope you're ready to lose, hee hee. They continued discussing until night fell, and everyone went to rest. A few days passed during which Issei helped the girls with their training, and they helped him, especially Griselda and Urza, as he wanted to improve his sword style. Tsurugi also trained with them. They talked and laughed together, playing cards and other board games they brought from their world. That's how the days went. All the girls were in the living room, talking about anything. Tsurugi, and tomorrow you're leaving. Penemu, yes, we've been resting for many days, and it's time to get back to action. Irene, plus, with these training days, I've improved a lot. If I keep this up, I'll soon master my dragon form. Tsurugi, I was honestly surprised to see you in that form. And you can transform into a dragon too. All the girls shook their heads. Serafal, the truth is, it would take us years of practice to achieve that. But we're better this way. Tsurugi, I understand. And now that I think about it, where is Issei? Mio, he must be in the garden. He likes to watch the starry sky. Konu, that's his only hobby. Gabriel, you should talk to him before he leaves. Tsurugi, why would I do that? Griselda, we know how you feel about him. Besides, Gabriel can confirm it since she can see it. Yasaka, plus, we've seen how happy you get training with him. Everyone confirmed. Tsurugi, but Lilith, don't be afraid. We've all been in your position at one time. And honestly, it was the easiest moment of my life when I told him. Lise, plus now you have more sparkle in your eyes. Before, you only had an empty look. Gabriel, go, don't be afraid. All the others supported her, and she thanked them and went to the garden. When she arrived, she saw Issei lying on the grass, and she approached and sat near him. Tsurugi, do you like it? Issei, it's a unique view. It looks appealing, don't you think? Tsurugi, you're right. Tomorrow you're leaving, right? Issei, yes, we've been resting for too long, and it's time to return. More missions await us. Tsurugi, you must be careful. There's a lot of danger out there. Issei, I know. They were silent for a few seconds until Issei sat up. Issei, you look better without the bandages over your eyes. Now your eyes have more sparkle. Tsurugi, thank you. But I only go like this with you. When more people come, I put the bandage on since I'm still not used to it. Issei, we've spent a lot of time in this place. It hasn't been a bother. Tsurugi, not at all. It's quite the opposite. Now the place is lively, and thanks to you, I've been able to overcome my past and improve. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. Tsurugi, before, my life was very lonely. But when you all came, you changed it, and I was able to move forward. Issei, that's great. Keep it up. Tsurugi, plus, you have to take responsibility. At that, Issei's eyes widened in surprise. Issei, but Tsurugi, you're a very cheerful person and you've helped me a lot. That changed something in me, especially the stories the girls told me. So you have to take responsibility. Issei, did being with the girls affect you? He smiled. Tsurugi, maybe a little. She smiled back at Issei. Issei, Tsurugi, you're someone unique who has moved forward despite everything you've been through, and I admire that. And the answer is obvious, right? With a smile, Tsurugi leaned her head on Issei's shoulder. Tsurugi, I love you. Issei, the time I've spent with you has been great. Tsurugi, I wanted to say those words because tomorrow you're leaving, and I didn't want to wait any longer. Issei, I'll return quickly to be with all of you and always see those smiles. Tsurugi just smiled and moved closer to Issei, giving him a kiss. Separated, she rested her head on his chest, and they stayed like that for a few minutes. Tsurugi, Issei, can I ask you something? Pulling away from him. Issei, yes, if it's in my power, go ahead. Tsurugi, can I be part of your family? Issei, you've been one for a long time. Tsurugi, I mean also to have the other thing. The girls told me about it earlier. Issei, are you sure? Tsurugi, of course. Besides, someday you'll all leave and I'll leave too. Issei, it wouldn't affect your departure at all. Tsurugi, not at all. I have nothing here, so I'll go with you. You know I've had more fun than ever these days, and I want it to continue. Issei, if that's your wish, I'll fulfill it. Taking out a pawn piece, it floated and entered Tsurugi. Tsurugi, I can feel the difference. Issei, now we'll be together forever. Tsurugi, that's what I'm longing. She smiled while touching her chest where the piece was. Issei, you know girls, it's rude to eavesdrop. At that, all the girls came out, and Tsurugi, seeing them, was so embarrassed that she hid in Issei's chest. Penemu, we know but we wanted to see. The others just nodded. Issei said nothing and just called them to sit together. Mio, welcome, Tsurugi. The others also welcomed her, and she happily accepted everything. Then everyone stayed talking in the garden until it got late, and they all went to rest. The next morning, everyone was in the living room. Issei, well, we have to go. We'll appear in the forest, and from there, we'll head to the guild and take another mission. Sigvaria, come back soon, okay? Irene, of course, we'll come. Issei, so it won't be easy for us to create some, since it would be suspicious for us to have our own. Sigvaria, that's true, but we can say that some were created by us, claiming they are prototype suits. Issei, and where are we going to get that core? Sigvaria, that's easy, dear. Issei, oh really? Sigvaria, we'll make our suits use magic, it won't be that difficult. Issei, you want to create armors like the balance breakers, right? Sigvaria, something like that, since those armors are large and not very popular. Issei, if Azazel were here, he'd be as excited as you are. Sikveria, maybe he. I'll create 4 of them, but to enter that academy, I think we'll need to take a test to see if we can use them. In your case, to make an armor work, you'll need to use your magic to make it react. Issei, I understand. When do we start building the armors? Sikveria, we need to find the metals and all that. You could use your armors. Issei, you know I don't use them for fun, right? Sikveria, I know. I'll make you an amazing one, I promise. Issei, don't overdo it. Sikveria, you know this is my hobby, so I'll do it gladly. Say, I know. Let's look for information on where to buy all that without drawing too much attention. Sikveria, yeah, I really want to get into that academy and investigate more. So I'll do it quickly. Issei, okay, but make sure those armors don't stand out too much. Sikveria, I can't promise too much. Issei just smiled at her, and they continued their research for more information about where they would be for a while. Days passed, and Issei, along with some others, went to various places to buy materials. Sikveria, with Lilith's help, was in the basement, which they had turned into their lab. They worked tirelessly, and if it weren't for Issei forcing them to sleep, they would have worked non-stop. A week passed and they were finally done. Issei, in the end you did it. Sikveria, yes, but they turned out great, didn't they? Issei, I won't deny it, they look good. He gave a kiss on the cheek to both Sikveria and Lilith, and they were both happy. Mio, so when do we start? Issei, next week. First, we need to create some lies. Besides, Sikveria and Lilith need to rest a bit. Sikveria, I'm fine. But we need to come up with something about where we're from. Issei, let's just say we're from a small country in Europe. Mio, I don't think they'll investigate that much. And what will we be in the academy? Issei, you two can be sisters, you're both redheads. And we'll say we've been friends since childhood. Sikveria, sounds good, but I'll say you're my partner since many girls will want to have you. Mio, and why you? Lilith, it has to be fair. Sikveria, and how? Mio, we'll play rock, paper, scissors. The other two just nodded. They started. Lilith, I won. She jumped for joy while the other two felt a bit down. Issei, don't be like that. We'll be together in the end, right? Sikveria, well, that's true. Lilith, from what I've researched, if we manage to get into that academy, we'll have to stay there. Griselda, so we won't see each other. Urza, that's not fair. Issei, well, I'll come during my free time, so don't worry. Laviana, that's fine. Yasaka, just have fun. Irene, just don't get into trouble like always. Issei, we'll try not to. The others just laughed since they always got into trouble. Days passed, and the small group was in the hall waiting to take their tests. The first to enter was Mio. She had no problems doing so. Minutes later, Lilith went in and passed without issues, just like Sikveria. The last was Issei. The examiners were surprised to see him. But they set that aside since they thought he would be like the rest who had come before. Almost everyone knew there was a student capable of using one, and they wanted to try their luck. Issei simply placed his hand on the IS and used a bit of his magic to make it work. Seconds later, the armor began to glow, surprising the women. Examiner, congratulations. From now on, you are a student of the academy. Issei, thank you. Examiner, you can come tomorrow. We'll take care of everything. Handing him a paper that confirmed his acceptance. Issei just gave a slight bow and left the place. Upon exiting, he gave a thumbs up to the girls, and the group left. Sikveria, I told you it would work. Issei, I know, I always trust you. Lilith, tomorrow we start. Mio, the downside is that we'll be in different classrooms. Issei, I'll be with Issei, and you two will be together. Sikveria, but we'll see each other during lunch. Issei, that will be the case. This academy is quick. They even gave us our uniforms already. Mio, yes, but let's go home and celebrate. The others just nodded. The next day, the group was ready for their first day of classes. Issei, Lilith and Sikveria, I wish you luck. Both just nodded and went to their new classroom. Issei and Mio went to theirs as well. Upon arriving, they knocked, and a green-haired teacher opened the door. Yes, what can I do for you? Issei, good morning, we're new students. Handing her a document, she was surprised to learn there was another boy. Wait a moment. Both just nodded. The teacher went to her colleague. Omura-sensei, we have 2 new students. Handing her the documents, she was a bit surprised to see that one was a boy. Shifuyu, well, let them in, Maya. She just nodded and went to them. Seconds later, both students entered, and the other students were surprised to see them, especially Issei. Some girls screamed since he was very handsome, especially with his ponytail. Shifuyu, alright, quiet down and you two introduce yourselves. Issei, hello, my name is Issei Argonoc, but you can just call me Issei. He gave a slight bow, causing several girls to scream with excitement. Mio, my name is Mio Naruse, but you can call me Mio. I hope we get along well. Doing the same. Shifuyu, I am your teacher, Shifuyu Omura. Maya, my name is Maya Yamada, and if you need anything just let me know. Issei, thank you. At that moment, a girl raised her hand. Girl, where are you from? Issei, from Iceland. Girl 2, do you know each other? Issei, yes, for a long time, just like the other 2 girls who are in another classroom. Girl 3, do you have a girlfriend, Issei-kun? Issei, yes, she's in the other class. Upon hearing that, several girls fell silent. Shifuyu, enough questions. One of you sit in front, and the other in the back. Mio, Issei, I'll go to the back. Issei, that's fine. They both went to their seats. Issei, nice to meet you, I hope we become friends. I feel the same, my name is Ichika Omura. They both shook hands. Say, Ichika, yes, she is my sister, but... He didn't finish as the teacher gave him a hard knock on the head. Ichika, sorry. Say, then class started again. Shifuyu, everyone, go change as we will have tests outside. At that, Ichika stood up from his seat and told Issei to follow him. Ichika, honestly, it feels good to have a partner. It's rare to be alone here. Issei, I can imagine. They both arrived at the changing rooms and put on their suits. Issei had already received his, just like the girls. After a few minutes, everyone was in the training arena. Shifuyu, alright, you Ichika and Cecilia, step forward and give a demonstration. Both stepped forward, activated their armor, and took flight. Mio, I can tell he doesn't have much experience. Not long ago he was given his armor, he still struggles. A girl next to her said, Excuse my manners. My name is Hookie Shinanono. Mio, nice to meet you, Hookie-san. Hookie, honestly, I was a bit surprised to know that someone else is capable of using an IS besides Ichika. Mio, we were surprised too, that's why we came here. Hookie, have you two used IS before? Mio, yes, but we have our own. Hookie was surprised to hear that. Someone else overheard and approached them. Shifuyu, how is that? Mio, we had a friend who created them for us. He passed away recently. That was the lie they invented. Shifuyu, I see, and I'm sorry. But can I see you in combat? Mio, but those two are busy. Shifuyu, no problem, go with your friend and get ready. Mio just nodded and went to Issei while Shifuyu called those who were in the air. Mio, Issei, we have to fight against Ichika-san and Cecilia-san. Issei, we just got here and we already have to do this. Mio, that's right. Minutes passed, and the 4 of them were ready. Cecilia, nice to meet you both. Bowing. Issei, likewise. Ichika, let's do our best, Cecilia. She just nodded with a smile and a slight blush. Both activated their armors. Ichika, and you. Mio, alright. At that, their bracelets began to glow, and everyone was surprised to see their IS. The 2 teachers were also surprised by their design. Ichika, they're really cool, to be honest. Issei, thank you. Mio, you go against Cecilia-san. Mio just nodded, took flight, and Cecilia came out of her shock and also took flight. Meanwhile, both boys had their swords in hand. Issei, are you ready? Ichika, whenever you want. Issei took off at great speed, surprising most, and both began to clash swords. Ichika barely managed to defend himself as Issei used some of his strength. Meanwhile, in the sky, Cecilia began shooting with her rifle, and Mio deflected her bullets with her swords. Cecilia, how is that possible? Mio, my sister is also good with weapons, so I practice with her. At that, she flew at great speed towards Cecilia, but she also activated other devices that were meant to attack. Mio destroyed the devices coming toward her. Cecilia was surprised since she noticed that she was doing it without much difficulty. Mio, thanks to Urza and Griselda, I can use these swords. Remembering the training she had, she felt a slight chill. Then she attacked and knocked Cecilia down, who fell to the ground and deactivated her armor. Cecilia, you win. Mio descended and also deactivated her armor, offering her hand to help her up. Ichika wasn't having much fun since he had no chance to attack, all he could do was defend himself. Ichika, you're good. I give up, I won't be able to do anything against you. Issei, I heard you were just given your IS recently, so I understand that you're still getting used to it. Both deactivated their armors and shook hands, returning to the rest. Upon arriving, everyone was surprised to see how strong they were. It was late and everyone was having dinner, celebrating that Ichika would be the class representative. Issei called the other two and introduced them to his friends. Some girls were surprised since they were also pretty and a bit jealous to know who Issei's girlfriend was. That night, Issei shared a room with Mio until they sorted that out. Both, like the other two, teleported home and shared their day with the rest of the girls. It was a new day, and everyone was on a break. Issei, how does it feel to be the class representative? Ichika, good, although I'll have a lot of work. Issei, you can count on that. Mio, you two had a good battle yesterday. Ichika, I was at a disadvantage from the start, he's on another level. Cecilia, you gave it your all. They talked for a few seconds until someone else arrived. So here are the two boys from the academy. Everyone turned to look at the girl. Issei noticed his two loves with her and approached. Issei, is something wrong, girls? Lilith, not really, she just wanted to come see you. Issei, I see. Ichika, it's you, Rin. Rin, yes, I'm the representative of China, Fan Reinen. Ichika, wow, it's been a while since we last saw each other. Issei, an acquaintance of yours. Ichika, she's a childhood friend. Issei, I see, nice to meet you. Rin, likewise, I was curious about who you were. Issei, I see. Rin, besides, I've been told that you two have very different. Can we fight one of these days? Issei, I don't really like fighting. Lilith, if you want to fight, tell me. I won't let you fight Issei. Rin, why not? Lilith, he's my partner, and he doesn't really like fighting. Many were surprised to learn who her partner was since they didn't know her yet. Rin, I see, that just means he can't defend himself alone. Ichika, that's not true. The truth is, Issei is very good. Rin. She was going to continue, but Shifuyu arrived and sent her to class. Hours passed, and another break arrived, where they went to lunch, and the whole group was gathered there. Rin, so will you fight me? Issei, you remind me of someone. Sigvaria, are you talking about him? Issei, yes. Rin who? Sigvaria, a guy who loves to fight too much, and when he fought Issei he ended up on the ground. Ichika, he was strong. Issei, yes he is. Lilith, so, are we going to fight or not? Rin, if you insist, fine, but you should know I won't make it easy just because we're classmates. Lilith, I hope so. So it will be after class. We need to ask for permission, and everything will be fine. Rin, okay. Lilith, Issei, will you come? Issei, of course, I'll be supporting you. Lilith just smiled at him and hugged him. Cecilia, hey, don't do that in public. Lilith, I'm just showing how much I love him. Cecilia, and you two don't mind seeing that. Sigvaria, not at all, we're used to seeing that. Mio, true. They said it calmly since they also had those moments afterward. Mio, Hookie, you've been very quiet. Hookie, I don't like to interrupt these conversations. Ichika, come on, we're all friends. Mio, that's true, now that I remember, you two are roommates, right? Rin, is that true? Ichika, yes, but soon we'll stop being so since Issei will be here soon. Rin, I see. Minutes passed and they returned to class. In the afternoon, the group was in a stadium ready to see the match. Rin, you can still back out. Lilith, same here. Rin said nothing and activated her IS. After that, Lilith activated hers as well, surprising some. Rin, how strange. Lilith, I feel more comfortable this way, to be honest. Ichika, all of you have one as I see. Issei, the person who builds them is very good. Sikveria just smiled. Everyone saw that both girls took flight, and Rin pulled out her weapon and went on the attack, while Lilith activated a rifle and started attacking as well. Cecilia, it's like mine. That's why it was easy for you to fight me. Mio, that's right, thanks to her, I've managed to deflect some of your attacks, but it still wasn't enough. Cecilia, I see. They continued watching the fight and noticed that Rin wasn't having it easy. Rin, you're good. Lilith, I feel the same, you've managed to evade some of my attacks. Rin, you still haven't given it your all, have you? Lilith said nothing and started attacking. Minutes passed, and Rin had to surrender since she had no energy left. The whole group went down to where they were. Ichika, you did well, Rin. Rin, I wasn't at her level, she's much stronger than me. Lilith, if you train enough, you'll reach a great level. Cecilia, one question, from what I saw, you used a lot of power in your attacks. Why didn't you run out of energy? Lilith, I have a lot of energy and I train regularly. Gordon, this is my dear friend. He whispered it softly, and in that moment, someone recalled something. Noel, Issei, can you do something like you did for Kahono with that vial? Issei, the tears of the phoenix only heal wounds, not curses. Noel, that's unfortunate. Issei, but I know two people who might be able to help. Who are they? Issei, Irian is a great mage, and Tsurugi is the best healer I've ever known. Maybe they can do something. Irene, well, I would need to see how complex the curse is. Tsurugi, and what restrictions it has. But we will do what we can. The whole group felt relieved to hear that. Magna, but Asta is also our friend, so we will find a way to help if you can't. Issei, Asta has good companions and friends. I wish you luck. Finral, then we leave tomorrow. With everything planned, everyone began to think of places they could investigate. The next morning, all the Black Bulls members had left, except for Issei's group, as they didn't know where to go. When Asta got up, he saw Yami reading the newspaper. He peeked out the window and saw Noel chatting with Finral, realizing everything. He rushed out of the building to stop them. Asta, guys, don't do this. There's no solution. Finral was about to respond when Issei arrived with Tsurugi. Issei, there is a solution, Asta. Asta, seriously, don't joke with me. Issei, why would I? Tsurugi, while you were resting yesterday, Issei accompanied me to your room, and we could see your situation. It wasn't as complicated as I thought. With that, she summoned her staff, surprising the three present. After that, she touched Asta's arms with her staff, and little by little, they began to heal. Asta, wow, I feel so much better. It doesn't hurt like before. I feel better than ever. Tsurugi, I'm glad to hear that. Issei, well, since everything is sorted out, it won't be necessary for the others to go to other places. Finral, I think it's too late for that. Issei, I see. It's better to go get them so they don't get into trouble. Finral, sure, it shouldn't be too hard, but there's a problem. I don't know where Vanessa went since she didn't say anything. Issei, it won't be too hard to find her. We'll look for her by her aura. No, then let's go get her first. I feel like something bad might be happening. Issei, alright. Tsurugi, you can go tell Ravel and Urza to come with me. We'll only be 4. Irene, a little action sounds great. Tsurugi, okay, but don't take too long. Issei just nodded, and Tsurugi approached him, giving him a kiss and a smile. The other 3 turned as red as tomatoes from embarrassment. Finral wanted to faint from jealousy. After a few minutes, both girls arrived, ready to go. Finral and Noel flew on their brooms, while Irene cast a spell so Asta could fly. She and the others sprouted their wings. Asta, this is amazing. Issei, I can see that. Ravel, how long will it take? Issei, At the speed we're going, I'd say about 30 minutes. She's in a very protected forest. It must be an important place for it to be like that. Noel, a forest that's heavily protected. I hope it's not that place. Urza, what place are you referring to? Noel, the witch's forest. It's a dangerous place, and only women are allowed there. Men aren't permitted. Finral, only women. This could be a good opportunity. No, stop saying nonsense. Issei, if that's the case, we need to be cautious, otherwise, we could enter and cause problems. Revel, so how do we get in? Asta, I know someone who might be able to help us. They took a different path until they arrived at a small cabin where a redhead, a black-haired girl, and a girl with orange hair were. Upon entering, the redhead was surprised to see Irene in such a form. Asta, old man, we need your help. Fanzel, and for what? Asta, how do we get into the witch's forest? Fanzel, why do you want to go to that place? You must know it's very dangerous if you're not from there. No, a friend of ours is there and might be in danger. Fanzel, maybe Code can help you. Code, well, the truth is it wouldn't be easy. Your friend might have left the place of her own accord, and it's forbidden to return without facing a punishment. Issei, and you know all this because you're also a witch, right? Code, that's right. And returning would be very dangerous for me. Fanzel, come on, we have to help them. Code, I'll do what I can, but if something happens. Issei, don't worry, we'll go and come back. Besides, we'll protect you. Code, the queen is very strong. She also has a great ability to predict the future. Issei, things can change. Nothing is written for now. Code, you have a lot of confidence for being so young. Irene chuckled a little upon hearing that, and the others noticed. Revel, that's not very polite of you. Irene, sorry. Code, what's so funny about what I said? Irene, well, believe it or not, Issei is the oldest person in this room. Everyone was shocked to hear that and looked at Issei, noticing he was at most 16 years old. Fanzel, don't you think that's an exaggeration? The youngest person here might be Revel. Revel, hey, I'm 16. Well, I just turned Issei. Don't you remember that party, Irene? Irene, oh, that's right. I drank a lot. It was a good party. No, getting back to the point, how old are you? I don't think it's that much. Issei just scratched the back of his head. Issei, I'm 12. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Asked, you're joking, right? Issei, no. Code, no one can live that long. Issei, that's just how it is. Code, so you're immortal. Say, a little I'd say. No, so you all. Revel, as I said, I'm Urza. I'm Irene. I think I'm yes, that's it. Code, what are you two to have that age? Issei just smiled at her. Chapter and the group headed to the witch's forest, going straight to the queen's house. Code, wait, we need to find a way to enter without drawing too much attention. Issei, trust me, what we're about to do won't be anything compared to what's coming. Noel, what do you mean? Doesn't matter right now, as I can feel Vanessa's aura has diminished. Revel, she must be unconscious or tired. Asta, let's hurry, it's my fault she's in trouble. The rest just nodded and ventured into the forest, where witches began to scream at the sight of men. Finral, for his part, wanted to flirt with a witch, but they all turned away from him. However, a few witches blushed upon seeing Issei and tried to approach, but both Urza and Irene wouldn't let them. Seconds later, they reached their destination, where they broke down a wall and entered, finding Vanessa on the ground. Noel? Vanessa, what happened to you? Please wake up. Asta, how dare you do this to her? You came demanding things. Do you think you have the right to do so after she left? And you, Code, will also receive a punishment for leaving. Upon hearing that, she got scared and hid behind Zell. The queen noticed the rest of the members since they hadn't been in her prediction before. Issei, ma'am, we only came for our companion, so we'll take her and leave without causing any trouble. No one is leaving this place. Code, she's very strong. We won't have a chance against her since she can see what will happen in the future. Issei, my future is not written by anyone. Since I can remember, I've gotten out of dangerous situations without knowing if I would live or die. So I decide what happens next. The queen, seeing Issei start to walk towards her, pulled out a sphere and sought the outcome of the battle, where she saw the Black Bulls team with some injuries but still willing to fight, while Issei and his group appeared unscathed. You must be very strong to still be standing in front of me. Invoking another sphere, she saw a group of mages heading towards them. Asta, that girl was with that guy back then. Finral, why did we get into another problem? They're dangerous. Urza, hey, you need to calm down, you're acting like a child. Irene, this is what you were referring to earlier, right Issei? Issei, that's right. Since we were approaching, I could feel several presences from two sides. Noel, too. At that instant, the queen invoked another sphere, revealing another group heading towards them as well. Zell, the Diamond Kingdom. Asta, so that guy is still alive after what happened back then? I'm glad. Finral, don't be happy, idiot. This is dangerous. There are too many of them. Just then, Vanessa began to wake up and was surprised to see her companions and Asta, who now had healed arms. Asta, it's my fault you got into so much trouble. Vanessa, you're my companion, so we have to help each other. Issei, the idea was just to come for you and then leave, but seeing the current situation, we need to do something. Well, you all decide. I'll support you. Asta, we need to fight. He summoned his two swords, and instantly Noel hit him on the head for his attitude. Finral, we should just go home. Zell, I'll stop the Diamond Kingdom. Code, I'll go with him. Issei, I see. Then Irene, Urza, you go with them, and if anything happens, call me. Both redheads nodded, and the group left the place. Issei, well, the rest of you go after the other group. Without saying anything, they also left, leaving the queen a bit intrigued about what kind of outcome they would have in the end. Issei, Ravel, I want you to take care of that girl with the salamander. Ravel, seriously. Issei, yes, they both use fire, and whoever handles it better will be the winner. I know you can do it since you're a phoenix. Vanessa, wait, what do you mean by that? Issei, where we come from, she belongs to a great family that has the power of the phoenix bird. Asta, awesome. Finral, this will make it easier to win this battle. Ravel, I'll give it my all to win. Issei, if anything happens, I'll interfere, don't worry. He stopped in his tracks, just like the rest. Asta, why are you stopping? Issei, as I said, I'm not going to interfere, so I wish you guys luck. He gave them a smile and teleported away. Finral, with him on our side, our victory would have been quicker. Ravel, it's not good to always depend on one person because sooner or later, that person will leave, and you won't know how to defend yourselves on your own. Asta, she's right, so Vanessa, throw me up there to stop all those mages. Vanessa, that's impossible, I won't be able to bring you back. Asta, I'll worry about that later. Vanessa let out a sigh and nodded, launching him with her magic, and Asta began defeating his enemies while jumping on the mages' bodies. You were the one who killed Veto. Upon hearing that voice, Asta saw a pink-haired girl above a salamander. Seconds later, he saw a large fireball heading towards him, and he instantly summoned his sword, ready to return it, but Ravel arrived and destroyed it. Ravel, Asta, you and the rest go after the other mages while I handle her. Asta, okay. Don't interfere in my battle. Ravel, sorry, but I have to prove that I can fight on my own. She changed her outfit to a battle suit, and the girl ordered her spirit to attack, prompting Ravel to counterattack. Issei, on the other hand, was watching the battle from a tree in the distance. Issei, guys, I know you can handle them all. But at that moment, chains ensnared him, and Issei turned around to see a mage in a white robe with a smile. You won't escape so easily, now you're under my command. Issei just stretched out his hands, and the chains shattered. The mage was about to say something, but Issei preempted him with a punch to the face, causing the mage to fall off his broom. Chapter End. Ravel was dodging her opponent's shots, maintaining a neutral expression while also being surprised by her enemy's power. Issei was just watching the battle from afar in case things went south. Seconds later, he created a magic circle in his ear. Issei, Irene, how's the situation over there? Irene, they're not that great, they're all weak, so it's not necessary for me to use any of my best abilities. Issei, I see. If anything happens, let me know. Irene, you worry too much, darling, so relax. With that, she ended the call, and Issei just smiled upon hearing those words. Minutes passed, and everything was fine until Issei stood up. Issei, you meant it, I don't like this. Creating a magic circle in his ear again, he appeared to all the girls. Issei, girls, it's an emergency, can you come to where I am? The portal appeared. Seraphol, we'll get there as fast as we can. Issei did. Ending the call, he arrived where Asta and Noel were. Issei, Asta, I wouldn't like to say this, but we have to leave because if we don't take this opportunity, I don't think we'll come back. Asta, I understand and don't worry, we can do it on our own. He gave Issei a smile, to which Issei just nodded and extended his hand, which Asta took. Seconds later, he went to Ravel, took her by the waist and left the place. Ravel? Issei, what's going on? Issei, I told the others that the portal appeared a bit close to here. I just didn't tell you three, so let's go get the others. Ravel? All right. Both continued on their way until they reached their destination. Urza, Issei, what's going on? Issei, we have to leave, the portal appeared. If we don't go now, I don't think we'll make it. Irene, the fun is just beginning, but okay, let's go. All of them sprouted their dragon wings and took flight. When they arrived, all the girls were present next to the portal. Griselda, in the end, we couldn't say goodbye to the others. Ravel? Plus, it appeared at a bad time since we were in the middle of a battle. Issei, I trust them, I know they'll make it. Besides, we have our own problems. He entered the portal along with the girls, and when they opened their eyes, they let out a sigh as they found themselves in a cold desert. Sikveria, finally, it's all over. Tebane, I'm really excited to discover new things. Are you ready, Sikveria, to invent great things? Sikveria, yes, I am. Mirajane, so what's the plan, Issei? Issei, it's time to go home. Rosweiss, would you do us the favor? She just nodded and called the guardian, and seconds later, the group appeared in Asgard, leaving most of them surprised by the view. Tsurugi, wow, this is appealing. Issei, girls, you can go back home. I'll take care of everything. You must be tired. Yasaka, I'll stay since, well, I'm a leader too, he. Seraphol, me too. Penemu, then we'll leave. She gave Issei a kiss and left with the rest of the girls. Issei and company walked through the city until they arrived at the castle where Odin was waiting for them. Issei just nodded, and they continued on their way, walking a bit in silence until they reached a hall where the other leaders were. Azazel, how did it go, kid? Issei, I won't lie, it was quite an adventure. Michael, nothing bad happened. Issei, don't worry, Gabriel and Griselda are fine. Odin, something happened, didn't it? Chapter end. Both young men were in their dragon forms, and everyone was surprised, especially Saji, who hadn't expected this. Saji, I thought you couldn't do it. Issei, sorry, but I have a lot to do today, and I don't have time for games. He let out a great roar, frightening most of the Citri entourage, while Issei's group was fascinated to see him in that state. Irene, it's the first time I've seen him like this, and it's appealing. Seraphol, it is. Seconds later, Saji unleashed a massive blast of black fire at Issei, who simply spread his wings, and in an instant, time stopped. Issei moved from his spot and positioned himself behind Saji. When time returned to normal, Saji was shocked to find he was no longer where he had been. At that moment, Issei bit Saji, causing him to scream in pain and try to escape, but it was impossible. When Issei released him, Saji created some tentacles and launched them at Issei, some of which caught him. Saji, you're finished, all your power will be mine now. He began absorbing Issei's power, and Issei let out a great roar. Seconds later, the sky darkened, and hundreds of lightning bolts began to rain down on Saji. He could only scream in pain as the strikes grew increasingly intense. With no other option, he released Issei, who took advantage of the moment to charge at him and knock him to the ground. Saji wanted to use more of his abilities, but Issei drove several ice stakes into Saji, immobilizing him. Saji, I give up. Both returned to their human forms, with Saji bearing the most wounds. Sona approached him and offered him a phoenix tear. Sona, you could have killed him, don't you have a heart? Issei, I stopped in the end because the fight had to be to the death. Sona, what do you mean? Vitra, for a dragon to rise in rank, he must defeat someone stronger than himself and take their title, just like in this case. Soji, wait. Vitra, that's right buddy, today he is the new Dragon King. Issei took a step forward and immediately let out a great roar to announce the news. Thousands of dragons were astonished to hear that roar, as after so many years, there was a new Dragon King. Tanin, on the other hand, was happy since the boy was beginning his journey. Shido, who was with his group in the underworld, heard the roar, and the gauntlet manifested. Shido, Drake, what was that? Drake, Vitra lost his rank as Dragon King. Today there is a new king. Shido, and what does that mean? Drake, in short, there's a dragon who wants to rise in rank, and that's why he's doing this. He will go against the other kings and then come for you and Albion. Shido, haha, if he comes, that idiot is in for a defeat. Leaving the place. Tabane, so what will you do now? Issei, we're going to Kyoto. Yasaka, why are you in such a hurry? Issei, let's go, I'll tell you on the way. They all nodded and headed to the human world. Issei, I want to rise in rank quickly so I can be a bit closer to the dragon gods. Lilith, why? Issei, they killed Zero and I want to know why they did it. There must be a reason. Penemu, Issei, we will always support you, don't worry. Say, thanks. Tsurugi, then let's go to Kyoto. Kun, there will be work to do. Yasaka, all good things come to an end, daughter. Kunu, wait, if Issei marries me, he will be the next leader. She looked at Issei with stars in her eyes, clearly liking that plan. Issei, I know what you're planning and I refuse, I'm not made to sit still. Kunu, you'll adapt. Yasaka, do your job, daughter, okay? Urza, let's go because I really want to hit the hot springs. Rosweiss, I like that idea since the last time it wasn't possible. Seraphal, you'll be with us, right, Ise-chan? Issei, there are separate baths. Mirajin, don't worry dear, I'll wash your back. She smiled along with the rest of the girls. Issei let out a sigh, and then they made their way to Kyoto like normal people, taking the train, attracting attention, especially from the male passengers. They noticed how one girl was dressed provocatively. Laviana, you like seeing Issei annoyed, don't you, Irene? Irene, why do you say that? Pointing at Issei, both noticed how he was letting out a bit of his killing intent towards any boy who looked at her. Seeing this, Irene went to Issei and linked her arm with his. Irene, don't get upset dear. If they try to do anything, they'll know what I'm capable of. I was feared in the past for a reason. Issei, I know, it's just hormones. I need to finish this quickly. At that moment, Irene saw Issei's eyes shine for a moment before that light quickly disappeared. She then stopped to join the rest. Sikveria, is something wrong? Ravel, you look happy. Irene, now I understand those jealous feelings. Gabriel, what do you mean? Irene, from the little information I have about dragons and what I've asked some of them, Issei is close to his season. The girls' eyes widened in surprise as they hadn't expected that news. Penemu, how long does it usually last? Irene, I have no idea. I'll ask the dragon we're going to see, maybe he knows. Lise, we need to learn more about dragons so we can help Issei in the future. Besides, we are part dragon too. You? Okay, but what will we do? Irene, well, I'll sacrifice myself for the team. Yasaka, you just want to be first, don't you? Irene, hee. Yui, I'll do it. Shelina, no, I will. At that moment, the whole group began to argue, drawing some attention while Issei was lost in thought. Seraphal, we're not getting anywhere like this. So let's all do it, putting their hands in the center, just like the rest of the girls, with serious expressions. After that, the group boarded the train and headed to Kyoto. And after a long journey, Yasaka called Sun Wukong to ask for his help, which he easily accepted, and the group set off. Now in front of Young Long Issei, I want to fight you. Young Long, so you're the one who defeated Vitra. Issei, I don't seek fame or anything, but I have things to resolve. Young Long, I understand, and that's fine, I accept your challenge. Fight however you wish. Issei, if that's the case, I'll fight in my human form. He let out a sigh, and seconds later he took a great leap, landing in front of Young Long and delivering a punch with all his strength. The great green dragon managed to defend himself but was surprised by the boy's strength. At that moment, Issei fell to the ground on one knee while manifesting the hammer in his hand. As he raised the hammer, many lightning bolts fell in the area. The girls could only activate a barrier to avoid being caught in the battle. Young Long was astonished by Issei's strength, as he hadn't thought he would be this strong. Young Long, you're not just talk, kid. He launched several spells while Issei destroyed them with his hammer. Issei, in the past, titles never mattered to me, but since I met the girls, I've gotten into trouble for not being someone important. He struck Young Long, slamming him against the wall. Issei, that's why my goal is to surpass the 3 dragon gods. Everyone was surprised to hear those words, even the girls, as they hadn't expected such an objective. Young Long, that's a good goal, but you're underestimating them. You're very young, and you've never been in battle. Issei dropped the hammer and closed his eyes, remembering how he had fought his entire life since he became aware. Issei, I'm not afraid of my enemies, as I was born on the battlefield. Raising the hammer, thousands of lightning bolts gathered, and he lifted his other hand, creating a great ice spear. Young Long, I surrender. I still want to live a little, hee. Issei blinked in surprise but set it aside and made his attacks disappear. Seconds later, Young Long lowered his head. Young Long, from now on, you are the new dragon god. Issei let out a great roar, signaling that all the other dragons were astonished. Moreover, the other kings became more serious, as they didn't know who wanted to take their rank. At that moment, Issei returned to the group of girls while Irene stayed with Young Long. Irene, can I ask you a question? Young Long, what's up? Irene, how long does the mating season last? Young Long, you're asking about the boy, right? Irene, that's right. I noticed it not long ago, and honestly, we don't know much about the topic. Young Long, that depends on how long the last one lasted. Irene, the truth is, Issei has never done it. Young Long, wow, I'm surprised he's managed to hold out for so long. Young Long, all of you are his partners, right? Irene, that's right. Young Long, you're lucky, and well, I hope you're ready. Because during that season, even their personalities can change. Are you ready for that? Irene, Issei has done a lot for us, and we're ready to take that step. Young Long, then I wish you luck. Irene simply nodded and returned to the group. Time passed, and they returned to the castle, where Yasaka gave many days off to her servants, surprising them, but they accepted without saying anything. Issei, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention and went to take a bath in the hot springs, letting out a sigh. He closed his eyes for a second, but the doors opened to reveal a group of girls in towels. Issei was shocked to see them. Issei, what are you doing here? This is the men's bath. Kunu, it's our house, so there's no such thing here. Tsurugi, Issei, we want you to make us happy. Serafal, better said, we want your mark. Issei, what are you talking about? Penemu, we know you're in your season, and it's time for you to relieve that frustration. Do whatever you want with us. Lilith, I'll give it my all. Issei, you don't have to do this. I can resist like I always do. Rosweiss, but we can't. Say, girls, what's wrong with you? Especially you, Gabriel and Griselda. Griselda, maybe it's our dragon instincts since we're half-dragons. Mio, Issei, don't resist, just come. They all removed their towels, just like the rest of the girls. Issei, already at his limit, stepped out of the water with his head down. When he raised it, the girls only saw his sky-blue eyes. But before one of them could speak, he lunged at them. It took Issei 2 weeks to be satisfied, and he did it in every corner of the palace. The girls, for their part, never stayed behind. On the contrary, they were happy since they finally had the mark they desired. Wow, those were crazy days. Yui, you can say that again. Urza, my back still hurts. Mirajane, mine too, but it wasn't bad. Looking at their marks alongside those of Fairy Tale. Shelina, I'll be better prepared for next time. Lise, I had to replace my little sister, Ki. Laviana, let's put this topic aside. Don't you see Issei's red face? The mentioned was as red as a tomato while listening to such talk at the table. The girls couldn't help but laugh at him like that. Yasaka, you look cute like that. Sikvaria, we don't always get this chance to see you so embarrassed. Issei, I don't know what happened to me. Irene, it was your instincts. But don't worry, now we're here to lift that weight off you. Tabane, what if I have a child so my little sister can be an aunt? Griselda, we're at war, so that's not possible. Tabane, I know, but it would be fun. In the past, I was only interested in creating armor, but now I have another hobby. She smiled at Issei, sending a chill down his spine. Seraphal, well, leaving the talk aside. Issei, where will you go now? Issei, Tannen has rejected fighting me from the start. Besides, he left his title, only 2 remain. Rosweiss, Fafnir and Tiamat. Penemu, Tiamat is the strongest among the 5, as she is just a step away from being in the celestial category. Issei, it doesn't matter. I have to be strong and reach the highest point. Gabriel, how do you plan to defeat one of the gods? Issei, I have a plan, but I'll tell you later. Tsurugi, remember, Issei, you're not alone. Issei, thanks, but how about we go out and have some fun today? I want to see more of Kyoto. The last time we were in the other dimension, we didn't finish sightseeing. The girls nodded, and after breakfast, the whole family went out. And after spending a few vacation days, the group had to go to Asgard to continue Issei's mission, but this time only Rosweiss could go, as the rest had things to do. Some wanted to rest from the days of fun they had previously. Issei, if you want, you can go with your grandmother. Rosweiss, don't worry, besides she's busy, and I also want you all to myself. Issei, you know I have work to do, right? Rosweiss, I know. Taking Issei's hand, they headed to Odin's castle. Time passed, and they stood before the father of all. Odin, what brings you here, boy? Issei, I have a mission, old man, and I need some of your help. Odin, sure, tell me what you need. Issei, I must fight against Fafnir and Midgardsormr. Odin, and that's it. Issei, all this time, I've wanted to do things the right way without causing problems, but, clenching his fist, Rosweiss took his hand to calm him down. Issei, but my brother has been bothering me, and I need to establish some respect. Odin, what do you want to do? Issei, I want them to respect me. I've done it the nice way, now it's time to do it the hard way. And for that, I need to reach the highest point. Odin, you'll defeat the Dragon Kings, and then, Issei, fight against the bearers of the celestial dragons. Odin, you've defeated them before. Issei, both dragons must be willing to set aside their titles. And when I'm the only celestial, I'll have the right to challenge the gods. Odin, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, kid. Issei, since I can remember, I've been on the battlefield. I've fought against enemies who were far above me, but I've come out alive from every conflict. Odin, and when you achieve everything you longing, what will you do? Issei, I'll leave that to my future self. Odin, I see. Taking out a map from a pocket dimension, he tossed it to Issei. Odin, you'll find them in those 2 places. I wish you luck. Issei simply bowed slightly before leaving with his partner. Time passed, and both set off, passing through various places until they reached their destination. They stood in front of a cave, and after a few seconds, they entered. When they reached the back of the cave, they were surprised to see many treasures. Issei, wow, it was true that he's addicted to collecting things. Fafnir, so you've arrived. You're the one challenging the kings. Issei, I have a purpose and I don't have time to waste. Fafnir, surrender, you don't. And after spending a few days in Asgard, Issei ventured to the underworld alone, as Rosweiss had matters to attend to. Although she was reluctant to stay behind, her grandmother insisted she remain. Issei approached Surzek. Where can I find Queen Tiamat? You need to go to the Forest of the Ancestors, Surzek replied. But you should take a break first. That will have to wait, Issei insisted. Ajuka chimed in, since I've known you, all I've seen you do is fight. It's the only thing I'm really good at, Issei admitted. Surzek sighed. If only my sister and Sona hadn't sent you to that place, You could have had a normal life by now. That would have been impossible, Issei countered. Why do you say that? Ajuka asked. I would have just remained their plaything. There are two theories. One is that I would be dead, and the other is that I would be reincarnated and used as a shield or cannon fodder. Surzek hesitated. I know I'll regret saying this, but are you planning to kill my sister's group and Sona? Honestly, no. But if they do anything to my new family, that would be a different story. In a way, I'm grateful they threw me into that place because it led me to my loved ones. Not many share that perspective. Thank you, Surzek said, bowing. Issei offered a half-smile before continuing his mission. After several minutes of walking and contemplating his next steps, he arrived at the Forest of the Ancestors. As soon as he took a step inside, a loud roar echoed, and he looked up to see a massive azure dragon descending before him. So, you are? The dragon began. Nice to meet you, I'm Argonoc Issei, he replied. The dragon glowed and transformed into a human form. Not bad. Issei blinked in surprise at the comment. I will give you my position on one condition, Tiamat said. What's that? Issei asked. All the power you have right now, I'm talking about 0. Issei's expression shifted to one of surprise. Not many know about him. I know, many years have passed, but I will never forget the person who raised me. So he is not my father, he merely raised and trained me until he disappeared. He fought against the 3 gods. I understand, Tiamat replied. Thanks to him, I've been able to overcome many difficulties. Issei, from now on, you are the first Dragon King. Thank you, Issei said, feeling a sense of honor. Tiamat smiled before transforming back into her dragon form and letting out a roar, signaling a new leader. Before you challenge the 2 hosts of Drake and Albion, you must face 3 more dragons, she warned. Who are they? Issei inquired. They are 3 high-level dragons, almost celestial class. One is named Krumkruch, the other is Apophis, and lastly, Azidahaka. I understand, Issei replied. I hope you come to visit me someday, Tiamat said. I promise, and thank you for everything, Issei responded. Tiamat nodded before returning to her home. Issei let out a sigh, knowing that for now, everything had come to an end, but he still needed to find the 3 dragons. Deciding to head back home, he was greeted warmly upon his arrival. Before he could say anything, all the girls jumped on him. How did it go? Gabriel asked eagerly. I did it, Issei replied. So, it's just those 2 left for the real battle. Irene asked. Actually, I have to fight against 3 more dragons, but they're evil, Issei clarified. That sounds like a death battle, Penemu remarked. Yes, Issei confirmed. We'd like to help you, Lise offered. Your support is more than enough, Issei said appreciatively. So when will you start your search? Ingvild asked. Later. For now, I need to rest a bit. I'm not in fighting shape, Issei admitted. Is something wrong? You asked, concerned. I told you before that I'm already a dragon 100%, but I still have some way to go, so I need to rest during this time, Issei explained. Great, you'll be here, Tebane said. During this time, I'll become weak. In other words, anything could kill me, Issei added. We'll take care of you, Seraphal promised. Thank you, Issei replied, heading up to his room. As soon as he arrived, he lay down, noticing the girls smiling at him. Seconds later, he fell asleep while the girls set up barriers before heading to the living room. So, what will we do during this time? Without Issei, there's not much to do, Urza said. Well, we should at least go for a walk, but before that, we need to take turns watching over Issei, Lavinia suggested. What if we annoy the boys? Irene asked. Do you really want Issei to get upset? Seraphal replied. It's true. Have you forgotten how resentful that boy can be? Griselda added. That's true, Irene conceded. Honestly, I want to learn more about this world. There are still many things I need to see, Tsurugi said. I'll create inventions and then sell them to start a company for Issei. I know he'll like it, Tebane declared. Just as long as they're not those suits, I'm fine with it. You know how some military people are when it comes to new technology, Sikvaria warned. Alright, and do you want to help me? Tabane asked. That sounds fun, Sikvaria replied. I'll go see, it's entertaining to watch things explode, Mio joked. Honestly, I want to open a bakery, Ravel said. That sounds good, I want to help, Lilith chimed in. Me too, Mira Jane added. I like that idea, I'll help with the tasting, Urza said enthusiastically. He'll have a lot of surprises when he wakes up, Kunu giggled. Yes, but we have to go to work, okay? Yasaka reminded them. I don't want to go, there's too much paperwork, Kunu complained. I understand, I have a lot too, Gabriel said. I left it to the others, I'm still on vacation, Penemu added. Some of them sighed before leaving to start working on their ideas. 2 weeks later, Tabane created a new transparent phone that amazed many with its innovative technology. Instantly, everyone started buying it and investing in it, eagerly awaiting more new ideas. Both girls took it easy, especially Tabane, as she was doing it for fun. The bakery was also thriving with many items selling out quickly, largely due to Urza, who devoured the most popular strawberry treats. They took turns watching over Issei, eagerly anticipating his awakening. Wow, it's been a long time, and I haven't done anything, Shelina remarked. I know, you've just been watching TV while the others went out, Yui replied. There are so many fun shows and dramas. I don't often get a chance to relax like this, Shelina defended. I think you've relaxed a bit too much, Rosswise said, noticing the trash piling up near Shelina. You should at least clean up, Lilith suggested. Later, after I finish this series. It's really good. Why don't you join me? Shelina offered, tossing the trash on the floor so the others could sit. The group exchanged glances before taking a seat to watch the show. Hours passed, and the group was so engrossed in the series that they didn't notice Issei standing behind them. Wow, this is good, isn't it? Issei said with a smile. Yes, but Ingvild started, turning around in shock at the sight of him. Chapter and Issei simply smiled at the girls present, Shelina and you. Shelina, you took a long time. Issei, sorry, but what about the others? They're looking for something to distract themselves with since you weren't here. Honestly, it was all pretty boring. Issei gently patted her head, making her smile. Shelina quickly informed her friends. Ravel and the others were selling their pastries until they received the message. Mira Jane, upon seeing it, just smiled, causing the boys who had come just for them to blush. Mira Jane, the place is closed, so please leave. Urza, and why is that? We just started. Mira Jane, Issei. Just hearing that name, both girls understood. Without wasting a second, Urza kicked most of them out. The other two wisely said nothing since they were also in a hurry. Tabane and her group set aside their experiments, causing a few to explode, but they didn't pay it any mind. Each girl left her affairs behind. Some were in important meetings, but they still came out. Issei and his friends were getting up when, all of a sudden, a group of girls jumped on him again. He simply smiled at them, then noticed that slowly, the other girls were doing the same. Issei, I can't breathe. Seraphal, it's been many days, you have to understand. Issei, can we at least stand up? They just shook their heads and continued like that. Minutes later, the girls stood up, allowing Issei to breathe. Issei, well, before it, he couldn't finish as he felt the girls' eyes sparkling and their smiles widening. Penemu, it's been tough days. Issei, we can talk about it. Irene, it'll be in bed. Rossweiss, Mio, Lavinia, and Lilith grabbed him by his legs and arms to take him out of the room. Say, wait, I'm weak. Ravel, don't worry, during this time, I've been saving some phoenix tears. With a warm smile, Issei could only swallow hard. A week later, Issei was on the living room sofa, exhausted from the long days. Gabriel, Issei, come to the table, the food is ready. He stood up and walked slowly as his whole body ached. As he took a seat, he noticed that everyone looked radiant, with big smiles. Sikvaria, Issei, you look so thin. Issei, I will. Yasaka, do you want help, dear? Issei, enjoy your food, don't worry about me. After finishing the meal, They remained at the table because Issei had something to say. Issei, I'm leaving tomorrow, I have a mission to fulfill. Kunu, are you sure you don't want us to go with you? Lise, we can help. Issei, I know, but this is something I have to do alone. Irene, take care, and if anything happens, call, and we'll all rush to the rescue. Issei, that's how it will be. Ingvild, where will you go first? Issei, in a few hours, Surzek will send me the information. Serafal, good luck. Issei, before I go, I ask you that if you run into Shido, you can defend yourselves. Tsurugi, we're not going to cause any trouble. Issei just nodded, then started talking about trivial things with the girls since he enjoyed spending time with them. After a while, each girl said goodbye to Issei, wishing him a good trip, leaving them alone again. With no other option, they returned to their activities. In the bakery, everything was calm until the atmosphere shifted. Ravel, seriously, don't you have a social life or what? Shido, is that how you treat your guests? Ravel, you're not welcome here. If you'd be so kind, you can leave. Shido, I just came for some pastries. Urza, get lost. Shido, wow, is today my lucky day? Looking around and noticing several girls, he was a bit surprised to see Tsurugi and Irene. Seconds later, Mira Jane came out of the kitchen, leaving Shido stunned by how appealing she was. She frowned at him, knowing more than he intended. Shido, well, my little brother sure is lucky. Irene, as far as I know, you never considered him your brother. Shido, I've always cared for him. Irene, if sending your brother to an extremely dangerous place is considered caring, I can't imagine what you think of hatred. Tsurugi, young man, you can leave this place. We don't want any trouble. Shido, appealing lady, it's impossible for that to happen. Right now, I'm in paradise. Ravel, strange, because I feel like I'm in hell, and I'm a demon. I should like that place. Urza, look, buddy, leave peacefully or else. Honestly, I hope it's peacefully because I have no longing to fight. Shido just approached her with a smile, then looked at her pastry to take a piece. The others gasped in surprise at this. Irene, I'd feel sorry for you, but you're not worth it. Before he could respond, he was sent flying out of the bakery. Ravel managed to activate a barrier just in time to avoid disturbing the others. Shido emerged from the rubble, annoyed, but was surprised to see Urza. Urza, how dare you? Shido, it was just a pastry. I'll buy you another one and a much better one. Urza, that pastry was made for me by Issei before he left. She walked toward Shido while activating one of her armors. Without thinking, Shido activated his own, and before he could touch her, a fireball sent him crashing again. Irene, I won't let you touch my daughter. Mira Jane, she's my rival, only I can hit her. Tsurugi, my friend. Shido was annoyed by how he was being treated. Drake tried to talk to him, but he ignored it. Without hesitation, he launched himself at the girls. Minutes later, Shido was seen beaten and burned, lying on the ground. Irene, wow, I expected more from him, but what a disappointment. Tsurugi, I only used a little holy magic. Ravel, he's a demon, so it's normal that it would affect him a lot. Urza, get him away before more trouble comes from his women. Without saying anything more, Ravel created a magic circle beneath Shido to send him far away. I'll take care of them if they don't. How dare you threaten me, third-rate dragon? I imagine someone will find her quickly, and you'll tell me. The reward is: the person who wins gets to choose an extra chapter from these fics. Issei the Cursed Shaman, Issei the Dream of Sekyudai, Issei the Grim, Issei the Beginning of a Legend. Come on, guys, who wants the reward? Haha, I wish you luck. Chapter and Shido fell from the sky, crashing through the roof of the Gremory house. Rias and her companions were startled at first but quickly stood up to check on him. Shido, D-Minute, they'll pay for this. Akino, what happened to you? Shido, Ravel and her friends, this won't end like this, I'm fed up. Rias, what do you have in mind? Shido, if they aren't mine, they belong to no one. But first, I have to make them suffer. Zenobia, you're going after Issei. I hate to admit it, but he's strong. Shido, I was talking to Valley. He'll help me take him down, and in return, all the crimes he committed in the past will be erased. Rias, sounds good. Facing you two alone, he could only accept his fate. Shido, I want you to investigate his whereabouts. Rias, I'll send some people to look for him. Shido, excellent. He formed a wide smile. In the pastry shop, Urza was on her knees, staring at her ruined cake. Ravel, if you want, I can prepare a new one for you, though it won't be the same as Issei's. I'm sorry. Mira-Jane, you should let it go, Urza, hey, don't laugh, it's not funny. Tsurugi, honestly, you act like something important has died. Urza, it was important, but there's nothing that can be done now, is there? She glanced at the cake, where Ravel had thrown a fireball to burn it. Ravel, it's dirty. Urza, I wonder how long it will take Issei to complete his mission. I hope he returns soon. Tsurugi, a few days. All I hope is that everything is okay. Meanwhile, in another part of Europe, Issei was walking through the forest. Issei, I'm not far from my destination. He continued on his path for several hours until night fell, at which point he decided to rest. He lit a campfire and pulled out the food the girls had prepared for him from a pocket dimension. Issei, it looks delicious. He started to eat. We have visitors. Upon hearing that voice, Issei quickly stood up with a serious expression. Issei, come out, there's no point in hiding, Krumkruch. In a few seconds, a young man in his 20s, with blonde hair and black streaks, emerged, sporting a broad smile. Krumkruch, so you know about me. Issei, I know more than I want to. Krumkruch, I've heard rumors that a little brat defeated the Dragon Kings, and now your mission is to take down the strongest. Honestly, I'm flattered you're here. Issei, I see. Krumkruch, what do I gain from your death? Issei, nothing because you won't win. Krumkruch, ha, how arrogant. But in the end, you'll never win. I have more years of experience and power, kid. Issei, I have my years of experience too, so it's time to fight. He summoned his hammer, spinning it before slamming it down onto the ground. Krumkruch, nice weapon. He lunged at Issei to strike him with his fist, but Issei dodged. As he did, Krumkruch cast a wind spell to push him away. Issei, is that all you've got? He created an ice wall behind him to stop himself until the gusts subsided. Krumkruch, not bad, but this is just the beginning. Besides, I hate fighting in this form. Transforming back into his dragon form, he unleashed multiple attacks that Issei simply dodged. Krumkruch, is that all you know how to do, little one? Ha. Say, no. He jumped to inhale some air, releasing it to enlarge his hammer, causing Krumkruch's eyes to widen in surprise. Using both arms to block the attack, Krumkruch's legs sank into the ground under the pressure. Issei, take this, you BC. He applied more pressure, forcing Krumkruch to exert more strength and let out a roar of frustration. At that moment, Issei made the hammer disappear, causing Krumkruch to smile, thinking he had exhausted Issei's power. But when he looked up, he saw a massive ice stake heading his way. He puffed out his chest to unleash a blast of fire, trying to gain more ground. Issei extended his hand, causing multiple ice stakes to form around him. Krumkruch thinking, where does this brat get so much power? Why is he so strong? He watched as Issei snapped his fingers, sending all the ice spears flying toward the dragon, making him scream in pain as his flames extinguished. In that instant, Issei took the opportunity to launch the largest stake, piercing the chest of the evil dragon, who fell to the ground. Slowly, he began to collapse, gasping for breath due to his severe wounds. Krumkruch, cuff. Where did you get so much power, brat? Issei, it was inherited, and I have a dream to reach the highest heights to protect my family. I'm tired of them being hurt. Krumkruch, ha, the stronger you are, the weaker you become. Your enemies will use your family against you to kill you. That's why it's better to be alone. Issei, that moment will never come, because they are strong people too. Krumkruch, idiot. He slowly closed his eyes until he stopped breathing. In that instant, Issei let out a great roar, signaling that he had defeated a high-level dragon. Many dragons were shocked by the news, especially Drake and Albion, as they knew they were next, or rather, their hosts were. Chapter End. Issei, it's been a long journey. He fell back onto the ground, having used more magic than usual. Issei, not bad, those days of training were worth it. He raised his hand to remember the girls' smiles. Issei, for them, I'll go far to always see their smiles. But with this done, it was time to go after Shido or Valley. There were matters that needed to come to an end, but first, he was going to sleep a bit. He closed his eyes to sleep, having not done so in a while. Shido, Valley, we leave tomorrow. Valley, all right. Your team knows, right? Shido, yes, and yours. Valley, yes. It's time to get rid of that nuisance, and then we can return to normal. Shido, that's the only way we can agree, right? He extended his hand, which his rival took with a slight smile. To be continued. Chapter End. Issei was resting peacefully under the moonlight until he sensed some presences not far from him. He woke up, stood up, and headed toward the source to see what kind of people were wandering in the forest at that hour. Half an hour later, he spotted 3 men and a woman sitting around a campfire, laughing about trivial things. Issei thinking, they must be a group of campers, and I sense human auras. He turned to leave when he heard a name that was very familiar to him. Hey, but guys, do you remember Urza? How could we forget? She had a unique figure. You have the guts to say that in my presence, right? Haha, but that crazy girl never gave in. We took care of her so much, only for her to end up not budging. In the end, we left her behind on that mission. I hope she died. What a shame, but oh well. Issei, so you were the ones who left her in that place. The group turned to see Issei standing behind their leader, his expression serious and his eyes glowing red. Before anyone could say anything, they were knocked out. In a mansion, Urza was laughing with her sisters until her phone rang. Urza, Issei, what's up? Do you miss me? Issei, Urza, what are you doing? Urza, nothing, just talking with Griselda about some techniques. Issei, I want you to come. Urza, is something wrong? She showed concern, alerting the other girls nearby. Issei, it's nothing bad, I think. Urza, you think? Issei, tell me what's going on now. Issei, I'm in Ku, 10 hours away. If you fly fast, you'll get here in 2 hours. Can you do it? Urza, I hope it's nothing bad, okay? Issei, I'll be waiting for you. He ended the call. Serafal, did he tell you what's going on? Urza, he just told me to come, he didn't say why. Penemu, do you want me to go with you? Urza, I'll be fine. I'll return soon with Issei, so see you later. She went to the yard to spread her wings and took off at the highest speed possible. Hours later, Issei was gazing at the sky when he saw Urza descending, causing a small crater beneath her feet. Urza, Issei, what's going on? Issei, follow me. He began walking toward their destination, and Urza, who had a small smile, suddenly wiped it away when she saw her old companions lying unconscious in front of her. Urza, how is this possible? Issei, it was a coincidence. I guess I hit them too hard since they haven't woken up. Urza, I thought I would never see them again. Issei, do you have something in mind? Urza, many things, to be honest. She clenched her fists in anger, and Issei took her hand to calm her down. Gradually, her seriousness softened into a smile. Minutes later, one of them woke up, and the first thing he saw was Urza's serious expression. It's impossible. Urza, hello again, Roy. It's been almost a year. Roy, you should be dead. Urza, you left me there to die. If it weren't for Issei, I'd be dead. Roy, you never accepted the proposal. Urza, I wanted you as family, nothing more. At that moment, the other 3 woke up. Urza, good afternoon, Emilia, Kale, and Frank. Emilia, how are you still alive? Urza, I hated you at first. I told myself that if I saw you again, I would kill you. But you know what? I set that feeling aside because, thanks to your abandonment, I met the best person in the world. Kale, so that's your boyfriend. I'm a better man than him. Urza, haha, you guys are nothing compared to him, your ants. Frank, you still have that attitude but whatever. Urza, you're right, anyway it's time to end this. Emilia, Urza, let us go already, okay? You forget that I saved you many times. Urza, I know, and you've reminded me of it many times. You used me as a shield. Frank, shut up and let us go. Issei, I'll let you go. The four of them smiled. Issei, since you'll be resting underground for the rest of your lives. The smiles of the four vanished instantly. Urza, don't do it, Issei. I'll handle it. Issei, it's not worth getting your hands dirty with them, besides, it annoys me a lot. Urza, wait, where's Rory? Issei, who? Urza, he's the leader. Issei, it was just these four. Urza, where is he? Kale, you know how he is. You forget, he must be trying to enjoy the moment with our prey right now, ha. Urza, Issei, find him. That man is crazy, I was honestly a bit scared of him. Issei, understood. He started running to leave the area in search of the other person. Urza looked at the group to activate her armor, summoning 9 swords, frightening the four since they had never seen her use that weapon. Issei ran around until he sensed a faint presence of 2 people in the distance. He jumped, crashing through the roof of a small shack, only to see a black-haired man standing in front of a bed, looking at a bound woman. Without hesitation, Issei rushed toward him, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him against the wall. Rory, who are you? Issei, I'm someone who's very angry because you and your friends hurt my woman, and I'll never forgive that. Rory, I don't know what you're talking about, Dimenit. He felt a great pain in his neck as Issei tightened his grip, his expression growing more furious. The woman was in shock at what she was witnessing. Rory, what do you want, money? Issei, I want your BLD. At his limit, he released Rory and began to punch him, then grabbed him by the neck again, hitting him until his teeth flew out. When he finished, he let him go, causing the man to crawl away as Issei placed his foot on his back, applying pressure until he pierced through him. He lifted his foot, letting out a sigh, feeling calmer. Turning around, he looked at the girl, who was still in shock. Issei, Diamond, I'm sorry for showing you that scene. He scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. He approached her to untie her, and the young woman stood up, smiling at him. Issei, aren't you scared after seeing that? I know you had your reasons, and besides, you saved me. Thank you very much. She gave a slight bow. Issei, it was personal, but I'm glad you're safe, and again, I apologize. By the way, my name is Issei. It's a pleasure. A pleasure. My name is Charlotte Hazel Rink. Issei, I hope you're not scared. Charlotte, I'm fine, don't worry. Besides, I just told you, thanks to you, I'm okay. Issei, where are you from? If you want, I can accompany you home. Your family must be worried. Charlotte, I'm from France, from a small place. Issei, how did you end up in Japan? Charlotte, I don't know. The last thing I remember is taking a stroll through my garden. Issei, I see. He extended his hand with a small smile. Issei, come on, I'll take you home. Charlotte, thank you. She took his hand with a smile and followed him. Minutes later, they reunited with Urza, who raised an eyebrow at the company her beloved had brought. Urza, and who is she? Issei, they had her kidnapped and they were going to do something to her. Let me know if you need any further assistance. I was so angry that you can imagine how I felt. Urza, I understand, and it's okay. I feel much calmer now. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. Let me introduce you. This is Charlotte Hazel Rink. Charlotte, nice to meet you. Urza, I'm Urza. The pleasure is mine. Issei, Urza, would you like to go to France? She's from there. Urza, sure. That sounds fun and romantic. But what about your mission? Issei, it's good to take a little vacation. Urza, then let's go. Issei, all right. He took Charlotte by the arm, which surprised her, And before she could say a word, she was astonished to see a pair of wings sprout from Issei's back as he jumped into the air. Naturally, Charlotte held on to Issei as tightly as she could, letting out a few screams. "Issei, relax, nothing will happen to you, I'm here. Besides, you should open your eyes, it's an appealing view." Slowly, Charlotte began to open her eyes until she did so completely, stunned by the sight of a gorgeous sunrise. "Charlotte, how lovely." "Issei, it's something I love to see." "Charlotte, what are you?" "Issei, it's going to be a long trip, so let me tell you a bit about myself. I hope to learn about you too." Erza followed them with a small smile. Erza's thoughts. Sometimes you're a very smart person, Issei, but there are also times when you can be foolish. She noticed a slight blush on the girl's cheeks. A few hours later, they arrived at their destination, landing a bit away from their new friend's house. "Charlotte, that was quick. I wanted to hear more stories." "Erza, later on." "Charlotte, if that's the case, I hope you can stay at my house for a few days." "Issei, that wouldn't be a problem." "Charlotte, of course not. I love making new friends." "Issei, if that's the case, we gladly accept." Charlotte smiled at them and led the way since she knew the area. Minutes later, they arrived at their destination, where the couple felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing so many servants and guards. "My daughter, I'm glad you're alive." Both the father and mother rushed to hug their daughter, who shed a few tears upon seeing them. Once they were calmer, the couple approached Issei to give a small bow. "Thank you for saving our daughter. If you need anything, just say it." "Issei, it's all right, don't worry about it. Honestly, it was just a coincidence." "Even so." "Issei, how about a dinner then?" The couple found it strange but smiled. "Delighted." "Issei, if that's the case, we'll see you later." "Charlotte, where are you going?" "Issei, to change into something more comfortable." Without saying anything, he took his partner's hand to leave. "Honestly, both of you are wearing somewhat strange outfits." "Charlotte, they're mercenaries and this is their armor." "So young and already on that path, you must have your reasons." Charlotte just gave a small smile, as they couldn't imagine the true age of their savior. Later that night, Issei was coming out of the bathroom, feeling a bit awkward. Since, to be honest, it was the first time he wore casual, or rather elegant, clothes. "Erza, you look handsome, you should dress like this all the time." And it was almost 10 in the morning when Charlotte arrived at her destination, only to find Issei standing there in casual clothes. "Charlotte, sorry for the delay." "Issei, no worries, it's still early." "Charlotte, and where's Erza?" "Say." He scratched his cheek with a somewhat nervous smile. Charlotte didn't understand why he was acting like that. "Issei, she wasn't feeling well, so she stayed to rest." "Charlotte, that's too bad." "Issei, she asked for some souvenirs, so, well, lead the way." "Charlotte, sure." She smiled at Issei and started walking toward various tourist spots. Time passed, and laughter filled the air for both young people, especially for the pink-haired girl, as everything was new to her. It was 4 in the afternoon, and they were sitting by the river, enjoying coffee. "Charlotte, thank you." "Issei, I should be the one saying that." "Charlotte, since I was a child, I rarely went out due to my responsibilities. As far back as I can remember, I've been at home or going to the academy." "Issei, it's tough being royalty." "Charlotte, many think it's something appealing, but the truth is, it's exhausting." "Issei, as you know, I know little about the world since I spent many years locked away. I've been adapting to it. Like learning to eat, for example." "Charlotte, you don't have to pretend to be someone else, just be yourself." "Issei, that's what the girls tell me, but I have to adapt to my new home, right?" "Charlotte, that's true." She smiled as she watched the sky grow darker. "Issei, I guess it's time for you to head home." "Charlotte, it was an appealing day." Issei smiled at her and stood up, but at that moment he felt the atmosphere change. He looked around, as did Charlotte, only to notice that all the people who had been there were gone. "Charlotte, what's happening? Where is everyone?" "Issei, they put up a barrier." He positioned himself in front of his friend, watching as a group of people approached them. "Issei, you guys, what do you want?" "Shido, are we interrupting something?" Seeing Charlotte, who tightened her grip on Issei's shirt at the sight of Shido's smile. Issei, I don't want any trouble. Vale, we know what you're doing. Sooner or later, this was going to happen and you know it. Issei, you're right, but this isn't the time or place. Shido, I decide the place. Issei, let her go. Shido, fine. Issei turned to Charlotte and gave her a small smile. Issei, call Urza and tell her I'll be back late. I'll see you another time, okay? Before Charlotte could say anything, she was teleported away. Issei, seeing that you're all here means you won't fight just the two of you, right? Izuka, that's right, little brother. Do you have a problem? Issei, this is between dragons. Sakura, do you think we'll just stand by and watch you hurt our brother? You're an idiot. Ha. Issei, I see, that means it's all of you against me. He looked at the Gremory group and Valis. He let out a sigh and summoned a magic circle beneath his feet that rose to his head, activating his battle suit. Vale and Shido activated their armor, and in an instant, they lunged at Issei, one to the left and the other to the right. Issei extended both hands to brace himself, surprising both young men. But even so, they applied more pressure. Drake, boost, 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 boost. Albion, divide, 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 divide. Issei felt his energy draining, but he kept going until he looked ahead and noticed Sakura aiming her bow at him, then released the arrow heading for his chest. At that moment, Issei let out a roar that sent both young men flying, allowing him to catch the arrow with his hand. Sakura, idiot. She snapped her fingers, causing the arrow to explode. When the smoke cleared, Issei stood there as if nothing had happened, without a scratch on him. Sakura, how is that possible? Issei, perhaps you forgot, but this suit isn't normal. I made it with very resilient beasts. He brushed the dust off his suit, which only angered the woman. Izuka, Leifi, help me. The blonde girl reluctantly nodded, but she couldn't do anything since her brother asked for her help. Both began to conjure a spell while Kiba, Zenobia, Arthur, and Biko charged at Issei to buy time. Issei, for his part, snapped his fingers, summoning 4 ice-made figures. Issei, my loyal subjects, stop them. Instantly, at great speed, the 4 soldiers charged at their opponents, who could only defend themselves and fell to their knees, feeling the immense strength of their rival. Issei, mages, awaken from your slumber to protect your king. At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the ground, surprising some, especially the mages, as they felt that immense power. Izuka and Leifri completed their spell, launching it at Issei, who didn't move from his spot as his soldiers created an ice barrier that stopped it. Issei, since they're busy, that means no one will bother us, right? He looked at Shido and Vale, who had expressions of astonishment at Issei's power. Obviously, he couldn't see their faces due to their helmets. Drake, it's better to leave, that kid has gotten stronger. Shido, shut up, I'm going to defeat him. Changing his armor to that of a knight to go against Issei with greater speed, while Vale began to divide his power against his enemy to buy more time. Issei, for his part, threw punches at Shido, then kneed him in the stomach, causing Sekirudii to spit BLD. Before he could recover, Issei brought both fists down on his back, driving him into the ground and creating a crater. Vale, seeing his monstrous strength, didn't know what to say, and before he could react, Issei was in front of him. Issei grabbed him by the neck and threw him, as Vale began to divide his power to force Issei to let him go. Issei, you know nothing, Vale. There were times when I reached my limit, but I didn't have time to breathe. You think what you're doing weakens me. It's the opposite, it only gives me more motivation. He drove Vale into the ground, then kicked him in the abdomen, causing him to spit BLD seconds later. Both young men regrouped, feeling some pain but still not retreating. Shido, why don't you just die already, you bastard? Issei, why do you say that? I just wanted a normal life, but you won't let me have it. Shido, seeing your face just makes me angry. Issei, despite having the body of a dragon and great power, you don't know how to use it, just like your friend. Both received a chance from 2 gods, didn't you? Shido, so you realized, you're right, I possess the flesh of the true dragon god, Great Red, and the power of the infinite goddess, Ophis Ouroboros. Valley, my power is greater, and it's all thanks to Ophis. Issei, I see. Noticing how both their powers increased. Shido, and thanks to that, a unique power awakened, and it's something I want to use against you. Issei just watched as Shido's chest opened up and began to charge a great power, while Vala's mask opened. Issei's thoughts, this isn't good. Activating his hammer, where instantly both young men unleashed their powers. Shido's a great flame, redder than BLD, while Vala's was a poison so strong it destroyed everything in its path. Issei tightened his grip on his weapon to strike the ground, creating a barrier, but still, part of both abilities seeped through, damaging his armor and burning his skin. Shido, ha! Finally, you're going to die. These flames burn even your soul. Valley, not a trace of. You will remain. Issei, we'll see about that. Creating a spear that he launched at both of them, causing them to unleash an attack that, to their surprise, didn't destroy Issei's weapon. They used more of their power, trying to push the spear away, but nothing worked. Issei, if I leave, I won't be going alone. Clenching his fist, causing the spear to begin to shine with great intensity, creating a massive explosion that sent both young men flying, destroying their armor and leaving them in critical condition. Shido, barely conscious, looked around for Issei but, not seeing him, formed a faint smile before falling unconscious. Meanwhile, a group of people was in a meeting when they saw someone fall from the sky. They immediately stood up, surrounding him with their weapons and serious expressions. Issei, for his part, wore a nervous smile despite his injuries. Issei, hello. To be continued. Chapter. And Issei didn't know what to do in such a situation, especially noticing that everyone was ready to attack. Issei, hello. He only said those words, and a katana was pressed against his neck, ready to take his head. Who sent you? Where are you from? Issei tried to stand up to explain the situation, but he noticed how the katana's owner pressed harder, indicating for him to stay put. Issei, I understand. To start, my name is Issei Argonoc. Nice to meet you. Well, I'd like to say that, but seeing your expressions, I can tell you're not interested. Which village do you belong to? Issei, village. Don't play dumb. Looking at Issei, but noticing he had some injuries and burns, internally he was surprised, as a normal person would be complaining about the pain, but Issei seemed unfazed. Issei, well, to continue with the explanation, I know you won't believe me, but I come from another dimension. He looked at the group, who only stared at him more seriously. Issei, wait, but before I continue, wouldn't it be rude not to introduce yourselves? You have a lot of nerve demanding in this situation. Issei, at least I'd like to know the names of the people surrounding me. You're brave, you're not afraid of where you are and who you're facing. Issei, I've seen many things in life, I adapt to whatever comes my way. Standing up, not caring about the katana's owner. I don't sense any ill intentions from you, so I'll let you go. Sheathed his weapon. My name is Mei Terumi. I'm the Mizukage of Kirigakure. Issei, a pleasure. I'm Gara, the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Reikage is all you need to know, brat. I say the same about the brat. My name is Inoki. Danzo from Konoha. Issei, I understand. Nice to meet you again. Gara, where do you come from? Issei, as I said, I was recently in a battle against my brother and his friends, and from a great clash of power, perhaps a rift in space opened and drew me in. Inoki, you speak as if it's something normal. Issei, it's happened to me before. At first, I won't lie, I was a bit scared, but over time, the rift reappears and I can return home. Mei, that's why the injuries. Issei looked at his body and let out a sigh, reaching into his brief's pocket to pull out a red vial. Issei, at least it survived. He drank it, which surprised the others until they saw how Issei's wounds began to disappear until there was nothing left. Issei, good thing I listened to Ravel and always carried a phoenix tear with me. Danzo, what was that? Issei, a phoenix tear. It heals my wounds. Reikage, interesting. Issei, this suit has accompanied me for many years. It saved me from many things. I guess it's time to say goodbye to it. Gar, what are you talking about? Issei, My battle suit was destroyed in the battle. It's sad, but well. I suppose it's time to use the new one. Lucky I kept that creature. He summoned a magic circle beneath his feet to change his outfit, and when he finished, everyone stared at him in amazement at his attire. Issei, this is better than the previous one and more flexible. It fits me well. Mei, you look nice. Issei, thank you. He gave a smile that made the two women present blush. Issei, well, now I just have to wait. Who knows how long it will take until I can return. Walking toward the exit. Anoki, no one told you that you could leave, brat. Issei, sir, it's not to be rude, but I have to explore a bit. I know you consider me a liar or perhaps a madman, but I have to get out. Gara, not many fall from the sky and claim to come from another world. Issei, you have a point, it's just that it's a bit sad. I usually come with many people, but this time I'm alone. Mei, let me finish the meeting, and I'll show you what you say. Issei, seriously, thank you, then I'll go take a seat. He went to a corner to sit in silence, leaving many surprised by how confident he was. Denzo,